Hello and welcome back. We are live once again with another day of IESF Counter-Strike action. We've had plenty of days of some great Counter-Strike here from the European region. We've already concluded with Asia. The Asian Championship is now set up. We've already concluded with Africa as well, as the African Championship is set up. We still need to find out who's going to the World Esports Championship from Europe. We've got another couple of games today. We've got a game with two teams that we do know, and then the final two we don't know just yet. We have to wait to see who wins and loses to see who's going to be in our second best of three. But yeah, I'm excited. It should be a good day.
I think it will be. We get to watch Norway, I believe, play at the start of it, so that should be interesting. Playing up against Latvia, isn't it? So
yes,
yeah. Latvia surprised us a little bit, right? They play better than we expected so far. So I think that's quite exciting. But yeah, obviously a lot of games going on at the same time. So hopefully you guys can hear what the results. If not, we'll try and relay this to you as we go along the day. But I think this is going to be a really interesting game. I definitely look forward to it. Like we said, I think the way at the start when we first caught like the first Norway game, I remember saying, Norway's a country that should provide a lot better Counter-Strike. Maybe if they qualify here, that's going to inspire more people in Norway to step up and come back to Counter-Strike Norway. I don't know where you've gone, but come back.
Yeah, you know what I mean? The neighbors are so good. How is this country, and basically all of the neighbors are good in some way. Even the likes of, like Finland, for example. They've got one of the biggest organizations. They went to a major grand final, in all fairness. So, and one of the most famous players just won a major. So, what's happening with Norway is the question. But we did catch them earlier in the groups. They played off against Belgium and we caught them. And we know how that one went. They were 12-5 up.
I know.
And choked. It was...
that was brutal.
Borderline hilarious. But then, luckily for them, there was a worse choke yesterday. So I think they... shouldn't be too upset, I guess, in a way. But we're coming towards this one. And we have our question marks about Latvia. We are yet to watch them. But they went flawless all the way through their group, 4-0 in a pretty solid group as well. Czech Republic, Spain, Switzerland. So, there was kind of a surprise there. I think I maybe would have looked towards the potential of Czech Republic actually being the favorites there, or maybe to a degree Spain have a couple of decent players. But yeah, Latvia going flawless through their group was pretty sick for them. However, first upper bracket game, they did lose to Kosovo 2-1. So in doing so, it put them in towards that lower bracket. Granted, for them in that lower bracket, now there's a chance to kind of make a little bit of a run here. There is still spots available. We've got 4 teams locked in already. There's 3 more spots available from this side of the qualifier. We've already got Czech Republic, Germany, Portugal, and Kosovo locked into a place.
Yes.
3 more spots, one of which being that 7th place decider. If you can win a best of 3 here, you give yourself such a good chance.
That's what it's all about at this stage. Obviously, we're looking to find the very best to send them on into the rest of the tournament. I think, Latvia looking like a candidate that maybe a lot of people just wasn't expecting, but they're here now and playing what it seems like good Counter-Strike. I'm excited to see some of the names over there, just to get a little bit of familiarity with them, because again, one of those teams that we haven't covered on the mainstream before. So I want to see how this is going to be playing out. But let's see if we can get a chance to catch up with some of those names.
Yeah, let's take a look at Norway first. Of course, some of these guys, basically all of these guys have played in some way team-wise. They played at kind of a level which I think is pretty respectable. Gruus is probably one of the more notable names. He's been around for a long, long time. But then there's Truth as well, similar for him. Now plays on Project 6. Sly, who's currently on 777 Esports. Tapeware, who's currently playing for Copenhagen Wolves. And Cheyenne, who's just left the UK scene. He was playing for K10 recently, but a very proficient AWPer. Somebody that I've watched in person, watched at some of these UK lands, watched online in the UK scene. Very talented guy, so I have a lot of respect for Shine individually, and a really cool team, all in all. There's Norway side. All of them play in some way kind of tier 2 or kind of tier 2 or tier 3, and they play a lot of reps, a lot of grinding out in the online scene, so these sort of qualifiers is something they'll be used to.
No question about it. And again, like they really had a chance to win that first game that we covered on the mainstream. Obviously, they kind of let go of it at one point, but given the chance again, you've got to assume that they could do better.
Yes, exactly. That is the hope at the very least. And of course, in a best of 3, you have more space to work with. I think it's basically the way we'll go for it. Latvia, like we said, we're yet to catch this side, but on paper, there is some names to keep an eye out for. Keen, Fripp, Shady, Rude, and Preledin.
Yeah, Preledin. That's a really, really good question.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Preledon, potentially. But the two names in particular that should be kept an eye on for. Keen is the main one, I would say. For me, very, very talented guy. I've cast this guy multiple times on a variety of different rosters, whether it was the Prodigies, Budapest 5, NASA, GG How, Mad Lions, etc., etc. He's been around for a while. Very decent player. Very good as an IGL. Has AWP'd in the past as well for a little bit. Somebody that I definitely would throw out there. Rude is the other one. He was recently playing with Game Legion Academy and is super talented. Somebody that I've seen in the past, has played to a pretty decent level. And in all fairness, the good thing about this team in the way they are is all three of these guys have actually played in some way together under the Game Legion Academy roster. So they've got a bit of a core. They've got a bit of a way to play off each other and all the rest. So it's cool. I'm excited to see kind of what the work's looking like.
Yeah, we know from results that that they should be good. So now we just kind of want to see it in person so we can make our own judgment. But yeah, fun. I mean, some of yes, there's been some real talent obviously churned out from Latvia in the past. So why not? I get a sense that for some of these countries that are less represented in the international space, having just like one or two people break through will inspire like a lot more people in the country to say, you know what, if Brokies are there like playing, I could do it too, right? Like I'm ready to go. I think that's how it works, right? And that's I think the fun part about following Counter-Strike for a long time. You kind of get to see that, and hopefully we get to interview them in the future. We get to see like what was the inspiration. I mean, I'm sure this happened in the Danish and Swedish scenes a lot in the beginning. Why not Latvia or Norway could come back again? I forgot to say again, historically for Norway, we mentioned some of the early days, like where we obviously had plenty of Norwegian representation, but even in 1.6 we had some absolute banging players like Real. They existed in the past. I'm just saying that we need to get them back into it. But it is obviously a best of 3, so I'm curious to see what the battleground is going to be like once we get into that.
Yes, I'm interested. I think this veto can be pretty important. I don't know where you want to lean here. Do you go for a little bit more of a puggy kind of pool? I know for Norway at the very least, we've kind of seen these guys play a little bit of Ancient, a little bit of Anubis come through for both of these two sides. So maybe that's where we lean. We'll take a look at the veto anyway, rather than guessing and speculating and the rest. We are going to get, well, actually both of those. We're going to get the Ancient, we're going to get the Anubis, and then we decide with a Mirage. This veto is basically the most common veto we've had all the way throughout this tournament. All 3 of these maps, even when we've got to the best of 3, we've had this exact same veto like 3 times now. Yeah,
it's become a mainstay of the tournament so far. I don't mind. I don't necessarily get bored watching different maps like that. Like even if you watch a lot of the same maps, I'm like, all right, that's fine. We get to see how different teams play them. There's always a bit of variety. Maybe there's some cool new tricks or ideas to learn. So I don't mind it. But yeah, we're definitely on the puggy map set. So we got rid of. I guess Dust 2 is the only other one that they could have thrown in there. But yeah, Anubis is the second map. I do still think Anubis is the map that tricks more people than many teams would like to admit. It's like you come into Anubis, you think, oh, we're gonna have a great game, and then you just get crushed on the CT side. But I don't know. I still like the map.
Exactly. Ancient is the map that we watched when Norway kind of choked out from 12-5 up. So I hope that they don't repeat the same thing, I think is the kind of the main thing we're looking at. They have played a couple others as well. Anubis, they played in the groups. They beat Malta 13-2 on that one. So at the very least, that's a good map for them. They were able to pick up a win on that map, on a map of Ancient as well, against Austria, who seemed like a pretty solid team in all fairness, the Austrian roster. And then they did play a Mirage too. So all 3 of these maps, Norway played in the groups and won, which I think is pretty important for them. Latvia played primarily Mirage or Dust 2 and, won all of them, right? But no Dust 2 in this instance. So if we do get towards that side, I think it's pretty interesting. Norway picked up a win on that in the groups. Latvia picked up 2. So that could be quite an interesting one if we do get there. But I think it's a case of will we? And I think for me, on maps like Ancient and Anubis, it will very much come down to the individuals. My expectation, though, is that Norway take the Ancient. It's a map which they've been playing a hell of a lot. Bar the game against Belgium, every other one was a win, and they were pretty convincing wins against relatively scary sides as well. I mean, our Austria team looks pretty good on paper. They finished second in the group above Belgium, and they beat them pretty handily on it. So I look at that and say, for me, that's where maybe I feel like Norway might have a chance. But Latvia, maybe their individuals might be the difference makers. Maybe they, Keen is such a talent when he gets playing in the way that he can. I think they probably could be able to make a serious dent just in terms of pure firepower.
Okay, I'm curious about that. So if Norway win the first one, it could be that we get to see all three maps. Certainly had plenty of action on the channel yesterday, with some overtimes mixed into everything, and obviously that ridiculous comeback that we saw on Inferno, which was pretty crazy. But yeah, I don't know if I have really strong opinions about who's gonna win or lose this one. I'm here to learn about Latvia for a little bit. I was very curious because we got sort of some of the upset results coming in from them along the way, and we were like, all right, so just how good are they? And individually, I mean, if one or two players is going to step it up, that could make the difference. So definitely curious, happy about the map picks. Let's just get into the game as soon as we can. But yeah, what's I don't know. Are there any players in Norway right now that you sort of know of that aren't playing here in the tournament, but just like tier 2 up and coming players that could be fun?
Good question. Let me quickly before I mean the one I probably would always go kind of in my mind is actually Shadow, obviously, but he is playing. I'm just gonna have a look now and see if there's any names that I'm missing just on Wikipedia. Hara is probably one. H4RRE. He's played within that scene
for a while.
Yeah, for a while. Yeah, and he actually kind of always remains to be a solid player. I know this one is quite an obvious one to say, but Jacob, for me, I always think that Jacob was the most underappreciated rifler in Tier 1. I've said it for a long time under Apex. Sure. So consistent, so good. Every single role he got put into, he always looked incredibly solid. So I always rate Jacob. I've seen him, of course, recently under that bleed banner, and he looked super sick on LAN. Obviously, only losing to the Mongols, which is, it's fair enough, right? The Mongols were pretty good. Sure. And that started their kind of back-to-back LAN sort of run that they went on, which was pretty sick for them. The other one I'll throw out there, which I want to see more of just because I'm not fully sold on him just yet, is Sense, who played under Apex for a bit. He's a young IGL. Okay. He's not somebody that you'd look at in terms of maybe the firepower wise. I don't know if he's quite tier 1 level yet, but I'd like to see him play in maybe a tier 2 team, playing a lot of online reps, plugging out a little bit as an IGL, because IGLs are just so rare right now. So probably they're like the two I throw out. I'd like to see what Sense can do back on an actual team when maybe he plays comfy roles and the rest, but who knows?
Okay, it's good to get a sense. I think it's nice to have a little bit of a view of what's happening in some of these countries. Because I think even if I think Jacob is good, obviously, like he's one of the names that we kind of recognize. So sure. Yeah, getting a chance to spot out some new players is always just going to be a little bit more fun. Hopefully not that far away before we can get into the game itself. It's supposed to start in about a minute. So we've had a little bit of trouble some of these days with getting people on the server, but Norway and Latvia, sure, they can find a common server to play on. I would expect so.
It's fine as long as we don't have the Danish team in. We should be fine. Patty and his issues every single time. As long they didn't make it through, so it should be fine. We've been given the information that we have all the players ready, so we're just waiting to start now as we head on the way. But this one should be pretty cool. Where we're at right now, we have 2 simultaneous games happening. We've got, of course, our game, which is Norway versus Latvia, but at the same time, Hungary are taking on Slovakia, which is a bit of a heater as well. Both of those sides are pretty scary. Hungary were flawless in their groups, but didn't look all that in the playoffs. I think is probably the way we put them. Against Czech Republic, they just looked so uncomfortable on basically every map that wasn't Anubis. And even towards the lower bracket, they were made to work by Belgium, right? As they had to kind of grind out a 3-mapper there. So it was a little bit of an uncomfortable showing from a side like them. Slovakia beat Austria 2-0. Looked, for the most part, pretty comfy in that sense as well. After Austria did lose their first round to Germany. So I really do feel like that's a pretty good game. I think that's what the potential to have 3. This one is hard to call because we haven't seen Latvia yet. I really just don't know what to expect. Yeah. The other side that I look at is, no offense, but Latvia's group isn't that hard. I think it's probably the main thing I look at. The only team, I said Spain have a couple of names. They're not the best players in Spain, is the way I'll put it. Czech Republic are the only other scary team. They did beat them, which I think is fair enough. But then after that, I really just peter out quite quickly. Switzerland, they had, they were okay. They're kind of one player, Anton, who was in particular pretty good. And then Luxembourg forfeited all their games. So that's just like a free win. So, I don't know. I feel like Latvia, they might have this thing where we kind of see where their group is easy. So they haven't been tested yet. And they may look on paper good, but may not be in the server. Who knows? But then I know the names are pretty good. So it's just about how much time they've had to kind of really work together and the rest.
I mean, the other team that kind of surprised me a little bit that I had almost no expectations of was probably the Kosovo team. That ended up shocking a little bit and having some decent results. So that was kind of came out of left field for me. But again, really encouraging to see some of these regions step it up. We are going to head into the game now. So we're live. Norway going to be starting on the T side, Latvia on the CT side, and it's a rush to the middle with the bomb followed as well. Only one player sticking behind, I think, to smoke up towards that CT spawn position. It's Preladin already. It's firing off a couple of shots. Good flashes coming in return, but the CT side, they're locking it down. Headshots left and right. Only tapeware left in 1 versus 3 here. That's very, very close, I think, to being a great execute for Norway, but a few too many USB headshots at the start of the round.
What do you do now if you take where you got 16 points of HP? To make matters worse, it's a 1v3 and you've got no armor. He's a dead man walking, no two ways about it. Even if he gets a dink, it's not going to be enough, and that will be a pretty brilliant start coming through. I mean, that's pretty solid by my books. A first run on the ball for Latvia, only a couple of casualties. The round itself, though, is so comfy. I mean, that's pretty sick. It's pretty sick.
Yes.
For Norway, bit damning. Last time we saw them was the only time we saw them, of course, was against Belgium, and it started well and fell apart. I'm just hoping that they've kind of learned from that. The fact that they picked it again after that Belgium game for the rest of their groups games makes me think that it was. But yeah, it's not a good start.
No, definitely not. Latvia, they're going to have all the rifles in this round. No bomb plant, so all they invest in really on the Norwegian side is the single deagle here on Bruce. And going to be going down rather quickly, so deagle have to be wielded by somebody else. Shine, that's how you do it. Quick step out, looking for the deagle headshot. Get another one like that, and we can start to have a little bit of an interesting conversation. But he can't pick up the rifle for the kill that he got there. So for the minute, he's just rotating back and trying to see if he join up with his team, it looks like. So yeah, all in all, pretty standard stuff. A little bit too early to get into the details of anything. You're just trying to do some damage in this round if you're on the Norway side. I don't know
Water. They just water. I was going to say, did you see the recent thing? I don't know if it's been patched yet. I actually need to test this, but apparently your FPS tanks by like 70 frames when people walk through the water on Ancients.
Really?
That's like one way. I remember I was playing a matchmaking game and the random called out of nowhere, they're going B. And I was like, how do you know this? Like after when did go B. And he was like, my frames dropped by 70 frames. So I know they were walking the water. And I was like, there's no way. And then I saw a tweet saying the same thing, saying, did you know this? But I don't know if it's been patched yet, because this was months ago now. And I actually haven't tested it. But when they go through the water, apparently on certain PCs, maybe he had like an older PC, but he tanked by like 60, 70 frames. And then he knew they were going B. So every round he could make a call immediately, like, oh, okay, they're going B or they're not.
If you man, I want to start a rumor like that just for the fun of it. Just because that sounds like an amazing rumor to start. It's like, oh, if you noticed, like, if you hear like a little thing in your headset, that means they're doing this. It's just
a fake one, and then just gaslight everybody.
One. I think that sounds like good fun, but I
haven't heard about that. Keep saying it on broadcast, and then people believe.
Just take it up from nothing. Like, oh, here we go. Tapeware. That's an important kill right there. Brings it back into a 4 versus 4. I need to make it like even more unbelievable. I need to say like, oh, like if you ever notice like when your left hand itches, it means they're forcing up, like it just does. Like, just
you got an innate feeling.
Yeah. Well, here we go. It is another man lead for Latvia. The bomb is being brought back to T-spawn and towards the middle and the A-bomb site. And Latvia kind of rotating out. I mean, normally on another map, if this was like Inferno and you see 2 people just rotating out of the A-bomb site and leaving it unoccupied, you'd say, oh god, this is tactically a disaster. But I think on this particular map, it's just so common for there to be no A defense because you're just retaking it very often, especially at the start of the round. If you're on the CT side, you're playing it with nobody on there anyway. So yeah, it is obviously still a bit of a negative to hear the bomb going down and not even realize, but they should have the protocol to retake this.
They should. I mean, this is statistically one of the easier sites to retake in the pool. It's so open. There's a lot of angles to clear, yes, but But for the most part, they're pretty known based on the back of where that bomb goes down. In towards Temple, there's 2 players they're grouping up together. They're going to try and contact this. Molotov comes via main. A dink on towards Sly. He's a lucky man to still be alive, and he still finds a second. That is beautiful work. Shine will get one more as well. And I think that's probably the round. Last man's tagged, and I think Keen's about to be dead. He's being hunted, and he will fall. Good round from Norway. Good post plant too. They fight out well. Sly even getting a double out of that is huge, but he walks away with 3. Big round for Norway to be taken as they get there first.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that was probably going to be a retake, if not for Slice. That second kill where he's already dinked, like you said, and just somehow still lands the headshot. That's super crazy. Well played, and I think a little bit unexpected for the Latvian side. So, still, it means Norway are in the game, and we like to see that. Going to be a 2-1 scoreline here. A lot of grenades raining down on top of Shady, who is hanging around the middle of the map. Easy enough, but can still get the 1. In fairness to him, he was super ready for that fight. He just couldn't land the shot, but he definitely knew that it was coming from the other side of middle there. So there is a flank coming in. It's Preladin who's walking through the middle here. Could maybe almost get a free kill. It's really close, but you know, his position is still interesting. This could be a potentially a fun round for him.
Shelf play. Might catch one off guard, and yeah, it will. Preladin gets his. Expecting a second, not as much. Bit of damage being dealt, but now numbers favoring Norway. And the bomb, I think actually is going to hightail it all the way back towards A. Nobody's home once again. And I think Norway are more or less going to be gifted the second here now. And I think if you're Latvia, honestly, you just save. Especially for Rude. Just keep hold of that M4. There's just no point losing it.
Yeah, I would agree. It doesn't really seem like there's a lot to be done. So pack it up. Allow that bomb to go down. But I mean, the fact that they still have a player over on the other side here for Norway could even be that they are going to be getting another kill here. You see the noise being made, stumbling through. Fripp is going to be going down. So just Rudd left. And they know where he is. I mean, they could probably justify hunting this. Just don't want to be up against an AK in the next round. They found him in the corner already, but Spray is pretty consistent. That's really nicely done. Still tapeware is going to be there. Oh, and another headshot comes through. All right. I mean, they make it expensive on the T side, and they get to save that AK. Still, they won't have a lot of money in the next round, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, not a bad one. Not a bad one. Rudy is pretty talented. Saw him on kind of the Game of Legion Academy roster, and it looks pretty solid. I only called him once, but honestly, definitely somebody to kind of keep an eye out for. That roster has kind of had a few changes. At one point, they were primarily, I think if I'm right in saying, a kind of a Latvian team. Or they had quite a few Latvian players underneath them, but yeah, they've kind of promoted quite a decent amount of talent through the ranks over the years, and looked pretty solid. Because Andu had a little stint going in towards that main team, and looked comfortable when he went up there for the most part. He's looked like a pretty solid rifler. A couple of these guys as well have played under teams like the Gucci Academy little project that goes on there to help players kind of find their first steps in their career and all the rest. Latvian roster, they're definitely ones to keep an eye out for. However, this round, probably not so much. There's one AK and a few upgraded pistols, and I'm not expecting really fireworks in this one, especially now that Rude and that AK is dead. Slight found a gap, and he'll utilize it super well.
Yeah, this is becoming a bit interesting. Sly is having, I think, some pretty consistent form. Quick to find those. And any dream of saving the AK is probably the best they could do if they could find it somewhere. Bomb definitely going to go up here. So, a third round for Norway. I like this comeback. It's really early on. Latvia not being allowed to run away too much. And on the other side of things, you know, they are going to have to worry about their economy, which is kind of going to be the big theme going forward here. How much can they save, if anything? Keen sneaking through. That's a nice little kill. But again, it doesn't give them a rifle that they can sort of carry on the next round. So in the grand scheme of things, losing one player in this round, not really a big deal for the Norwegian side.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, they're saving anything at the end there for Latvia too. Good call to a hunt, and Norway, first or third on the board, but I think most importantly, is nothing really being gained by Latvia in that one. Just because it was a low buy round, just don't give them really anything. Couple of kills, it is whatever. Don't give them a rifle. You're fine. You're loving life. 3-2. This is good. Norway, you can see kind of, at least for now, why they've picked in towards this map. It's looking solid. They're playing good Counter-Strike. They're at least feeling more comfortable than maybe we saw for large majorities of that game via Belgium. Sly will fall early, and now for Predator, with that mid control kind of taken, Norway, it's a tough position about how to rotate.
Yeah, no question. Good little lineup there. Shine will be picking it up, but Shady in the middle will take down Truth, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. The bomb, sure, it's been planted here, but how much more can they get out of this round? Groose ready and waiting towards that Jaguar tunnel. Almost shot in the back. That's, yeah, suspicious. He's going to throw up a smoke, but they'll lose Shine. And they were just so boxed in. You could actually tell in that 2v3, they had nowhere to stand. They were just kind of out in the open all the time. Not the best scenario for them. But Latvia, good retake. They tie up the game once again. Yeah, the early makings of a nice and close game, which we all love.
Exactly. We want to come in towards these and really kind of see the best of both, where we get to see, at least for Latvia, be competitive, showcase how good they can be. For Norway, same thing, kind of vice versa in this series. We had 2 very close series yesterday. The maps were kind of traded. We were able to see where the strengths and the weaknesses were, and actually which individuals kind of consistently were able to show up. So far, we've had a couple. Slides look pretty decent. Shines look good as well. Let's see if they can continue it. Save for Fripp, I think he's had a couple of moments too, which have looked pretty solid. Keen has to be tested, and he will fall flat. Swinging Tech 9 rips his head off. Ooh, and Sly, that's a good reaction.
Not bad at all. Ooh, that actually does get the dink on to Rud, but still, 3 versus 3. If that would have been a kill towards the donut position, I think it opens up the entire round for them. Curiously, the bomb is quite far away from the other 2 teammates over at the B side. I think that's kind of what they're making up for now and making the rotation back through T-spawn. So it'll be another 20 seconds or so before they can really realistically walk onto the bomb site. A little bit of damage on the Sly and Tapeware too, so not sure it'll be easy. I like this position for the AK for Rud. He's going to be just deep in that tunnel. Chance are you can just let go of a couple of shots, do a little bit of damage. Doesn't have to fight for the death because, again, he just doesn't really have the health for it. But, yeah, just 1 kill before they get in. Make it a lot easier on his teammates want this to actually do. But nice boost coming up here for Norway. Give them a little bit of space. Oh, Sly, so aggressive with that. It's very well done. Still a 2 versus 2 with the bomb. It surely will be planted here. Nobody there to stop it. And it's Shine up at the high ground. Flashed, but still good for the kill. It's now 1 versus 1. As Fripp comes up with the kill on the Shine. Tapeware. What can he do? He's in the right position here, but gotta be careful. Molotov, I don't think it's going to bounce near enough him. So for the minute, he can just kind of stand in the corner. And it's on Fripp to try and look for him out in the open, and he lands that shot. It's M4 versus M4, and it's Norway to come out on top.
Norway are going quite aggro in terms of how they're playing this, and I really like it because they have these individuals that can fight so effectively. You know, we're going in towards mid, 2 players playing a contact play there in the open that kick starts the round. In the post plant, similar things where they're happy to take fights. Latvia make it close, but I think with, you know, how the seaside economy works and how this game's feeling right now, close really isn't kind of good enough. This is decent. 4-3. Norway, well, it's only a 1-round lead. They feel in a very comfortable spot for my books right now. I'll flash in towards that cave. It's a mistake where it's just running around to try and find fights. There's 3 over towards the site itself. Pop flash on towards Keen is very good. Sure, he must have heard a step there of some sort. Rue takes a pop, takes a little tap, and he's met with a grenade that chunks him down and seen off by the MAC-10.
Yeah, what can you do? That MAC-10, you don't have any helmet on. It's going to hurt a lot. Somehow, they're getting a couple of kills in return, which is a little bit surprising here. Almost nothing to work with in the round for Latvia, so don't know how they're doing that, but they are. Couple of casualties on the Norwegian side. It'll be kind of the end of it. So I think it's okay. Not necessarily that bad, but definitely losing a couple more players than they were looking to here. 5-3, though. they're still leading, and they've still got Latvia, and there's a very uncomfortable position where they don't have a lot of money to work with. Looking at the scoreboard real quick, I mean, we can kind of tell that pretty much everyone is in the game. Truth maybe having a little bit of a harder time, but it's early days. But it's not one of those games where one team just isn't showing up in terms of the kills here. Latvia are doing fine in that sense. I think they just need a better economy, and then they can start to play the game again.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. 5-3. Orp in play. Hello, Preledin. Oh, he has so much information, but he's not seen anybody just yet. He's looking for this fight, but there's no one here. He'll relay all this information over. He spots them going away as well. So now they can go right back over towards the primarily mid to B hold. The first is good. The trade comes through. Finds tape wet. One in towards car B. Predator's getting active. And Rouge got a double with the AWP, but it's all down to his MP9 kill. And gets one and gets the information of a shelf player too. He will fall. So a 1v3 turn 1v2 for Shine. He knows where one is, looking for the second.
Shine, that's not a bad idea, but just too many people on the other side, and they'll be able to edge him out. But I think, yeah, going for the wide swing there is probably the way to go. And if you sit around and wait, then they're just going to get even better positions against you. So, 4 versus 5. We're in round number 10 now. Norway, in spite of some of the early casualties, they can still just only barely buy into this round. It's not a great position to be in economically for them either. Same is true for Latvia here. So, this could be a real pivotal round. It's possible that whoever wins this one is almost going to win the last 2 rounds on top of it. So, we're getting down to the wire here in the first half. Norway, they could get a pretty sizable lead going into the second half here. Grenade around the corner. It's Keen with the MP9. Still got 21 bullets left. Plenty enough to get the one. Not quite going to be the next one. Around the corner, it'll be the Tech-9 to take him down. Fripp. Perfect timing for that kill. And back into a 3 versus 3.
It's quiet off the back of it too. Shine looking to get active. He's alone here in this endeavor for now. He's tagged. He's lucky to still even be alive, in all fairness. And a Molotov will meet him at the entrance. So that will just force him to slow down. It still looks like they want to end in the direction of B. Fripp will stay tucked. How low Shine is, and with Sly being in that 1 bullet headshot range to the M4, this round feels favorable towards Latvia. Difference being, I think, a little bit extra U2 in the pocket to Norway could be what makes or breaks this round. Hang on. They've called for a pause. Fripp goes active. He looks for information. He can't see anything.
37 seconds. The timing here. Fripp, he's kind of walking further away from the action right now. It'd be great if he was a little bit further back towards the middle, because then he can really rotate in quickly. But he's pretty sure he's about to shoot someone in the back over at the A hallway, and we can tell that is not the case. Now he's going to realize, because the grenades are raining down on B, that they had the wrong bit of intuition here, and that can really backfire. But there is still the AWP back here. It will be smoked off, so he can't see a single thing that he's shooting at. Bomb is going to get planted, and the question is, can Latvia retake this bomb site now? They've got a couple of grenades. There's the one smoke already thrown, Molotov thrown out. They have a smoke as well on Fripp, so I think putting that on top of the bomb and defusing is a great way to go at the moment. But the flashes are really overpowering. Nicely done from Sly, but he's not going to get the second one in there. 2 versus 2 now. Good spray down. It's Truth. We just highlighted him as having a bit of a rough start, but that double kill would give Norway a round.
Now, I really do like how they play that Norway. That's a very, very solid mid to late round call. They get out of doors, they get on towards shelf control, and then with just shy of a minute, they call for a complete freeze. Wait. Look to see there's mistakes. Look to see if Latvia are going to overextend. And if they don't, we'll know that there's probably not a lot of close presence towards this B site. I think Norway have played that well. And they pause for like 30 seconds too. So Latvia really do get on edge a little bit. You can see them getting active. If Fripp just stays over towards Cave, probably change that round massively to be swinging through the flames. Rude is so lucky to be alive. But Fripp's found the first. A double dink with a 5-7. One of which comes through the box.
Oh, but the wallbang. It's a classic. We see it used all the time, and in spite of that, it still works so much of the time. Normally, if those kind of things become popular, people just eventually start to avoid the positions. But in that exact moment, it's very, very hard to do. Spray couldn't have been better for Sly. He's going to get there around. And like we said, it's really the economy that's going to be the problem here for Latvia. And it has been the whole way through. 7-4. We're going in a round number 12 here. They're going to buy whatever they can, which in terms of rifles is not bad. Obviously, in terms of some of the grenades, it could be a little bit better. Not seeing a kit either picked up. So, yeah, I think that's kind of been the story of the first half for Latvia here. They just haven't had the money to put together a really great half.
Yeah, I'm with you. Norway, I think they're getting ever closer to... I mean, if you get 8 rounds, I would normally say that's pretty decent on the T side. And they're going to come through. A little bit more damage on towards Predator, but he will get that first kill and actually gets away alive, which I guess fundamentally is all that matters. Molotov swinging through it. It's a big call, and Keen actually gets a kill off the back of it in towards Cubby. Shine misses a sitter, and that'll cost him, and this round has to be going the way of Latvia. A 1v4. Truth is low. This one isn't starting.
Yeah, at least they get this at the end, I think. This is probably fairly important. 7-5. It's not amazing for a first half on Ancient if you're on the CT side, but you know what? It could definitely be recovered here. It's going to be Shady to take down the last kill, and that means the first half is done with. Sly ending up with a whole bunch of kills. He did very, very well at the beginning of this one. So, yeah, important stuff. 14 and 8. That's well done. Pistol round for the second half is coming up, and I think this is going to be the real test here for Latvia. If they want to make it back in the game, I think this is a pretty critical round. They're going to have another chance even if they don't, but yeah, this would be the way to get it done.
Yeah, so 7-5. It's not the worst half in the world from Latvia, but I really do feel like for the most part they struggled a lot of that tail end, bar that final round. 7 feels pretty decent for Norway. They've looked clean. A couple of rounds lost, which maybe could have gone the other way, but first fight doesn't go well for Norway. Fripp will find it. Looks to try and double it down. There's one guy through that smoke. They know he's tapping away through, but they're not going to overfight him. And now they can hold for a doors rotate too. Tapping on the reload. Predator trying to catch him off guard, and we'll get there in the end.
Okay. With that bomb already planted. There's a little bit of trouble here for Norway, and especially now the dualies ring out, and it will be Latvia to pick up the round. Not at all bad. Fripp with a double kill, up to 14 himself. Oh, sorry, up to 12 himself. This is, yeah, I think that was a much-needed round. Going into round number 14 here, we'll see if they can kind of keep it going. Norway, I'm not expecting a force-up here. We've been tracking those CT force-ups for the second round, and we're not impressed for now. So, yeah, they're going to keep it cool.
Yeah, I think as well, we've kind of seen a few teams throughout this qualifier who've just been better T-side teams, no matter what the map is. Maybe Latvia are one of those where they've had a lot more success. They look a little cleaner. They like to play this sort of aggro style of play, which isn't always replicable across all of the teams. And they might just be one of the sides who back themselves when they can set the tempo on the T-side and the rest. Rude is about to be tested. He spotted a leg. He knows they're there, and he lines a bunch of them up, but thankfully, it's only pistol, so Fripp can double down, and they've taken a lot of damage. Slice all that's left. There was a moment where that felt like it could have been a little bit awkward. Doesn't happen. Only the one casualty. All tied square. Now game is absolutely on.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty reasonable. I mean, I think because of the money situation for Latvia in the first half, it's just very hard to judge how good they were going to be, because I think they had like very few rounds where they actually had everything they wanted. For a lot of the time there, it's a bit sketchy. I'm seeing an orc picked up on Truth. Well, yeah, he's going to be anchoring that A bomb side. That I see that more often than not when people pick up the orc on this one. It is for that long A hallway. I don't hate it. I think it's always fun to see people try and play with a rifle that doesn't get that much spotlight. So why not? In the middle pretty quickly is Preladin. He's just with a Mac 10. If anyone comes in to look, maybe they're going to die rather quickly here, but there's a double peek on the other side. Doubt he's going to get both. Oh, and I think he's been discovered already. He somehow wins the fight. I can't believe it. That's supposed to be an automatic loss there, and now he's actually doing a little bit of damage on the Shine as well, being a real nuisance in the middle. He will finally die, but that's kind of frustrating.
They get to kill on towards the first, damage on towards the second, primarily off the Molotov, but damage all the same. I mean, it's not bad. This is a bonus round. Any kills you find are good, but winning a bonus round absolutely changes the narrative in this match. A bonus round never should be converted, so if it is, it's pretty damning towards Norway in their first full buy, their first gun round. Not getting off the mark would be bad. One playing towards B, the other went towards Red Room, but it was a bit of a ruse. Bomb will come down, smoke, and a flash behind it, and a nade to just add a little bit more misery. They both have to contact out along.
Shine, let's go. Couple of bullets there. Should be able to win this fight, and he will. Leaving it all up to free. Oh, but it's really quick. That is well done. A huge round for Latvia, obviously. Puts Norway in a very uncomfortable position at kind of getting a taste of their own medicine, because they're going to be in the same position now, CT side, where the money will be the main conversation that we're going to be having for them.
Yeah, that's a big one to win for Latvia, just because of, I guess, in my eyes, sort of those sort of rounds never should be that competitive or converted. It's Galils against M4s, but credit to Latvia. They play it well. They isolate fights. That swing from elbow in towards mid, it's pretty ridiculous. Deleting the box guy. And it will break the funds. You spoke of it. Money is in such a weird state right now for Norway. They can't really buy into this one properly. It's not the worst buy, though. I'll give them that credit. They have got a Mag 7, which inherently can be kind of scary. Fripp's trying to figure out if he's here. My God, no, he gets Mag 7. Oh, he nearly gets a second as well.
I would have started something nice there, but good pistol in return. Still a 3 versus 3. Looks like Shady should be able to spray them both down, and he will. A little bit labored on the second kill, but the headshot will clean everything right up. So that should be 1 versus 3 here, and at that range, don't see the submachine gun coming out on top. So very well done. It will be a good round here for Latvia. 9-7 as they are leading at around number 17. This is yeah, it's all going in the right direction, but we will see a little bit better funding for Norway in this one. Shine with the AWP. I mean, he should be able to get some good shots off. It's a great map for AWPing.
Yes, exactly. This is a map in which is probably one of the best, especially CT side AWPing. T side can be a little difficult at times, in all fairness, but CT side can be very, very strong once it gets going. A 2-round lead, and a big 2-round lead that's being held there. Rude is trying to go through the flames, and he will. Well, they're expecting this close, they won't. That's a quick play and a brilliant execute. However, job's not done just yet. Bruce got the right idea, but he still gets his head ripped off. A double isn't bad there. One with an 8 as well. 2v3. This is a tough retake.
Yeah, bomb. Planted, good open position. Could be covered from pretty much anywhere. And they're going to smoke off towards CT spawn. Now, we can tell nobody's retaking from there. But it's still good to have the confidence that you can kind of focus on something else. Truth and Shine. You lose these rifles. It's back to square one for Norway. And it's Latvia taking a 3-round lead. This is super tricky. Yeah, without a kit as well. There's a kit on the bomb side, I guess. But still, it's just such a hard retake to do. I don't really blame them for trying to run away with this one. So, yes, a 3-round lead. But if they can at least save the guns here, which they are going to be able to, then I guess that's something to work with.
Yes, exactly. I think that's the way I look at this for me is just, I mean, basically there is no point. And Truth is going to fall as well. I don't know if they needed to go in towards mid. I thought they had enough HP that they would have been okay. The AWP stays alive. And they can buy around it. It's not going to be the nicest buy. Shine can drop 1 over. Groose can buy in towards the M4. And then the rest of the team would have to take lesser investments. I don't think it's maybe worth it in this instance. So they are actually going to go for a little bit of a sort of half buy, I guess. But it is Latvia now 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away from stealing Norway's map pick in their favor. And it took Latvia a while to get going. You know, the first half wasn't exactly flourishing. It wasn't really anything too phenomenal. But since we've seen them on the C side, they've been a different beast. And it's kind of one of those things that we were saying. A few teams that we've seen so far in this qual have just been better T-side teams. That's just how they play. They like setting the tempo. They like being aggro, and it's working. Shine will find the first, which is good, though.
Oh, yeah. All right, the Max 7's helping out. All right, they're using a rare assortment of weapons here on the Norwegian side, but if it gets the job done, then who really cares? So far, so good. 2 versus 4, and a little bit of discipline here. They should be able to make their way through, although they have lost the bomb site. The bomb is got to be careful it doesn't get interrupted here. Groose is actually not that far away from catching it. Steps being made. I think he knows. Oh, there's the hunt is on, but the AWP is waiting for him.
It's the bomb.
A good job. Yeah, that is the bomb. If he died to the AWP, that would have been a terrible way to potentially lose the round. But I think now it's pretty much locked in here for Norway.
I think you're right. Molotov being held as well, just to drop whenever there's any information, but is anything going to happen here? No, there's not. Shan will see it off. And that semi-low buy that comes through for Norway, finding success, might spur them on in somewhat of a positive way. Might give them a chance to work with something. But it's still a bit of a recovery needed. Still a 2-round gap between Norway and Latvia currently. Latvia back into the investment. No real issues, of course. They've had decent success in the C side. So that money's been built up, at least strong enough that they go back in towards the rifles with relative ease. No call for an AWP as well in this one. And I don't really mind that too much. I feel like the T-side AWPing is considerably more difficult than what you see on the CT side. And the one thing that Latvia have got going for them right now is the pace and the aggro sort of style of play that they're playing.
Yeah, I think that's fun to watch. It's been working out at least enough to stay in the game for now. Tapeware is going to be taken down for it, so yeah, Norway. If they can keep this up, right, they're in a great position at the moment. They don't have a lot in the bank, but the AWP and the double AKs on the CT side is a nice luxury to be playing around with. Latvia, they don't want to be testing that B-bomb side any further. They kind of realize, you know what, we already lost one player out there. Going to take a lot of grenades to reclaim that part of the map. And we don't have that many grenades, so why not go back here instead? We'll see if Keen, he's kind of the back of the train here. If he can throw a good smoke either towards CT spawn or donut, there's a lot of positions to cover. They only have the one. The rest are going to be on Molotovs to try and block off any CTs. So yeah, they're coming out as well. But Sly, every time they run into him, he's so good. Another headshot. Tapeware will get one, and Sly for the third in the round as well. He's up to 18 kills. He's having himself a monstrous performance at the moment.
Yes, this is pretty good. Pretty good. And now Norway, with them only being 1 round behind, but most importantly, the Latvian economy is now hurt. Without that bomb plant, it does put us in a pretty decent spot here. So this should be a 10-all game. We should be tied all square, and we should be looking at this and considering have Norway been able to recover themselves. They were looking at one point in a bit of a problematic spot. 10-7 down. Latvia in this really kind of resurgent run of form in towards their T side where it felt like they weren't really going to stop at any point. They lost to a kind of a half by. That really hurt them, and then back-to-back loss in rounds have now broken them. Slight upgrades coming through. Nothing too major, though. If you upgrade a pistols, Tech 9s, maybe a quicker play for Latvia. Get a bomb down, and you're sitting pretty overall. But they can have a conversation before they get into that with a tack pause, which is something I don't hate. We don't really see a lot of tack pauses in some of these quals.
Yeah, that's kind of been a talking point. I mean, again, if you don't have a coach, maybe you don't see the value of slowing things down, but we obviously know from like the highest levels Counter-Strike that sometimes just not allowing a winning team to just keep on winning really quickly can be in itself kind of nice, just to break up the momentum for the team that is winning. And obviously, if somebody in the team has like great input and you sometimes need like a little bit of a timeout just to say, hey guys, what's going wrong? Like we keep losing this bomb side. What's going on with that? So yeah, I think that's important to do every once in a while. We'll see if they can find a way to keep this winning streak going here. Norway's 9-10 really is anybody's game. What a way to get started in the best of 3. Just no saying who could win this one.
Wow. Fripp with a Tech 9. Spotted anyone just yet. I mean, with how advanced of a position he's got, he could potentially catch somebody off guard, and he will. Can't get a second, but his teammate struggles to do so. Oh, they had a chance. They really did, but it does not happen. It's only the 1 kill, but they probably should have got at least a couple out of that, Latvia. I feel like they're quite hard done by. The game's tied, 10 apiece either way.
And this is it's not what they were looking for. They had such a good run at the beginning of this one, Latvia. T side, everything was looking very smooth, but yeah, they're in a little bit of trouble here. The money being spent in this round, it's enough for the AKs, but again, 4 smokes, 1 Molotov, and 0 flashbangs. So think about that on the T side. How many positions you could want to flash your way around the corner to set up a fight for yourself. There's not going to be any of that. Couple tossed out here in the middle for the TT side, I think, and all right, we'll see 1 kill on Rud there, but it's still a 4 versus 5. Tapeware takes another kill. Norway, they look determined to take the round lead here. Shine, to me, it looked like he was a little bit late on that shot, but the game disagrees. He's going to be able to find it. Tapeware, I think in a round winning position, you're pushed that deep in towards T-Spawn. Surely there's no way to give that up. It's going to be a good little kill there. Finally, something going the way of Latvia, but I think it's too late to do anything in the round here. Preledin pretty much on his own. Shot in the side, and Norway take the lead.
And now we can see them potentially even have maybe done enough to see it off, because Latvia have got a tough decision. Are we playing to win, or are we playing for overtime? And I honestly think with where they're at right now, it's probably got to be a bit of an overtime play here. Don't overinvest into this one, but potentially give up a 12th of it towards Norway and then hope that you can go 2 rounds in a row. But from 10-7 up, the fact that we're now flipped the other way with Norway in the lead is a really good recovery out from the CT side, who didn't look like anything was really working out for them. The start to their CT side was pretty woeful. Tech 9s is what they've gone for. Latvia, they're just playing isolated. I mean, Predator goes for a P. Nobody's even remotely near him. So he falls for nothing, and nobody's there to trade. This is a tough thing, that they're just not quite playing off each other right now.
Yeah, that's going to be essential if they want to get back into this. Got to be able to trade some of these kills. What a sneaky play from Sly. He's trying to backtrack. Oh, did they not see it? Now they finally do, but I think they were so focused on trying to catch Sly that they heard running away that they just didn't think about the fact that there could be another player in there. Shady. 1 versus 4. Wow, not going to be working out for him. And it will be a 12-10 scoreline here. Norway just almost at the finish. This is a great little comeback for them. Again, it wasn't necessarily the best first half for them, but yeah. They're doing it now.
Yeah, this is good. This is really, really good. 12-10, 2-round buffer. There is a bye, which is good. We're going to get out as AWP, but I don't know, man. I feel like this Latvian side have fallen apart a bit. They had such good potential to make something of this, and it's been whisked away from them so rapidly. Sly wants to get aggro. Nade, smoke combo, and a kill in towards elbow as well. Flash will come over. True gonna fight behind it. He actually kills the guy behind. Fripp wasn't even fighting there. And Rude will find Tapeware. So we're still in a 3 versus 3 in a very scrappy start to this round.
This is it for Latvia. They want a chance to get back. They have to survive this next outing, but good flashbang. And he's so lucky to be alive. He misses that shot. He's definitely dead. Anything touches him here and he's gone. 2 versus 2. They picked up the bomb. Oh, Preledin. That might have been almost a free kill there, but Shine is actually lightning fast in that one. I'm a little bit surprised. He's been playing well. Groose has got 22. Sly's got 21. And it's on the single order of Latvia here to try and keep the dream alive. How do you get this 1 versus 2? You basically have to get the element of surprise to get the first kill, plant the bomb, and then hope to win the next fight as well. Oh, but he's peeking in the wrong direction. It's going to be AWP versus AWP, and it will be Norway to pick up the first map.
What a recovery, honestly. Really, really well done. Norway looks like they were in a tough spot. Things were not working out for them. They were struggling to find rounds. They were in a really awkward space where it felt like Latvia, they came in towards that T side. They put up 5 rounds in a row to make it a 10-7 scoreline, and it looked like that was probably going to be the precedent that was set, more or less, for the rest of this. But it wasn't. And a small collapse that comes through might be a bit damning over towards Latvia. The positive that is Norway's pick. That's the map in which they paid a lot in towards groups. It feels good for them, but even still, Latvia, it felt at one point and for a large part of that second half at the start that they should have won that map. And the fact that they didn't, it might hurt. I think their individuals really struggled to get active after the back of they got kind of half bought, kind of eco. It was like a 1-up and the Mag 7 SMGs. That round they lost to a pretty minimal investment. It felt like it just absolutely killed the mental. So a tough one to lose for sure. And I think for Latvia, they'll be thinking about it. But the good thing is their map pick coming up next. It's Anubis on the cards, the pick of Latvia, and maybe a chance to respond. We'll have to see after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. We have got more Counter-Strike coming your way. Second map now coming up between Norway and Latvia, and I don't know. I thought it was a really good first map of Counter-Strike. I don't have any real complaints. I think for the Latvian side, what haunted them was just that first half economy that really, put them a little bit behind at the end of the game there. But it wasn't. I mean, it was a close game nonetheless, so it could have gone any way.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of credit coming through to Groose, to Sly, 22 and 21 kills. Respectively of both of them. They looked clean. They play good Counter-Strike. And I think it's just one of those things where for Latvia, 5 rounds in a row, built up good form. They felt like they were in a strong position. And it was just, they got kind of eco/half bore. It was 1 saved orb, mag 7, 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s. They lost that round and it just killed them. And they just couldn't get back into it. And it allowed for Norway to spiral positively right at the end, get 6 rounds in a row to close it out. So I'm looking towards Latvia as they're now heading towards their map pick of Anubis. And I question to me, and I'm saying, for them, are we going to be able to see them, first of all, start well? They're on that kind of CT side, but can they kind of recover? Because it was a tough last few rounds.
It was, truth. That was a nice little bait. Oh, and he keeps it going, steals a USP. He fired 1 shot in the other direction, came back to check if they were going to come look for him, and they did. And he absolutely punished them. It's going to be Fripp to go down next, leaving Keen alone. And a bit of a nightmare start here. It's Latvia, and we talked about it so many times, but being on the CT side of Anubis, sometimes winning the pistol, it'll get you like half the way where you need to go. But if you lose the pistol, it can be a real struggle. Keen, I don't think could do anything here, but try and get a little bit extra cash. That's not going to be successful either, so it'll be Norway picking up the round pretty cleanly.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff indeed. First on the board for them. A lovely double as well coming through from Truth, and he just doesn't get traded. The spacing wasn't quite there for that third player pushing through main, and well, just like that, a nice first, one in which they can build upon. Latvia can't, sadly enough, right? There really just isn't anything to work with. They're not going to go for a force. They're not going to do anything kind of too outlandish coming in towards this one, so it is just going to be an eco coming through. Norway should get a second without really breaking too much of a sweat. We have a little bit of an Australis stack that was set up, and they kind of pull away from it.
Right
Norway on this sort of mid-presence. They're going to go full rotating back over the other way. But if they maybe held down the 4, it might have actually been the right call.
The Deagle coming out. It's also the only Deagle in the round for Latvia. So if you go elsewhere, you're going to run into USPs. Actually, some pretty sharp USPs. That's not bad. They actually get there. I mean, it's just a Mac 10, but just the quality of the shots there. Not easy to hit a moving target like that. Another good dink. On to Groose. He's down to 26. The Deagle in play, but I think missing that first shot kind of cancels out any dream of really living through the round. So it'll be a decent start here for Norway. Bomb's going to get planted. Looks like they're going to make their way through the round without too much trouble.
Yeah. There's, a consolation kill. Maybe a second. The North Airs. Groose is low, and he's somewhat near a potential fight, but I think all in all, should be fine. Shady. He's looking to see if he can get anything. I don't think it's going to be the case. So it's going to be a nice, simple second on the board. Shady going to go have a look in, see if he can get anything at the tail end. It's not going to be the case. Nobody's home, mate. Yeah, hate to see it. He does kind of try and keep them close enough to the bomb, but I don't really think it's going to make any of a difference. Sly should survive. He will survive. It only takes 20 points of damage too. So really nothing too problematic. 2-0 start. This is the round that we look at. Latvia's first bye. This is where they have to start kind of trying to spiral positively in a way for them. On the CT side, it's not always the most expected. Generally, the way we look at this map is we see it as a T-sided map, even though statistically there is a debate there, but just the feel of it. It's the most T-sided feeling map that we've got kind of currently. So I would probably want minimum 7 rounds out for Norway, but on the other side, for Latvia, minimum 5, right? If you can get 5 rounds to your CT side, I honestly think it's pretty workable.
Yeah, I think it also, like, a lot of it is going to come down to, like, the quality of the team, right? So I think if you are, if you're a well-drilled team and you know what you're doing on this map, you could definitely expect to get, I think, a decent start on it, even on the CT side. But some of those pushes you need to do on the CT side can be very, very hard to put together because they just require a lot of coordination, and maybe that's not going to be the case for some of these teams here. Nice early kill. Rather than flashed in to try to do a little bit more in the middle, it'll be Unfortunately, a nice setup here for Norway as they'll live through it, stepping into the Molotov. That is maybe a little bit too aggressive. I know you want the kills here, but it's a 4 versus 4. And again, this round is everything to Latvia. They have to get off the ground in a really powerful way. The bomb site, not going to really do anything there. Sly, I appreciate that push, but where's the rest of Norway when everyone from the Latvian side is kind of looking to the A bomb site? They needed to probably be towards the B bomb site here and ready to push.
Well, Fripp, what have you got for us? I think, yeah, he would have spotted one just above that smoke. The molly forced him into the open, and Tabor doesn't clear it properly, but thankfully they're already up towards Pillar. The swing isn't good enough. Shine is here, 1v3 for him. He's spraying desperately, and he gets caught. I think if the Pillar player gets a double there, we're talking about something. Or if Tabor runs out towards the site and actually clears the guy back plat where they've mollied. I mean, he heard him as well, but he just wasn't trained on the angle. Either way, they're all with hindsight. What matters most is Latvia take that first round, and they take it comfortably too. Inherently, while it's a lot of damage, though, it is only 2 casualties, which is good for their long-term econ on that CT side, and good to put that pressure right back on the shoulders of Norway. And you can kind of already see it. Scout, double, Galil, and the P250. It's not a great buy. They're already feeling the woes themselves. Yeah,
but I appreciate that they buy in this round. I think even if you can get like 3 or 4 kills in this one, it's probably going to be worth it for Norway just to keep that economy low for Latvia. They have given them 3 AKs on the CT side. That's kind of devastating. Should be able to make great work with that. Bit sad to see Norway in that last round because Slide took so much attention at the A-bomb side, but it felt like there was nobody for the rest of the map that was doing it. Like, while that was happening, not like anyone else from Norway was doing something interesting. So, obviously need to find a way to capitalize on that a little bit more next time. They are still hanging around the middle of the map. So, open to do really anything here on the T side. Push comes in towards Dark. Just Latvia looking to see if they could find anything. They can. Tabor is down, so now it kind of feels like they're saying, oh, okay, if that doesn't work, I guess we'll try and go for the A-bomb side, but this is now a 3 versus 5.
Where do we go? 40 seconds. We don't have a lot of time, and we don't really have a lot of information, and it doesn't help that back on towards Cake itself, truth or fall. The bomb's on the back of Shine, and this would have to be some ridiculous couple of shots. There's 3 players here towards the A side. This was not happening. I honestly just think keep hold of what they've got. I say that. Slight will get 1. He's so low. The scouts are known quantity as well. Slight will fall. It's probably going to be the same for Shine. He tries to cross. A near flawless round coming through from Latvia.
Yeah.
2-all. Tying this game up, but breaking the econ over towards Norway as they deny a bomb plant in consecutive rounds as well. That's brilliant. And this is where we can understand as to why Latvia have picked in towards this map. This is an opportunity for them. Norway did play it once in the groups, but it was against Malta, who they beat 13-2. And Malta, who didn't pick up a win the entire qual, we're not really going to read too highly into that. They're not the most competitive of regions when it comes towards Counter-Strike. So, honestly, for Latvia, this is a good opportunity for them. This is a map they played a hell of a lot in towards their groups, and they look good on.
Yeah, and in spite of losing the pistol, they've got a good position right here. Fripp, some decent spray down. He's got some backup with him. Sure, they give up the M4, but it only lasts for about 2 seconds. And that's Latvia in the lead now, 3-2. Yeah, nice positive signs for them, I would say, really early on here. And again, the amount of AKs they've managed to recover on the CT side is just going to be a really, really annoying factor for Norway going into some of these later rounds. Not a single AWP in play, but that's fine. We can leave that for now. Curious to see if Norway can rebalance this. Quite a lot of money. Look at Rudd. He's got some cash in the bank for himself.
Okay. Sly. As that Molotov comes down, he's waiting to try and fight behind him, I say, as he's taking a couple of taps. He's getting pretty close, in all fairness, but not connecting just yet. The nade might do a little bit, but actually doesn't. Shady had fallen a little bit off. Rude had dropped away from that angle, 2 in towards mid. Norway have got decent control early. I don't know where they want to finish. The bomb's not really committed either side.
Yeah, I don't think they know either. Probably one of those scenarios where you try and manufacture a couple of openings. Looks like they're going to be smoking off towards the middle. and then maybe get some mid-control here. Never a bad idea. And you're kind of forcing the CTs to react to this kind of thing. And if nothing else, that should thin out one of the bomb sites. You just don't necessarily know which one yet, but yeah, they're getting closer. Shady walking away from that cam position. Now they're going to be smoking off towards the B-hand side of middle. So, yeah, right in front of Rid. He's going to be taking a step back. We're down to 35 seconds, so running the clock a little bit low, but if they can find the right entry, might not make a big difference here. Counter grenade comes up. Sly goes straight down. Oh, no. Already looking very, very tough to make any kind of a breakthrough here.
Oh, trades are okay for the T-Sab, but not enough. They actually probably need to go 2 for 1 in those engagements, and they don't. 4-2. Norway, 2 rounds behind. Probably about to be 3 as well, as Latvia are going to put up the rounds on the C side that I said. I said, if they can get up towards 5, it's more than enough. And honestly, they might be getting there already at this point. That's a pretty decent little showing that we've seen these last few where they're not really being made to sweat too much. That's now 4 rounds in a row, most of which have been pretty comfortable. The individuals are now starting to step up as well. And I know it's early doors, but if things continue at this rate, Norway might have to start considering what the idea is going to look like in towards Mirage, because so far it's not been so good.
No, I agree. I mean, it's they had everything going for them, and I think that's kind of probably the most worrying sign is when you actually do get that good start on the T side, and then you just still can't make it work at all. Because it's probably not going to get any easier from here on out, right? Latvia is just going to have endless amounts of money. Okay, there's a bit of an opening. That should make them smile. Another headshot comes through, jumping Tech9, and they'll find one with a Glock as well. How have they done this? All right, just a change of pace, and they're on the bomb side.
Ooh, and they're gonna find the kill as well. That could be the one that changes things. I mean, we saw it towards that previous map, where that sort of weird round that they won broke Latvia a little bit and really meant that Norway could fire positively. That could be this similar sort of round here where Tech9s rush, they find the site, they find the fights positively too, and there we are, just like that. 4-3, a 1-round game still. Norway back into the buy. Of course, a reinvestment going to come through from Latvia, and they've still actually got money in reserves, even if they were to fall flat here. So they're not feeling too much pressure just yet.
No, but that's very cool. Yeah, we're getting a little bit doom uphilled on the Norwegian performance, but I think that kind of round, it could change your mind a little bit. Just keep it up and get rid of that last bit of money that's on the Latvian side, because that's kind of what we're staring down the barrel of here. If Latvia lose this round, they're going to have some very tough choices to make all of a sudden. Good Molotov, good grenade to force back any T's playing towards the dark position. Tapeware trying to fall back, and somehow Keen wins the fight in spite of the fact that he was obviously kind of stumbling into that one. It's going to work out. They will get the 1 kill in return here, but not sure it makes a big difference. 3 versus 4. Still the man lead for Latvia. Still done a lot of damage in this round already.
Yeah. Don't really have to make a move in all fairness, Latvia. They can stay the way they are. You've got that 2 kind of default setup over towards the B side. You got 1 mid, 1 A. I mean, it's a very simple setup that is so strong. And it helps if they do get the kill. I mean, the leg isn't bad. Tapping with the M4. There's a boost above the smoke, which could be pretty huge. He spots the head. He can see him in towards main, and he'll finally see him off. Can he get a second? Yes, he can. Fripp. That's it's a pretty cool angle, and he'll get Not 2 bad. From it and the round.
Yeah, that's one of the most successful executes of that boost I've seen in a while. I feel like people try to do it all the time, but it usually has some pretty big negative downsides where, you know, either they're just pre-firing and then you're kind of stuck. You get Molotov, you got 2 Buell burning in the corner. Like, there are a lot of downsides to it, but that worked out very well. Latvia will live through. Again, they will save their own economy, and it's going to be Norway continuing to fall behind. 5-3. It's slipping out of their hands. Even when they have a bit of success, they're not building anything on top of it. So AKs have come out here for Norway, so that's at least something they can play around with. But wow, this definitely smells like a 3rd map already.
Yeah, I think you're right. Honestly, I think you're absolutely spot on. Oh, there is a tap that comes through from Fripp, which is pretty good at range, as Tapeware I get deleted, and Fripp is crisp. Last couple of rounds been pretty good for him. That's 2 kills for this one. He wants some more. He might have to trade out. Shine does at least have the bomb and an AK to work with, but Fripp never missing those. 3 kills for him at the tail end. And Latvia guaranteeing bare minimum a tied game at the half. Honestly, for my money, that's already pretty good.
Oh yeah, I think they've done more than enough already here in the first half. For Norway, I don't know, that the change pace they had rushing towards the bomb site is cool and fun to watch, but it's obviously also the kind of round that can be very hard to replicate when you have rifles, because you're not generally just going to be rushing in there with AKs. But maybe
Rude.
Knife? Did they knife him?
Yeah, right-click knife to the back of Rude. Off the rip, just 61 points of damage. Just like that.
Was it necessary? Probably not. 1-for-1 trade at the start here. Tateware and Fripp going down. That might be good news for the Norwegian side. Get rid of Fripp. Oh, and right through the smoke. Okay, now they're cooking a little bit, but maybe not enough to actually make it into the bomb site. Still a 3 versus 3 in the middle here. I swear Truth had the time to get that kill, but he just got maybe a little bit distracted. Could have been one of those looking at the radar type moments. Gruus, sure, he's technically kind of got the A-bomb site, but the problem is he's very low on health. And walking around the corner here, Shady's absolutely ready and waiting for him. So a 1 versus 3 all of a sudden for Shine.
Tough. I mean, jumping through the smoke it is a crazy decision in that instance. You've had one player push through. If you're pushing through a smoke and you're on the CT side, surely you wouldn't be the only man towards the site. So jumping through there for Norway feels like a wild call to me. You've got to expect surely somebody on towards that back site. And they don't. An easy one. And the AWP will see it off for Rude. He may have got knifed, but it did not matter because he does not miss that sitter that's gifted to him. 7-3. I think Norway's sort of mental feels a little bit gone for me. That round was so ill-disciplined. When they get a kill, they just don't play off the back of each other. They're always fighting on their own. They're never playing off trays. They're never really doing what was necessary. And yeah, I think right now at 7-3, I at the moment can't really see a way in which Norway get back into some things unless things drastically change.
It's starting to feel very, very unlikely. 11th round. Bit of a timeout here just to discuss potentially the looming situation. It's so interesting. But I mean, again, you can have a good CT side on Anubis. Nobody says you can't. It's just a lot of the times where we end up seeing, teams struggling quite a bit, but not true for the Latvian side here. So overall, I'd say, yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Could be getting us onto that third and final map, which would be on Mirage, as you can tell there in the top right corner. Yeah. Again, another map that we all kind of enjoy playing. Pretty good.
I do feel like this is going to require this third, though. This is, yeah, it's just not been enough. It's not really been anything from Norway, which is talking about kind of consistency and a strong T side of what is meant to be the T side of the map. They got a pistol, they got a force at the back of it, and then since then it's been just a myriad of rounds coming through for Latvia. 3 in a row now for them. They had a 4-round stint earlier, which was broken up by just the kind of that one hiccup Tech 9 round. All we have to say is that gun rounds only go one way. That doesn't change. They're in trouble. Shady going to get 1.5, maybe even 1 3/4 if you think about the damage he's dealt. There is support, but they're getting overwhelmed. Thankfully, they've just got the firepower. I say that. Sly does get himself 1. A missed shot with the AWP, thankfully, is traded out. A little bit more expensive than Latvia would have hoped, but a round's a round.
Yeah. That's a remarkably close round, all things considered, but like you said, a round is a round at the end of the day. It might not make any difference whatsoever. Will be a 8-3 lead going into round number 12 here, and just nowhere to be seen still. Missing out on all the action is Norway at the moment. We'll see if they can snag away like one more round. I guess if they get 4 and win the pistol and then can win the first rifle round, like it's a lot of if they do and if that, but still that's kind of the road back into this one. Shine, it's a nice start. Fripp, very dangerous. Don't know how many people on the other side. Too many to handle, and he will get traded. And that should be a bomb plant at the B bomb side, to be honest. If they keep going right now, there's nobody there to stop them.
It's true. Oh. Little bit labored, but he gets it nonetheless. Bomb will go down. Molotov and then A combo can't deny. It's a tough retake too, but they're actually not given the strong post-plant positions, but they're winning the fights regardless. Might just be enough. They don't push the smoke. The AWP are trying to make a little bit of a move, but now all that's left, caught in the side, and Norway get a fourth. It's okay. It's not great though, and this is probably the way I put it.
Yeah, I think unfortunately you might be right. Bit of a rough call still for them to make it back into the game, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. See what they got for us here. Norway, they've experienced what it's like to lose a great lead early on in this in the qualifier here. So maybe they can get a bit of revenge themselves, even if it's against a different country, and make their own comeback. Latvia, for their side, they're going to be picking up 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, 1 Molotov. Definitely smells like a B execute where, you try and maybe Molotov out that cam position and, smoke up some of the high ground and just can't get in there really, really quickly. Or first smoke's already up on the one side of the high ground. Second smoke's going to be landing towards cam position instead. And the Molotov on the other side, right on top of slides. Very cool. All the grenades in. Fantastic execute right now for Latvia. You love to see this. Bomb is going to get planted. It couldn't have been any better.
Exactly. No complaints at all. Some weird fights, very weird fights, as Tapeware and Shine are hoping to. There's so many bodies here, and it's a 1v2. They're over-fighting Latvia, and it's going to cost them the round. What a weird, wild, and arguably wonderful round of Counter-Strike that Norway will take. Latvia just overly aggressive.
I'm going to do a facepalm, see if the viewers can hear it. Something like that. That's rough. You actually did everything right. You got the bomb planted. You had all the sick grenades, and then you decided to ignore that great position you were in and fight. I mean, obviously you're expecting to win the fight, and if you do, it's sick and you win the round. But you had so much pressure on the Norwegian side there, and you actually helped them out by pushing that far forward. So yeah, a bit of a shame. Otherwise, a great display for Latvia, but Norway winning the round in spite of all of that. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so it's one of the rounds of all time, is the way I put it. Whether that's good or bad, you can read between the lines. Rude and Kino combine for the first. Better avoid the flash, but elevated angles are pretty nice from Latvia. So the trade game not doing too bad right now. They've got the numbers. Of course, the bomb they've got a force, and Sly can't catch them off guard as he tries. Trying to make a move, Sly, and he actually might even get it behind here. Yes, he will. Might even get a second, potentially. Up close, that MB9 could be deadly, and Kino fall too.
So, maybe Latvia just don't care at all. Even losing the pistol, this is looking pretty good. Bomb planted once again. Pushing that high ground position for Fripp. And again, I mean, it is powerful if the T's can get there. So that's obviously what they want to do in the pistol round. Now, Fripp is here, and he's got control with just the Galil. Preledin under some pressure. Oh, and they just simultaneously go down. Wow. I was going to say, I thought maybe Shine would have been preoccupied looking elsewhere, but he certainly wasn't. They're going to be able to pick this one up. So Norway live through another scary round, just barely.
Yeah, so it's closer than it should be. But I think Latvia still, for me, that round in particular, and I guess even the one but before that was so much more egregious. But it is just one of these where it's so ill-disciplined from Latvia that I could actually come back to bite them in the gun rounds going forward. This round, not so much. This is kind of one of the only rounds that you look at. And this sort of buy where you can say to Latvia, be ill-disciplined, be aggro, get in their face, try and make these Tech 9s get up close and personal. The gun rounds, though, I feel like they do need to slow it down a tad. They're just holding W, which is at times a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, you're not wrong. 2-round lead. This one, I mean, if Norway are going to be building a little bit of confidence and kind of getting back into it, surely this is one of the rounds where you would want to see them just kind of like power through the round and not lose too many people. If they do that and win the next round, then I would say we still have a game on our hands. Now, then it's kind of back again. We'll be tied up, and But at that point, no reason why Norway couldn't make a bit of a comeback. Truth, in a good position. They've got 2 people with helmets, so the MP9 is going to be a little bit less effective against those, but the grenade to set it up with, going to be bouncing down in front. That's a little bit hard to deal with. Already low on health. Truth here. Oh, he's going to just hold down mouse 1 and he's running forward. It'll do the job, and it will be Shady. Not even a chance, I think, for a bomb plant. Yeah, going to get taken down ultimately. Nicely done. That's the kind of round they were looking for. They lose 1 MP9. Absolutely nobody cares. And Norway will be 1 round behind.
That's what I said. It's one of those rounds where there's no discipline needed, but now there is. Latvia, gun round coming through, AWP in play for Rude. They've been so aggressive, which I don't always hate, but there's just been times where it's overly, and this, it's a little bit too audacious for me, and it's something that can cost a lot over towards the Latvian side. They're only 1 round ahead now. It was a super strong start to this half. Double nade set up. The second does considerable more damage on towards Key. In the first, not so much. Truth, will he expect for it close? Doesn't matter. Gets his head ripped off his shoulders. Not a gap to work with just yet. Shine's still here.
Do like this, taking a lot of control. Oh, and Fripp, I think he might have just won the round. In fact, I feel like Norway should already be thinking about saving. Now they definitely should be. Oh, how has he done it? Into the middle. Sly at least should have been able to get that kill. Just a question of survival now for Gruus. Never mind winning the round here. That's no longer even a question. 3rd kill for Ruud with the AWP. That's insanely well played. Latvia 9-7. But I mean, obviously, I think the round was essentially won by Fripp at the start of it. Just 2 kills towards the A-bomb side, and it was all over.
Yeah. 2-round lead, at least secured back into place for Latvia. And as soon as the guns come back out, they make that one look considerably better. Once again, a bit of a quick play, but why not? A great swinging towards A. They find that main play, and then they just know they have space to work with. Shine, who was rotating through heaven, just couldn't do enough to deny them, couldn't help them get that bomb down, or even fight for a couple of kills himself individually to deny any sort of a chance there. 2 rounds the difference, but Norway, unfortunately, no buy. So realistically, should be made back to a 3.
Well, we'll see. A minute and 20 on the clock here. Just the MP9 on Sly. What can you really do with it? He's currently hanging around the center of the map, so that's too far for the Zeus, unfortunately. Not possible to connect with anything, but we do love the attempt. Looks like Latvia just back in cruise control. They're going to dodge the MP9 right up until the bomb is going to be planted here. I mean, an attempted flank for Sly, it's fine. If you can get a kill and steal away a rifle, that's probably the best case scenario. But anything short of that, I doubt it's going to be working out. So, Keen will take down Sly. Truth. He gets a single one there, and yeah, trying to make a run for it with the AK. It's going to be valuable. Still, it's Latvia now going to be 3 rounds away from putting us onto a 3rd map.
Yeah, not bad. And deserved as well, in all fairness, for this Latvian side. Truth is going to get his kill. He's so low. He's not surviving. No chance. And Shady will catch him in rotation on that trade. Nice and simple. 7-10. 3 rounds ahead. 3 rounds away. Latvia did struggle when we got to this exact sort of scoreline in that previous map. But the way they're playing right now, I mean, absolutely, this is a side of I'd be very, very surprised if things were to go south at this point. Norway can't really seem to compete. The CT side, since the gun round has come out, and these last few have looked very one-sided. And I just think it's one of those where, for me, it's not really even as much as about the team play or the competition or anything of the sort. I just feel like the individuals are doing that much more work. I mean, Fripp's 21-11.
Yeah.
12 for Shady's not even too bad either. His impact's been pretty solid. Hence, that kill there.
I agree. Like, individually, they just look very, very strong, Latvia here. And maybe especially highlighting Fripp is a good idea. On the bomb side once again, Tapeware is going to get shot down. Fripp will find another kill, leaving Gruus alone. 23 now. Yeah, having one player who's that far ahead of everybody else, he is 10 kills ahead of the top fragger on the Norwegian side. That's hard to deal with. It's very hard to deal with that kind of discrepancy. So, Gruus just walking a bit close. I don't think he's going to be any kind of a hero here, but again, if you can steal something away, trying to make it a bit more expensive, I mean, you might as well try, but the round is not going to be won by him. So 11-7 for Latvia. 2 rounds away now. Yeah, tempting. Steal that AK away. That's about what you can do, probably. So, there's nothing to criticize at the moment.
No.
It's strange to see Norway kind of, not have more of a say on this map. But I mean, I guess that can happen in the best of 3. You just land on a map when you don't feel that comfortable.
Simple as, right? I just feel like for Norway, they're getting pulled apart. They're isolated in more or less all their fights. And I just think, like I said, it's right now, it just feels like the individuals are that much better over towards Latvia. There really isn't too much of a conversation that has been offered up. And I think it's also one of those things, because it's a map lost off the back of primarily individuals to me, that I think is actually could be a positive thing for Norway in the sense that they can just look back at this and say, damn, man, they were just crisp. What could we do, right? Which is, I think, at least mentally easier to recover from rather than being outplayed, which is the other side of thing. Latvia are, for at least by my books, outplaying them, but I just think a lot of this comes down to just the raw aim tools, which so far have been so good. Either way, at 11-7, it already feels like we're potentially at the beginning of the end. This round kind of feels like a bit of a non-starter too.
Yeah, stack on the other side, fair play. I mean, you're at the point where you need something slightly desperate like that. Bomb thrown on over to allow Rid to stick around, and with the AWP just looking for those range shots here. So far, he's got 2 of them. Third one will ring in there, up at the high ground. Smoke for, I'm not even sure what reason. They're not going to be doing anything else here. Gruus, I think he's winning this fight because they're not expecting him to stick around. Like, he's actually more aggressive than they thought because somehow he wanted to fight to the death. Doesn't have a kit, so I don't think there's much he could have done. Quad kill for the sniper on the Latvian side. It's pretty sick, and it will give them a 12th round.
All right. It's a basically done affair here. There is an investment going to come back in through, which is the main thing. Shine's got his orb. We've got all the rest, but these gun runs haven't actually really been that competitive these last few. Really well played from Latvia. I'm liking what I'm seeing. These individuals have stepped up. It was a pretty poor first half at times, but I think just more than enough where they gave themselves, the foundations to work. It was only 4 rounds out from Norway. Since then, it's only been 3. This is just not a great map for them, I think, is the simple way of putting it. The one time they played it, it was against a arguably pretty uncompetitive Malta side, and it's showing. They don't have the reps, they don't have the prep on this one, and where Latvia, this is their map that they can kind of fall back on and say, this is a good one for us. The hope for Latvia is that this is not the only map that they're good on. Mirage is up next. We do want to see them be competitive once again. Same for Norway, because they have not really been competitive in towards this. Keen is in the back line. I don't think they expect this.
No, I doubt it, but the question is, can he get multiple kills? Just the one for now. So, didn't want to try and go for the multi-kill. He just kind of, got the first kill that he saw coming his way. Is that going to be enough to open up the bomb side? Is the question. There's still 1 player left, and Gruus is kind of nearby. He actually wins the fight and nearly gets a double. The teammates are on the other side, so Keen goes down. Okay, that's a bit... I don't know. That could have probably been a little bit better. I feel like either some coordination between Keen and the rest of the team, or maybe he tries to go for the double instead. But regardless, good play for Norway.
Okay. Yeah, they're still alive. They're not done just yet. It would be pretty ridiculous if Norway were able to pull this back into their favor, but it just requires so much more. Win this round, you do relatively severe damage towards Latvia depending on a bomb plant. If they get a bomb plant, it's probably okay. They don't get one, though. Latvia can't buy next, which means Norway could get 10. But I'm trying to consider all the options, which would mean Norway could take this to overtime, but none of them really seem feasible. Oh, pop shot. Doesn't connect. Fripp continues to hold here. There's one crossed, and Fripp's actually going to fall as well. Truth gets both.
Yeah, I don't feel like the comeback's super likely either. But you know, you see them win a couple of rounds like these or a couple of engagements, then maybe you could change your mind here. 2 versus 4, 9th round looking very, very likely at the moment, especially because one of these is the AWP. Very hard to use that to pry open a bomb side with. Truth just waiting with the AK. Half his body showing here. All he needs is a tiny bit of damage on a Keen. They're giving some space, Latvians, to make sure that if anyone on Norway gets restless, if they're going to be moving forward, then maybe you get the kill like that. It's not a bad idea, but it will be Truth to pick up the last couple of kills and make it a quad for him in the round. All of them very well done, very patient for Norway. Now they're just 3 rounds behind, and there's not enough money for Latvia to buy, so I don't know. This could still be overtime.
Potentially, right? No bomb plant there is that no buy scenario now for Latvia. So this is on the cards. Latvia did win a pretty important Tech 9 round earlier, though. I'm not going to count them out if they do go for one of those, but they're actually not even really going to go for Tech 9. It's a double deagle. I always think in these sort of rounds, I know people do like the deagle, and obviously these professionals are so crisp, but the sheer scariness of a deagle investment. Nice reaction. And a second. Third. It's there. Goose will get it. He does fall in the end, but job done, basically.
Yeah, well done. Pretty much securing the round. Tapeware spent a long time and a lot of bullets not getting the kill, but Sly was there to help out, so we could put an end to that awkward fight. Just Shady left for the deagle. And, okay, there's a good start. Picks up 1. Still got a minute left. And again, this is one of those rounds where in theory, if they keep running at him, if they sort of forget what they're doing and say, hey, yeah, it's just one guy left, let's just run him down. You can lose rounds like these, but if they play disciplined, he's the one that has to pick up the bomb and go find a bomb plant, and it's, you know, that's typically where these clutches fall apart. 40 seconds now. Tayware is jiggling on the other side, watching it, and he'll hit the headshot. So well done. Norway up to a 10th round. We keep it going. They just need 2 more now.
Yeah, 2-round game. And another kind of important thing where the buy comes right back in here for Latvia. However, lose it, and they go in towards the final round of this map with, if they don't get a bomb plant, that is not the healthiest buy. They have to force him with kind of Galil's half armor. If they want to go to an AK, they might have to take a bit of a hit there as well. It's these kind of awkward decisions that they have to make. It's pretty important what we're seeing at the moment at a 12-10 scoreline. Latvia, this round isn't exactly make or break, but it does feel like it's as close as we're going to get to a make or break sort of round. Norway find this, they really actually could push us towards overtime.
Yeah, it's got uncomfortably close. But they have a bit of a super weapon in Fripp at the moment, so some of these rounds they've won, it's just been him opening up, walking in, taking down a couple of players, so maybe you dial his number again and see if you can get him to do a little bit more work here. Keen on the one side, it's going to be Rudd to open up, and Tapeware, they know that he's here. Fripp's waiting on the other side, there's an AWP down there at the bottom too, so yeah, Tapeware feeling uncomfortable. Does somehow dodge that. Keen was waiting. That's crazy. I think Keen actually might have seen him walk in there, but couldn't catch him walking out again. Still, 4 versus 5 to start this round with, and it looks like it's going to be a B finish on this one. Oh, and couldn't have been better with Keen opening everything up.
Tapeware, backside, hoping to line up more than one, and he does. But it still feels like Latvia might have done enough. If he got 3 rounds on, 2 might actually not be enough, and it's a tough retake for them. Smoke will come down, but not towards CT, so Sly can continue moving forward. He'll smoke Archers. I'll flash over as well. A second to come behind it. That one might not be as expected, but Keen just waiting for his opportunity. Back flat. Oh, it's messy. He should have heard both now as well. But will it be enough? True forget 1. Looking for the second as well. He's got the kit to work with, and he's found the round.
Wow.
Norway might just be taking this to OT now because they've got 1 more round to do it.
That's crazy. I was not expecting that. That looked like pretty much an unwinnable position. 2 versus 3 with the bomb already down. And somehow they actually find a way through. Now, the bomb plant made a huge difference here because otherwise Latvia would have, I think it probably would be automatically overtime almost if they don't get the bomb planted. But at least the bomb plant's going to give them a little bit more to work with on the T side. It's not amazing, but yeah, they would have all been extremely poor if not for the little bonus there. So, let's see. Round number 24. And we are going to see if Norway can make the full comeback into overtime. That was unexpected, to say the least.
That's for sure. And a numbers disadvantage retake on towards, the B side specifically, it's pretty impressive. It's not an easy side to retake. So many angles, so many positions. But Latvia just playing up close, and I think that's maybe the one thing that cost them. If they got one player in towards dark or somebody out towards main, I think they probably win it on time alone. But it's not to be. 12-11. Of course, the bomb plant will suffice enough for a buy, but it does require a Galil. And the biggest thing for me is they have got basically no util. 2 flashes and a smoke for the rest of this round. Make that just 1 flash now. There's going to be no such thing as a post-plant util setup in this one. And I don't think we're even going to get there, Anders. Opening kills, all 4 go the way of Norway. So overtime going to be required here. A 1v5, and Sheddy's been okay, but this is just too tall an order.
Yeah, unfortunately, got shut down before they even really got started in that round. Truth, 23 kills, tied up with Fripp, who I think in the last 3 rounds had basically no kills. Not to criticize him, he did very well for the rest of it, but just, sometimes you can't find that last round, and that's pretty much what they're experiencing here. They're going to run down Shady, and it will be overtime for Norway. So they make a huge comeback, and who knows what's going to happen now. This was very well done for the Norwegian squad. It's not easy to make that kind of thing happen.
Yes, no, exactly. They were 12-7 down. Not bad. And now, on the other side, the question changes from about Norway recovering and getting into the game to Latvia. Are they out of this? Are they mentally broken? Is this Norway's spiral going so positively that we could actually see this side just walk away with the successes? I'm not too sure, but I'm impressed with what I've seen. Norway have looked very good. Their individuals have come alive as well. Gruus, one of the more experienced men in the server. I highlighted him at the start, and he's looked good. Truth as well. Same for him, 23 kills. Latvia are struggling now. They have been for a while. But the classic thing, as we always say, would be just win the first round at overtime. That would be the absolute classic. Not a good start, though, in all fairness. Let's try and find us the first.
Yeah, that's not great for Latvia. They kind of forgot how to win some of these rounds here. I feel like they had great success at the A-bomb side, but they're leaning more back towards the B-bomb side all the time here, Latvia. Rudd gets one on Slice, thinking through the middle. Super scary. He could have made his way through there, and that was the bomb as well on Rudd. So you never know what could have happened, but 4 versus 4. Fripp would love to get back in the action. He's got the perfect timing for that one. A flash thrown over for his teammate Keen there, so that was an automatic kill pretty much. Shine's moved into a position, but not going to be quick enough. Definitely had the chance to get the flick in there, but not happening. Now, Gruus pushed up as well to in the middle. I don't think he could do too much. Maybe gets the 1 kill in here, and that could start it off, but oh, wait a minute. Is he going to be able to get one and drop down? There's the 1 kill on the other side. Truth gets it, and a double for him. Oh my god, it's the bomb on the ground. From a 2 versus 4 into a 1 versus 2 in a matter of less than 3 seconds. Disastrous here for Latvia. And now it's on Keen. All right, he gets that one for free. They're not ready for it. And now the grenade comes out. Gruus trying to hide. He has 10 seconds left, and he gets the headshot. Takes down Keen. Norway, how are they back in this game?
What a wild one. What a wild one. But Norway take first round in OT. I think probably maybe a little bit of sigh of relief as well for Norway, because they started that round well. Shine gets the kill with the AWP. They're fine. They're trading, but for the most part, quite positively. And then it goes down to the 1v2. And when Keen makes it a 1v1 and tags the second player too, it felt a little worrying. Thankfully, it wasn't. So a 13-12 scoreline. If Norway can go at least 2 for 1 in the first half of overtime, I think they're probably going to be, for the most part, fine. Who knows, in all fairness. There was back-to-back 8-4 halves. Rude will start well here. a lot of this feels like who can actually put up the better T side half. They've both been maybe a little bit underwhelming in some of the instances compared to what we normally expect out from a map like specifically like Anubis.
Okay, well, Latvia, at least with a little bit of a lead here. Taking out Groose, that's going to be considered a great start for them. Oh, Shine, that has to be a kill. He had the line with the crosshair right on him. Couldn't quite do it, but you know what? They're still fighting their way back. Sly's going to be going down, but it is a 2 versus 3. Truth looking to hunt him down. Okay, he's going to know they're running away, so he can call over his teammates, say, you be ready, and I'll try and see if I can fall in behind and shoot him in the back here. The bomb is dropped outside of the site, but Truth has some potential crazy timing. I don't know if he wants to make the drop. It could be very, very dangerous, but Tapeware with the double kill. How does that happen? Norway, they keep digging themselves out of some of these rounds. Truth is going to be coming in from a very awkward angle here. Keen, oh, if he runs the other way, that's smart. Yeah, because if he goes to the B bomb site, he's the one at an informational disadvantage. He has no idea if Truth is playing on one or the other side. If he goes over here, very, very good chance that they kind of both don't know, and at least that's a more level playing field. So, smartly done from Keen. That's real heads-up play. And now the question is, could he actually defeat him in the 1 versus 1 here? Oh, the timing as he jumps into the smoke, but he doesn't get seen. And Keen, what an expertly played round. 3 kills for him, but especially the way that he handled that 1 versus 1 was sick.
Yeah, Latvia needed that. They absolutely did. 13 all. Heading to the final round of this half in OT number 1. It's pretty important. You take a 2-1, advantage in your court, and it could really be the difference maker. We are seeing an ult come back into play. The rifles alongside it. Not as much U2, I think, as Norway probably would have wanted. They don't actually have a hell of a lot to work with. So this round, if it's going to be one for Norway, it might have to kind of primarily come off the back of frags. Look at this from Sly. He's been spotted. Nade comes down and he walks into it, takes tags behind it. I'm sure feels like a bit of a dead man walking, but somehow still alive. What is that push, though, from Keen? That is bold.
Yeah, maybe too bold. Gets him killed. Shine. Ready. He missed a shot earlier that was dead on. Can't really do that again, but it doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity either. Grush will go down. 4 versus 4 now. And Latvia, where can they go with this? Everyone just frozen on the T side, ready and waiting. Tapeware in a very fun position. Could get a free kill, and he will. Takes down the player outside of A, but gets traded almost immediately. He couldn't really get out of there. Now they're going to be running straight into Shine, and he misses the shot. Oh, that's again one of those kisses. You just have to hit this one. A lot of damage coming through the smoke, but not enough for a kill, and that's going to mean a bomb plant here. And Sly is quite far away.
He finds the kill with the AWP. It feels like it's probably a doable affair, but no, surely not. This is a tough retake, but that is a tough shot to hit as Fripp gets his head ripped off his shoulders. Maybe one here. Don't clear below. Street will get 1, and he'll actually double it down. Latvia taking an advantage. Okay. 14-13. All right. Something to work with at the very least, but as we come into the second half, the one thing that worries me is just looking back at the first. Yes, both sides had maybe struggling T-sides all in all, but Norway really looked out of it in that first half, and I don't know if they're going to be able to fix those issues so quickly heading in towards this. So maybe Latvia are actually already done enough.
Yeah, it's not impossible. I think if they've put themselves in a pretty decent position here. Remember as well, obviously we're playing overtime like this, the CT side suddenly has a lot of money to work with. So you're not going to be, swapping over here and playing with MP9s, and that in itself could be a little bit of a bonus, but let's see how this plays out. Norway got the one on AWP on Shine. I feel like just a couple of shots missed from him there in the overtime that really, really could have made a difference for, not to say it's only his fault, but there's definitely some shots there where, he wants those back. He'd wish he could play that round again. 3-man setup at the B-bomb side with 2 playing on A. Norway taking a sweet time at the beginning of it. I'm not sure if this slow approach really worked out too well for Norway in regulation. That was kind of, I think, one of the issues that they were having is that they were taking it slow but getting basically out-battled by Latvia.
No, exactly. I think when they're super kind of overly methodical in some of these approaches, it just doesn't seem to work for them. I honestly, sometimes you just want them to trade. And in all fairness, who needs to trade? The Tapeware's got a double. Numbers good. And now you have to. You've got the numbers advantage. If you just play this off the back of each other, play this buddy system, take 1-for-1 fights, the numbers game means that you win in a 4v3.
Yeah.
Do not allow them to isolate. Do not allow them to go for a double, and you should be fine. They just got to make sure your spacing is good. Rude. He's got the run of day. He's heard that, at the very least. He's trying not to be flanked. He's dancing between angles. Don't let him double it, and that's it. Trade game is fine. That's all we care about.
Yeah, get onto the site. Get the bomb planted. Absolutely agree. Just keep doing 1-for-1. You're going to win the round at this point. Preladin and Shady. It's a pretty decent grenade, lands right on top of Gruus. Taking less damage than I was expecting there. They do have kits, but they do not have the smoke, and they probably needed that right now. Preladin, 1 versus 2. He knows where one of them is here, but he's actually going to be able to do it. Just barely lives through it. Thought for sure he was going to go down in that one. 1 versus 1, and Sly will swing wide to take him down, as Norway will tie up the game. 14-14. It's still wide open.
It is. This is on the cards. Norway, it's a good round. The one thing I have to say, though, is Tapeware individually a very solid round from him. How much of that was actually just due to him specifically, and can they rely upon it? Is, you know, the thing we always like to say is how much of that was actually replicable.
Yeah.
At a 14-14 score, though, they're hoping they can do it 2 more times to see this map, and of course then inherently the series in their favor, which would be pretty crushing towards Latvia.
Oh yeah, especially with the first half that they had here, going to be very hard if you end up losing it in overtime and not even get to play a third map. That's uncomfortable. Well, Norway taking a little bit of time once again. And I guess it could also just be that they feel more, warmed up now here once we're in overtime.
Yeah.
Maybe their T side just, they thought taking it slowly was the right idea, but they couldn't win any of the fights. Now that they are winning more of the fights, maybe the slow approach can kind of pay itself off there. Predator, I think, is lucky to be alive. Spray coming through looked like it was pretty accurate. And they're walking back through the river towards the B-bomb site. They're going to run into Fripp here. Again, Fripp, I think for the last 3 rounds had 23 kills. Now in overtime, he's up to 25. So he's hit a bit of a stumbling block. See if we can get him back online, because then I think Latvia have got a good chance of taking some of these rounds. He was a real nightmare to deal with. They're going to be pushing through the Molotov right onto him, but he does get shot right in the face. And now it's up to the last player on the bomb side here with an AWP point-blank range. 4 versus 4. Backup is being called for, and they're going to get the shot on the Keen. So that's a bomb plant going down next. Shady is going to be dropping, and Norway, just stop moving so much. Take a deep breath. You should have this round.
They were so sure there was somebody in towards dark. It's like 3 of them come out looking in that position, and they hold that position, and it very nearly cost them the round. They were so sure somebody was there, rather than just relying upon one of the teammates holding it. Thankfully, it doesn't end up coming back to bite them, and Norway now find themselves so close to the finish line. The hunt is good. I mean, if you can drop the AWP, that'll be massive. Hot fashion to main. Rude. That's a nice shot, in all fairness, for him to hit. Will he survive? I think he probably should be okay, and he will. Nice second as well. Small little added positives. The one thing, though, is it may be overtime, but yeah, the buy is not going to be pretty here for Latvia. Look what they have got to work with. An AWP saved, an M4 invested, 3 MP9s. These are the sort of rounds, in all fairness, that Latvia have won on a multitude of occasions throughout this series. But Norway, they are so close to the finish line. And what a recovery it has been out from them as well.
What a tough position to be in right now. I'm not going to count them out, though. Latvia, see if they can summon a little bit more strength. Put it into double overtime, because that's what they are playing for at the moment. Sly's moving forward. All right, at the edge of the flames here. It's thick if he can get the spray, but he cannot. I do like the attempt. Shady able to take him down. So 4 versus 5, and obviously when that doesn't work out, gives a little bit of a sour taste, because you've kind of given them that man advantage.
Yeah, sometimes it's better just to, reset, wait for the fight to come gifted to you again and kind of give it a second chance, but not this time. 15-14. Norway was so close. They now find themselves in a man disadvantage situation for the first time in a while. And being out of close, don't send the AWP in first. That's a recipe for disaster. And that's exactly the disaster there. Double for the MP9. I think another overtime might be required here. Norway have played that badly. Unless they can bail themselves out with a 2v5 that has to be converted. The first isn't good. Truth got it all to do and he can't. You can't be sending an AWP in as an entry fragger. That's just fundamentals right there. And it doesn't work. MP9 for 2. And that's the round. We go again. Neither of these two sides can separate it from each other just yet.
Yeah, risky to say the least, and it doesn't really work out for them. So, double overtime. Okay, well, neither team able to let go of this map here. Latvia with no real money at the end of that first overtime, but still finding a way to have an impact. So, pretty cool. Pretty good job. Norway going to continue on the T side for a while here. Yeah, I'm curious to see if they can come up with something else. That play from Sly, honestly, in the middle, it should have worked, right? Like, it was, he had the right idea. Like, it's unfortunate, but if that works, that's probably how they win the round. So, yeah, I understand what he was trying to do.
See, I mean, you're spot on. We have a pause. We have a conversation from both sides. And now we go into another overtime. We just cannot seem to find a way. And at 15-all, it honestly could come back in favor of Latvia. For them, staying alive at that really could bring things back for them in just in the sense of they can now start to roll the punches a little bit. They've stayed alive. They're not under that pressure anymore. Everything's reset. Back to kind of that mental state of saying it's 0-0 now. Let's go again. 15-all. Latvia on the CT side as well. Especially the way they ended on that sort of a buy. I said they've been pretty good with these weird MP9 low buys. Could be more of the same here. Pop flash through. It's going to get the first. And they don't actually go through the smoke. That's the main point as to why you flash and go through. So they don't even trade.
Okay. Puts them again in a kind of a weird position here. A man down. Groose fairly tagged up already. The bomb is dropped quite far back. Not a problem yet, but somebody has to give up their position here on the T side to go back and pick it up. Oh, did he spot it? No. I guess he just started running. That's they dodged each other by a second. Bomb's been picked up again. Looks like they might want to end up at the A-bomb site, see if they can sneak their way through the middle here. Incendiary grenade to slow them down, but you can see Latvia are fairly sure it's going to be a B attack. They're rotating everyone over. And I guess it doesn't matter what they think because they're getting the kills here. Another one comes through. This time it's Fripp finding his 26th kill. Man, I think Latvia actually had the wrong idea of what was happening in the round, but they won all the fights, so it kind of doesn't matter. There we go.
1 for 1. This one's not really getting off the ground, is it? Met with Molotov, picks up the AK, 12 seconds. I mean, what can you actually even do here? The big thing for him is actually trying to die before time, in all fairness. Nice shot. Looking for more. He's trying to get that bomb down, and he won't be able to do so. Latvia taking the first advantage in OT. Staying alive and coming back from where they were. This gives them so much confidence heading in towards the second round of overtime when everything is reset. So I'm not surprised to see them quite confidently take a round like that. And it's about whether they can go for that 2 for 1. 2 to kind of 1 advantage heading in towards the second half. But at a 16-15, with a good start like that, if Latvia, for my books, I feel like the advantage is still very much in their court. Norway, even though they took it towards OT and were able to bring it back, it always feels like Norway, in terms of momentum, have been playing catch-up.
Yeah, tempted to agree with that. It's such a shame because, I mean, the run that they had to even get the game into overtime, that's probably when you need to finish it. Now it feels like they're giving some of the momentum back over to Latvia, who are looking to make a bit of a run of it here. 16 on their side. Could well be 17 with the kind of start they had there. Blowing up on the smoke and taking a kill with the AWP. What is the plan here, Norway? That Molotov, wow. A little bit of spam on top, and actually the backstab coming in from Preledin is going to be able to get a couple of kills. So whatever the plan was, they never even get a chance to execute it. They get basically murdered before they even get close to planting any kind of bomb or anything like that. So 17-15, Norway. What's happening?
They've fallen apart, haven't they? They really have. Truth potentially could have got a kill there in towards mid, but I actually think his gun was blocking the vision.
That can happen.
Yeah, regardless, it's not going to make a difference. It would have been a 1v5 turn 1v4, which really, who cares? He's been spotted. Keen swing. He will fall. Molotov going to come down towards main. And the bomb will go down. Is it going to make a difference overall? No. But they still keep them in a somewhat okay mental state and saying, okay, we've got a bomb down. We've got at least money to work with in the next round, which is okay. They've got enough to buy. That's the main thing that I see. And I'm going to say probably enough for actually the orb, which they technically could have truth drops, but I don't know if he will. I think Shine's actually just got to take a bit of a hit here and go to maybe like a Galil.
Yeah, man, they are in very, very weird position. It's not the first time that we've seen this kind of thing happen, but it's obviously very disappointing for the Norwegian side when you're so far behind on the first half, like 8-4. You didn't really get a lot done, but then you come into the second one and you just can't find the relevant rounds, or into overtime. You're just not able to do it. You get all the way through. You push your way. You probably should have lost the game in regulation, but you had the strength to get here, and now it's all disappeared. Latvia. They, on the other hand, are rediscovering what it's like to win some rounds here on the map of Anubis. Going to be a trade to begin with here. Truth would love a second one, but the incendiary slowing them down. They decide not to go for it. Keen sees an opportunity, and he's going to get it taken down tapeware. That's a very cheeky kill.
Wow. I feel like we're on the last legs here for Norway. The T sides let them down in the start of this game, and it's let them down now in towards overtime. In both iterations of overtime as well.
Yeah,
alive.
Who can disagree? I mean, they haven't been able to find much of anything in the last couple of rounds here. 46 seconds. I mean, if they can get through and get the kill on Fripp, then it at least opens up the chance for a bomb plant, and from there on out, you never really know what could happen. So I'm not going to completely count them out, but surely will be tricky. Fripp gets the one. And I think that should be enough to secure the round as well. Oh, I say that. Gruus actually does get a couple there. That's nicely done.
If Norway get at least one round on the T side, we're still potentially on. It still feels like, mentally speaking, they're really trying to claw their way back into this game as a whole. But getting just at least one round might be something. The barrel's spotted and the pop shot connects, but they now know where the last guy is. Nate will come around that corner and it will bank off to catch Keen. Oh my god, he does get one, which isn't bad. Wow. Norway, a small sigh of relief, I think is probably the way I'll put it. And I still feel like they're playing such a big catch-up game, not in terms of the round specifically, but in terms of how this game actually feels. It's only the one round difference. But Norway have never looked completely comfortable all the way through, and I think this is really showing where they are now. Unfortunately, we do have a tech pause, it seems, but I look at this and I'd still be very surprised if we don't go towards that third. Latvia seem to still be in control.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my read too at the moment. Bit of a technical issue. Hopefully we can sort it out right away. I guess it's possible that somebody has to run to the bathroom or something, and when you get into this kind of stage where there's this much overtime. But either way, I've got to be honest. Like, this is a bit upsetting to see Norway kind of let go of the game right at the end here. Gruus with 29, Truth with 31. Like, it looks like it's there for the taking. But on the Latvian side, a whole team effort. Everyone's playing super, super well over on that side. So, it's not for nothing that they are in a bit of a lead here. But they need another 2 rounds. About 3 minutes, I've been told, till we get back into it. So, fair enough. Ironing out the last kinks here. It's fine. Get everything ready for the game. I'm I'm trying to think of what Norway could do. I still feel like on the CT side, we haven't seen too much. Or when we've seen aggression, it's been very, very sort of like one person trying to do something. I would love to see some aggression here where it's, you know, a bit more of a setup, like two people pushing out or third person flashing, something fun like that.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I feel like you've got to try and be a little bit more different in terms of how to find this. I think if you're Norway, basically the question you've got to ask yourself is, what have we got to lose? I think they've not been completely competitive all the way through. The CT side has been better, in all fairness, but I don't know if it's enough to then come in towards overtime if you're playing this as default and take 3 off the rip. I think you need to not only win these rounds, the opening round, but you need to win it comfortably too, and then put a lot of pressure on towards Latvia, where they're thinking, damn, these guys they're hitting hard, and that's what I'm looking towards. Norway, to get to 17 all, then we can start to converse about how we're going to go for the last 2. If you get to a 17 all, there could be the chance of another overtime needed as well, but this is still a pretty tough game to call. My favor leans though with Latvia still. Seems like we have just a little bit of a mouse issue. Maybe somebody's run out of charge. It has been a long game. They didn't charge it. So yeah, we have actually had confirmed they didn't charge it. So they are just currently charging my fellas. You're professional players and you got to be charging your equipment. I mean, I'm charging my mouse right now. I'm not even a player. Come on now.
I can't. I guess it's kind of destined to happen at one point or another. But that's gonna be like one of the most annoying things I have to deal with. Like in the middle of the game, you're like, oh, by the way, my mouse is running out of power. So can we take a break? Fair enough. Whatever. We're back in the mix now, and I guess we'll see. Or in a couple of seconds, we'll be. I don't know how much you like. Surely you can still play with it plugged in or something, right? I don't know. Yeah,
I just think people don't like the wire anymore. They've moved past wired mice, and they're you can plug it in for like a couple of minutes, and it can give you like an extra 30 minutes of charge. They're pretty quick these days. So I think that's most likely what happened.
I just play with the wire in and not tell anyone. I'd be like,
yeah, it's true.
I'm not doing that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into it. Sly will open up. Again, Norway trying to fight their way back and see if they can somehow do something here on the CT side. But Latvia are 2 rounds away from taking this in the double overtime.
Truth, holding from heaven. Pretty open angle. He's got a Molotov, which aptly timed in all fairness, just as the smoke fades. 1 minute on the clock. They're grouping here. No real information being spotted. How much do they get to a point of expecting a play in Vire? Now they will, and Truth's here all alone. He really can't afford to fight on his own either.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Got to be careful you don't give up the advantage or put your team at a disadvantage if nothing else. He's just hiding inside here. It's going to be Shine. Nice shot to take down Preladin. 4 versus 3 now in the after plant, but Truth waiting there the whole round inside of the smoke. Doesn't really get it done. Flashbang. That was Rude banking it all on getting the timing while he was completely blind. It's Fripp to go down next, and Keen, he is so close to death. It's going to be the spray to find him at the end, and they'll get the bomb on top here with the kit. So Norway, they keep the dream alive. They're not giving up easily.
It's got to be said as well, for my money, I mean, that's a really solid retake. They've basically played the entirety of that round with Amanda's advantage, and they've ended up walking away with it. It's really not too bad. It's really not too bad at all. 17 all. Games even once again, and Latvia do themselves sort of need to be a little bit careful. They cannot afford to let things start to slip away from them. So yeah, I mean, that's a really solid round for me today. First time in a while that I've looked at Norway as a whole and been kind of convinced about the game plan just because of how good that round specifically was. 4v5, you win it out. You win it pretty cleanly as well with a very solid retake. You play off each other. The util solid. All of the rest. It's the positive signs, the life still left in the eyes of Norway.
Yeah, I would agree. They're not like a team that's about to easily give up. What a long struggle it's been here. Shady in the middle. No one there to catch on the other side. Fripp. Grenade right on top of him, and he goes down. I thought he might have had the advantage in spite of that grenade landing on him, but doesn't turn out to be the case. So, 4 versus 5 here. Norway, if they get to the match or the map point here, well, I guess it is match point if they get it. That would be quite something. 18, then they have one chance to see if they can steal it away. But yeah, 4 versus 5 still in about 50 seconds in the round.
Predator probably going to be that first engagement. Does Cruz know? I'm sure he doesn't. Tucks it towards that corner. I mean, Predator's just a bait, though. And Rude and Predator combined for kills. Once again, having to play for the numbers disadvantage, but a nice shot. Do they expect the AK up close? It doesn't matter. They know an AWP still here. It's a case and a question of where is he? 20 seconds, time's ticking. Flash is good. Shine is doing it alone. A product of UK Counter-Strike, so I'll sing his praises. He's looking for one more. 10 seconds. Bomb has to go down. And, in all fairness, it will.
Yeah, but he can't really escape. That's the problem, right? One on the onside, and Truth running up right behind him. Surely this is not going to be winnable for Paladin. They're all on top of him. He does get one and dropped.
No!
He gets dropped. It shouldn't be possible, but it is a disastrous 1 versus 2 for Norway there. That's unforgivable.
They actually couldn't have played that worse. You really...
I don't think they could have, no.
You really hate to see it. That was as bad as you can play that 1v2. You let them isolate. There's no comms between the two players who are playing that. They don't fight at the same time. So he finds one, stays isolated, and then finds a second. I mean, it honestly couldn't have got worse. Latvia, map point for them. Norway playing for a third overtime as Latvia looking to push this towards a Mirage. And honestly, a Mirage that they've absolutely deserved as well for a long, long time. Keen to find the first and the second as well. And I think now we can finally say this one is most likely done.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the back-breaking moment when you just kind of realize, oh, come on, boys. We had that one. He was completely trapped in. He had 4 seconds or something to plant the bomb, and we couldn't do anything about it. Sly's going to be going down. Cruz and Tapeware are left, trying to fight their way back into the round, but it's not going to happen. It'll be Fripp, I think, justifiably getting a couple of kills at the end. He played very well throughout regulation. And it will be Latvia to pick up the map, and as a result, we'll go to a third.
Yes, honestly, I think deserved. I think really, really deserved. For the most part, Latvia looked like the better side. I think they were just making a few real key mistakes for me that are overall quite costly. Yeah, I don't know. Norway, it didn't seem like the greatest map for them. I know it went to double OT, so yeah, obviously has to have some positives, and there was, but it always felt like they were playing catch-up. It always felt like they were trying to get into it, and they weren't actually the ones leading things. And that 1v2, that kind of quite catastrophic 1v2, maybe just sums up parts of that map for them. Mirage, however, it's a map in which everybody knows and loves Anders, so it's still probably a tough one to call, right? I think, with double OT, who knows?
I think anything really can happen still. Excited to see Latvia waking up at the end there. They had a huge lead. They should have won that map. It just took a little while longer than we were expecting. But we'll see how that goes. Third map is going to be coming up after the break, so stay tuned. Well, then here we are. It's a third map. We ended in double overtime on that second one. It's on Anubis now. We are going to go on to Mirage, the final battleground. So, yeah, what do you think? Who's going to win this one, Neo? We've got Norway versus Latvia.
It's tough to call, but honestly, I kind of now want to lean in favor of Latvia. I just felt like even though there's a double OT there, I just feel like they're the stronger side in the individuals. And it's not even maybe the names I always look towards as well. I mean, Key would be the one I primarily look towards. Norway, I feel like they have a couple of holes in their game plan which are letting them down. That T side across both maps that has weaknesses which have been at times quite glaring. And that's the thing that does concern me just a little bit before we head into Mirage. T-side Mirage is so important. It's one of the harder T-sides as well, with Mirage being statistically the third most T-sided map in the pool that we've got right now. You've got to put up at least a somewhat stable T-side. If you can get 5 rounds, I normally think it's okay. 6 or 7's great. So it's big asks coming through for a Norwegian side who they've had their moments and they've had their periods, but they lack, I think, consistency across the board. And you know, always playing catch up, I think, is such a tough thing.
Yeah, it's been really, really rough on them. Hopefully they can improve things. I mean, individually they had some great moments, some great players that were showing up in that map. But yeah, so suddenly it just kind of all fell flat at the end. That can't happen again. We'll see if they're going to be able to make their way through. Mirage, yeah, again, one of those maps that kind of everybody knows how to play. Curious to see if we're going to see the same names at the top of the board. Gruus is playing very well. I think Rudd had some really nice shots with the AWP here and there. So yeah, be fun to see if it's going to be the same constellation of players or if we're going to see some new faces here.
True. We did actually see as well, so Norway, for example, they played this in the groups for them just once. Their final game of the groups, they played it. And they beat Iceland 13-9, which I think is, a relatively respectable team. The Iceland team is the 5 players that play under Dusty. That's pretty impressive, I think, something to work off and going to go with. On the other side, we saw Latvia players against the Czech Republic. We saw them yesterday. They looked very good. Obviously, they were able to get that series over Hungary too. I was even a few days ago when they were able to get that win over Hungary, including a Mirage, and Latvia beat them 13-10. So I think for me, that's pretty important. That Czech Republic side looked pretty solid, in all fairness. They looked definitely pretty scary. The fact that Latvia beat them, and they beat them on Mirage, is quite a positive thing for them coming towards this, because Czech Republic were sort of no joke. Despite maybe the rest of the teams in their group being a little weak, Czech Republic definitely wasn't to be the case. Latvia have won the knife as well, so my assumption is that they want to start on that CT side.
Yeah, probably. I really, you're right. They were good Czech Republic. They were also fun to watch. Like they had a lot of confidence. I kind of enjoyed that. So so I think them and Turkey have been some of my favorite teams to watch so far in the qualifier here for Europe. But yeah, I think it's a really, really open question at the moment. I really truly don't know. I think based on momentum alone, like it's a hard thing to play double overtime on that second map. So you'd think Latvia are going to be coming out with a little bit more energy in this one, and it's possible that Norway are going to feel slightly defeated. But hopefully the break here in between the two maps will have got them back up to speed again as we are headed in here. Third and final map. Norway going to be starting on the CT side, and Latvia. Latvia on the CT side, and Norway on the T side. There we go. We got them.
Yeah, got them. Yeah, and so yeah, I think this should be a pretty interesting game. I do hold my reservations about the Norway T side. It's something that hasn't been too kind for them. Some critical missed shots that are immediately recovered very well by Latvia, and Norway's left all down to 1. Truth. That one, a little bit too much an impossibility. It started for a brief moment badly there for Latvia, but they recovered well.
That's how you want to get going. No messing about, nothing to slow them down, and they're going to be picking up 3 M4s. Keen thinking about it too. Kind of the big question when you're making these choices here on the CT side is how much do you think you're going to be buying on the other side? Another M4. That suggests to me that they think it could have been a force up here for Norway, in spite of the fact that there was no bomb plant. Interesting. It's not necessarily a big deal if you are wrong about this and you buy more M4s. I mean, you can obviously just play with them on, so it's not a big deal. It just means that you're going to have, a couple of fewer SMGs to get the bonus money, but it's some real nerdy stuff to try and get the economy right like that. And, at this level, I'm not even sure it makes a huge difference.
I'm with you. Shine is all that is left to work with in this one. A Deagle. open prayer. No bomb is either as well, so he's just looking for kills at the tail end. And it's not to be. So, okay. 2-0 for Norway. They're now coming towards their first full bye. And this is where I need to see this Norwegian T-side start the way it should be. They really have looked a little bit uncomfortable on the T-sides. In regulation, it wasn't really the most comfortable thing from them. They never really found the form that they needed to. In overtime, even then, it had its rough moments too. I have to see this sort of Norwegian T-side start earlier or sooner rather than later, because for Latvia, they're just going to get so much early momentum, which is going to give them everything they need.
Yeah, I agree. Like, that slow style that they brought. Oh my god.
Okay.
I interrupt myself. That was one hell of a shot from Sly. He couldn't see anything either. He didn't matter at all. Okay, well done. But yeah, the slow start that they tried to bring on Anubis, it feels like the kind of slow start. Like it's similar to how Serbia were playing, but Serbia looks so much more well structured, and that makes a difference. You know, if you're going to be playing that slow style, you really have to have some nice hours in playing with the team like that, and just a solid setup for it. Wow, that is wild. Sly, he just evaporated through the smoke just as they turned the corner against him. Otherwise, he could have been shot at the back already. Bombs planted. Nicely done from Shady, and now Shine quite far away. But the bomb, he's going to be able to spray down one of them, and let's see. Oh, it's smoke up on top. Keen, he's going to force him to do something. He just straight up fights him. That is very well done. Latvia going to go straight for the defuse, and Keen with the triple at the end. It will be another round for them.
Good little retake. Keen, it's good to see him as well. I mean, he's somebody who has had these stints on actually some pretty decent teams, but they don't always last that long. He's somebody who I've always thought has a good amount of talent. He's a good caller, he's got a good mind for the game, but individually with a rifle can look pretty clean as well. Brood, who's currently on Game Legion Academy, has been solid when he's played for them, and I'm glad that throughout this series has also looked pretty solid too. Got the AWP out on that CT side, a 3-0 start, and that was a bonus in theory for Latvia, with primarily the rifles that just been sort of kept over from the rounds prior. It's not a decent spot that we're in for Norway. Bomb plant gives them a little bit to work with, but it's not enough.
No, unfortunately. But they've got the run and gun of the Tech 9 and the Deagles. I was going to say, sometimes you can surprise somebody, but honestly, the spray for a Prelate in there I think was very good. It's the kind of situation where I think the entry kills make all the difference for a team like Norway. Trying to rush onto a bomb side like that. You get 1 or 2 entries, it's round on, you get the bomb plant, you steal some rifles, but they got absolutely nothing going into it. So, what a quick 4-0 here. They're powering their way through at lightning speeds.
Yeah, very quickly taking control of this, and very quickly getting to a point already where we start to feel a little bit concerned about Norway. 4-0, back into a bye, and even more pressure on this one than the previous. A leg comes through from Rude. Actually gets quite unfortunate to get the kill there, in all honesty.
Yeah,
trying even more damage onto him as well.
Oh, good return kill there. I was gonna say, like, heads up play for it as well too, to actually, you know, even think about the fact that someone could have been there. That's not necessarily that easy to peek that corner. But at the end of all of that, we end up in a 4 versus 4. Fripp is just back here, casually jumping away. Molotov and HE to try and put some pressure on him. The bomb is making its way there eventually. And there are not that many nades left here on the CT side. So, you know what? This could be one of those rounds where you could make it through. One of them is also an AWP on Rud. So the truth is, if they overpower Fripp, who's over there, then maybe they can power on through to the bomb side and just run down that AWP. 50 seconds. Truth is in the middle. Oh, this is going to be a weird feeling. Normally, if you're here, this is such a sick way to attack the A-bomb site, but obviously the bomb is so far away right now, you want to use it as a distraction, but he's having a hard time finding anyone. How can he create a distraction if he can't find a kill?
It's true. Shady backside. Fripp not showing any face just yet. Doesn't need to. He pokes his head up, but he will get caught, and Truth actually catching a rotation. Couple of labored sprays. They're going favorably over towards Norway. I say that it's now into a 1 versus 2, which isn't impossible.
Very interesting. He caught a rotation for Truth there, and that was, I think, well worth it all on its own. It's still a very, very good job AWP for Shine. Surely, if they jump up, it's going to be an easy kill, and it will be. Predator going down. Norway on the board finally. And just a good call, good execute onto the bomb site.
Lovely stuff. 4-1. A much needed first as well for Norway. I think if they had got to a point where they hadn't found that one, Latvia not only have the 5th, but they probably get gifted the 6th as well. And then we can start talking about very quickly getting to a point of saying maybe even too little too late. So Norway, far from out of this game just yet. The TZ Mirage can be super difficult to get going as well. So I do want to give them a bit of a benefit of the doubt. And in winning that round, they still have put some pressure on towards Latvia in the bye with an MP9, but it doesn't matter for Rude. His AWP gets the first, and he's still alive too.
Shot coming over there, but no connection. No one there on the other side. Predilin is pushing up into T-spawn. Kind of a wild push to be doing at this point in the round. It's very... Oh, the bomb is back there. If he keeps going this way, is he going to be able to catch Truth? This month... Oh, they go separate ways. That's a shame. That would have been such a sick way to basically chokehold the round for Latvia. If he could have found that bomb over there, then all of Norway would have to come back and fight in T-spawn, basically. But that's all in the past now. Not going to happen. Instead, Predator, nice position regardless. And Sly goes down to Fripp. So... in spite of a lot of movement on the map in this round, it is Latvia coming out way on top. Gruus and Tape, where their only chance to win this one is basically to win these two engagements towards Catwalk with almost taking no damage. Make it a 2-on-2 real quick, get the bomb planted. It's a lot to ask for here. They get the first one in, not realizing the second one is there. So now it's Gruus 1 versus 3. Picked up the first one rather easily. Will fake the bomb the once, fake it again. And he goes down. That's, I mean, it's a very hard one to win. I always feel like whenever people go for more than one fake, it's always very hard to keep track of whether or not you're, like, you know, are you winning or losing at this point? Like, are they, who's faking who, you know?
Yeah, like, everybody's confused at that point. I think even you, I always think as well, if you're a player who's gone for more than one fake, at that point, you've lost control over maybe information. You're trying desperately to bait in fights, but you have no clue what you're looking for. I always think it's quite kind of concerning. You just have no clue about how that round's going to play out. The best way to do it, one fake and then we go for a second, or even just sticking it. Even these days, I honestly think sticking it is in itself feels like a fake. Everyone expects the fake.
Yeah.
And it's why anecdotes like pros don't fake is legitimately quite strong, because these days everybody expects a tap and then a fight behind it. But if you actually just stick the bomb and confirm it, it's really a pretty ballsy thing to do, and it seems to have a very high success rate, at least for the bomb plant. The fight is something in towards itself. But a 5-on start with Latvia once again reclaiming that 4-round lead, and a buy to come through from Norway. It's not the nicest, and it's not actually the firepower that I'm worried about. It's actually the lack of util again. It's so thin across the board that even if they get to a point of getting that bomb down, they just do not have enough to set up the post plant.
Yeah, I think that's an important point here. Going to be missing those grenades. At this point, might even getting onto the site itself. Again, the bomb is back in T-spawn, so having 3 people in the middle like this, sure, cool, but the problem for Norway is you have to relinquish the control to go back and pick up the bomb. And it's also one of those things where if you got the opening, if you got the right couple of kills at the A-bomb site, you couldn't even run on there and plant the bomb. You have to sort of say, oh, that was great, but now we need another 30 seconds to get back here again. There's the bomb picked up from Shine, finally. 50 seconds. This is winnable. Truth is in a very, very powerful position. That whenever you look on the minimap for any game that you're watching, no matter what level of Counter-Strike, you see any T players at that top connector position where no CTs even know that they're there, and it's pretty dangerous. Nice Molotov, though. Oh, the peek behind? Oh, he's going to get the kill. So not at all bad. 28 seconds, but... oh, they're not looking for it. Surely Gruus would have been told that there was a second player there. Can't believe he didn't spot it out. Now 20 seconds left, and it will be a nice cleanup. Shady with the quad kill, and Latvia again ahead.
Okay. I'm getting concerned pretty quickly already. This is a 6-1 scoreline with most of these gun rounds actually not feeling all too competitive. We had a couple. The one they won, obviously, and then the one prior to that where they had the numbers advantage, but then they weren't able to close it out. We're already seeing where Latvia just looked like the better Mirage side. I said they got a very comfortable win, or for the most part, quite comfortable win against Czech Republic. And to us, that means a lot. Czech Republic looked good when they played against Hungary. So far, a little concerned. Keen, pop flash is good. He catches Shiny, traces him through the smoke. They're barreling towards B. There is a cat player, and there's Fripp up close. And he might even just sneak underneath them. Oh my god, he has. No, he can't deny the bomb plant, though. I can't believe they get it down.
They're going to get another kill. Somehow it's a 2 versus 3. It should have never even been a bomb plant to begin with. That's wild. They will clean up the round, and I think it's just a bit of a laughing moment for them. Sure, they take a couple of more casualties than they needed to. Be a little bit extra cash on the Norwegian side, but at the end of the day, it is Latvia 7-1. Just a really great performance. 10 kills on both Predolin, Shady, and also on Keen. So 3 of them there just performing at a high level.
I think for Norway, if they can't go flawless the rest of this half, I think that might actually start to spell the beginning of the end. And moreover, because of actually how good Latvia's T sides have been at times, not really going to look at Anubis that much. There was moments. OT T side was decent. Regulation T side was a little bit scrappy. Obviously, same thing for Norway. But the first half, or the first map, may I say, on Ancient, they're just quite loose in the way they play. They have those individuals that can make the difference. And Mirage, I feel like, is a little bit more similar to Ancient in terms of the way it's approached, because they're both fundamentally CT-sided maps that have good dynamics for a strong T-side approach. And that's kind of what we're seeing out from Latvia right now. We shall see. It's a weird situation we're in right now where for Norway, they just look so alone on an island. These fights aren't going well. They're constantly being caught off guard. Rude. Oh, we on scopes at quite literally the worst possible time, but he does get out alive.
Kind of close here. I do like this position for Truth. If his teammates in the middle can create enough of a distraction, it could make something happen. But again, the bomb is really, really far away. So maybe not. Kind of confused about why they live in the bomb that far back every single time. I feel like it's going to come back to haunt them at some point here. Sly gets one. Oh, hunting it down. Shady trying to get the job done, but Sly with the triple instead. And now Rudd 1 versus 4. Wow, that was so much chaos. I'm surprised that nobody from Latvia. A little bit more damage on the Sly or Tapeware, and you could tell this is a very different round, but somehow they just weren't able to connect those kills. Now they know where the orb is, and yeah, you can see the bomb is rotating back away from the A bomb side. He's saying, I kind of don't want to try to run up against the orb over there. So, oh, wait a minute. They are bringing it back. They're doubting themselves quite a bit here.
Yeah. It might actually even give Rude a bit of a chance.
Yeah.
He can isolate fights. He already had 1 to his name. He's waiting to hear something. Smoke will come down. Still hasn't shown his face. They might not expect him this close, but now he gets spotted. And Norway finally get a second. It's been a long time coming. They've really struggled to put that second up on the board. Better late than never. And like I said, before we came in towards this round, they have to go flawless. They have to kind of at least get towards 5 if I want to see a chance out from Norway. Any less, I think, is probably pretty concerning. Even 4, which generally I say, it's tough, but it's workable. This doesn't feel workable. Not the way we know Latvia can play on that T side. So that's the good start. They find this round here, and they absolutely give themselves an opportunity because it does break that Latvian economy. Rude, getting aggro. You will get 1, but only going 1 for 1 isn't good enough. The orb misses the shot, but running out of ammo. I can't believe it. Shady might still get the kill, and he's fighting. He should have just let him be. I can't believe it. How is Shine stayed alive there?
Yeah, that is a big question. Still very low on health. Truth already been discovered. Even if he doesn't, land a grenade. That's sickening. Well done, but they know that he's up there. Element of surprise is absolutely gone, and now it's down to Shine. I guess on the positive note, he's got the AWP, so just needs 1 bullet on each player here, but no idea where to look, and Predolin will take him down instead. Latvia end up at 8, and well, you outlined it very well for us. I mean, if Latvia had lost this round, they would have been saving, but now instead they just barely skate by, And that's got to be frustrating for Norway on the other side, right? Just knowing that you could have done it, you could have had the reset, and you would have been back in the game, but not quite the case. So 8-2, and looks like we've lost tapeware in the meantime. Maybe you forgot to charge his PC.
It's a classic. We've already had the mouse.
Yeah.
We already had the mouse. When do you think we'll get to a point, Anders, of having batteries good enough that you can have a portable PC? Is that ever going to be a case?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're introducing those solid state batteries as opposed to the lithium ion batteries. They seem to already be a pretty big step up. So I think that's the first point of contact. I had a crazy thought at one point because we know from nuclear fusion or fission that that there's plenty of energy in everything, right? So we know that like a cup of water or something has enough energy in it to probably power like 1,000 PCs or something for a day.
Okay.
So we know the energy's got to be there somewhere. We just don't know how to get it out slowly, right? So it's got to be possible. I'm telling you, like I think battery tech is what's gonna. That's all that stands between us and sci-fi, as far as I'm aware. As soon as you get batteries, you can do anything. You could fly a drone to Alaska if you wanted to. Like it's gonna be easy. So batteries, that's it. All right, here we go. We're back into it. Enough talk about batteries, and a nice shot from Shine to get us started.
No trade either. That idea was based off the fact of a trade and the possibility behind it, and then it just doesn't happen. 8-2, and if you find a third here for Norway, we are starting to potentially cook a little bit, and that's going to help. Truth gets one, but he does get traded immediately. Keen is a known quantity. He's had a lot of trouble here. He's a dead man walking, and he will fall.
I think Keen falls because his teammate throws a flashbang from inside of the bomb site for Keen to take the peek, and even though they don't know for sure that he's there, it's so suspicious that the flashbang is thrown that they're surely going to check the connector afterwards. So, not to say that the flashbang was a bad idea, it's just sometimes you also give the opponent some information to work with when you're throwing those grenades, and this is one of those times, I think, where it kind of backfired a little bit. Fripp will be on his own. Not much he could do. Best Norway could do in terms of rounds, obviously, it will be 8-4. And honestly, again, at 4 rounds, you're not celebrating that kind of victory on for Norway, but you still have a chance to make it back.
Exactly. I don't think it's the end of the world if you get 4, but Latvia, just to make sure, I think it's more internally for me. I'm looking at this and saying for the Latvian side, can they basically bring that confidence that they started off this map with in towards the next? They've looked fine for the most part. I still think there's nothing really to worry about. It's just making sure that they don't allow Norway to spiral on a positive enough note that they then come into the second half, all that confidence to work with. They've had a pistol, and then potentially they could put the pressure kind of right back on. 8-4 is more than enough generally for how most CT sides work, and for how scary Latvia's T side has been at times throughout the series. It just has looked a little bit more together than maybe what Norway's has. Norway's has a lot of their rounds that have come on T side have been very much off the back of the individuals. We're talking like Tapeware getting that 3K that cracked open a site one time. Those sort of small little players. We do have another tech pause though, sadly.
Another tech pause. Okay, well, it happens. So far, they've been pretty quick to resolve them, so I'm not too worried yet. But yeah, this is been a great first half so far. Preledin, Shady, Keen, still the 3 players that are a little bit above and beyond. But obviously, running out of money towards the end of the half is never a fun time. Just means you can't really put your best foot forward here. They do have the 1 AK, so I guess that is something to play around with. But generally speaking, Norway in a prime position here to pick up the final round. That would be something.
It seems like I hear a bit of typing.
Yeah.
Are we ready? I don't know. But yeah, the tech pauses for the most part actually have been concluded relatively simply.
Yeah, I feel like it.
There we go.
Never know if the typing is a good or a bad thing. But yeah, we'll trust the players to get everything sorted out quickly as possible so that we can move on. There we are. Round number 12 is live.
Here we go. Norway, this is to give them basically any chance. 9-3 feels too outlandish. 8-4, even that feels so difficult and will require a real collapse from Latvia, which in all fairness, we did see at the tail end of map number 2. So it's not something they're unaware of the possibility of doing. Scout tag. The buy isn't great is the other thing for Latvia in this round. Norway have a good chance at it. The scout needs to get a couple more tags to give those MP9s a possibility. Rude surely should get at least one here. 1 for 1 isn't terrible. An AK upgrade, you'll take. Nobody's there. So take it all day.
Yeah, that's actually quite a nice find. Oh, but Keen unable to do anything about that, just with the scout in his hand, and pretty much the A-bomb side lost here for the Latvian side. Returning into the round now will be more than a little bit difficult. They can't go through the window or jungle there. Pretty much CT spawn's the only way they can go, and there's an AWP train on the corner just ready and waiting for them, so Shady doubt he's going to have more success, especially now that he's alone. That flashbang, oh no, so unfortunate, right in his eyes as he turns. He's going to be dead, and it will be a 4th round here for Norway. So, I'd say not half bad. Still Latvia with I think an advantage coming into the second half here. If they win the pistol, they almost surely win this one. But Norway, they're not out of it yet.
They're not. I honestly think this is still something which is a possibility. It does feel a little outlandish. I think Latvia just started so well that they gave them all the room to work with. A pistol round is a necessity, though, for Norway. If you don't find it, Latvia basically get up towards more or less a 10-4 scoreline. And that's potentially even if Norway even decide to go for the outlandish force buy on the CT side, if they are to lose. At 8-4, this pistol round is probably the most important one Norway have had all the way throughout this game. Got to make it work. Latvia flying in towards the fight immediately on towards A. And nobody's really there to meet them. Norway are going to play full retake.
Yes, they will. Oh, truth. That's a great kill to begin the retake with. That's kind of what you need here. But they're struggling getting in through the window. They'd love to join in, but it's just not hard. It's not easy to get through. Sly gets a kill finally, and Shady's on his own, and somehow they've actually managed to do this. I can't believe it. It looked like they were just pinned down, trying to get through the window, trying to get through that murder hole, and unable to do really anything, and somehow it still works out for them. So Norway to win the pistol, but the bomb was planted, so I'm going to assume that Latvia is still going to be fired up in this next round.
And it has to be said as well, that's the second pistol we've seen now where for Latvia, they've lost it due to overfighting. We saw it happen in towards Anubis, and we saw it happen here now in towards Raj. If they play a little bit more passively, I think Norway just get pieced apart in terms of the fights. The numbers were good as well for Latvia. And 3 of them decided to fight through jungle and missing their shots. An uncomfortable watch, I think, is the simple way of putting it. 8-5, Norway, they needed the pistol. They get it. They also need the force buy too, because a bomb pot has given Latvia the funds to invest. Double Khalil, double Tech 9, and a Deagle. Not the best investment, but potentially still a workable one.
Well, a couple of good kills. Sly again. He couldn't escape the fight, but he got 2 kills before he went down, so you will take those kind of trades every single time. Famas on top of the stairs. Keen should have maybe won that fight. He put Shine down to 4 health, but at the end of the day, Norway will pick it up, so they only lose 1 player in that whole exchange. That is well worth it. 6-8. And I mean, now this game is right back. I would say it's a coin flip who's going to win it now.
It is, absolutely. I think you're right. Latvia are losing a bit of control. I wouldn't mind if them coming in towards the next full buy, take a pause. Rude with 2.8k. I think he actually should be okay to buy, which is the main thing. Oh, not a great nade. I don't think it would have made too great a difference. The bomb isn't even in this direction, but the second is good. The rifle behind it, solid. I think all in all, they probably should be finding this one. It's a bit of a throwaway round, and they're already being pieced apart. Famas, for 1, looking for more, gets it. Pistol pulled out and delivers. Takeway, beautiful little 3k for him in towards apartments against the pistols, but we take them all the same. 1 round game. Like you said, it is a coin flip. Buy to come through there for Latvia. Rude gets his AWP.
Yeah, it's on. It's on once again. Fripp, again with a an amazing performance on Anubis. He's got 2 kills so far in this game. That's concerning. Tapeware not doing much better on the other side. He's got about 4. So there's a couple of players that are missing out on some of the fun here in this game. Maybe they can pick it up towards the end of it, because it's getting to be crunch time now for both teams. Truth. Look at this. Pushed up all the way to top mid. Flashbang could not have been better. It just is hidden behind the smoke until the last second, and Truth gets completely annihilated behind it. 3 versus 4 as they trade a couple of kills towards the A-bomb site. Still in the middle. Shady hanging around, and he's being put under a lot of pressure, but he's Oh, he does burn alive. That's a shame. I was going to say he's keeping them occupied, but not when he's dead.
All right. Bomb down. A tough retake, but a doable one potentially for Norway. They're waiting for their chance. First fight is important, and Fripp, hey, may be quiet, but not in that round there. Looks for another, and Fripp's going to get a second. He's doubled his kills in 1 round. You called upon him, Anders, and here he is. Tapeware had a 3k last round. Now needs a 4k in this one with 2 more bodies to find. Smoke perfectly in the bomb, but Rude will catch him on the cross. And Latvia back to their winning ways. It's been a while, but thankfully they get it nonetheless. And now get ever closer to the map and the series. Norway, they've been struggling a little bit, but it felt like that resurgence they had coming in towards this half could have been enough. Losing that round once again puts pressure back onto this one. You lose this one here, Latvia find not only 10, but probably 11, and it starts to get outlandish once again. So this is the thing with Norway. They're always playing catch-up, and that does take a lot of pressure.
Right. Yeah, it does. It really does. Here we go. 3 people near the top mid position. 2 of them just out of the B hallways investigating the situation. Latvia. Can they do more here on the T side is the big question. Cool to see Fripp really, like you said, doubling his score in that last round. Kind of a lesson for everyone. You should always keep your mental in the game, because you never know when that 1 round is going to happen when you're the difference maker. If you've given up at that point, it kind of sucks that you're not able to play the game any longer. Oh, baiting out the shot. Keen, he's certainly got the experience to make those kind of plays. Gruus, I can't believe it. He actually does get the double, and now ready, maybe? He's going to get taken down, but he was ready to take another fight there. Still, the fact that he even got the double is kind of wild. And now it's a 3 versus 3. The bomb is going to get planted inside of the B-bomb side, and we'll see. They have a kit. They have a Molotov as well on the Norwegian side. This retake could really be vital for them.
Oh. That's not going to help, is it? Rude. Does it get traded immediately? 2v2, still on. Molotov. It doesn't go to Van itself, so Fripp can stay alive tucked here. He's alone, but then Predator going to find a big kill. Looks for 2, and he will get it. Latvia, 3 rounds ahead now, and 3 away. And it's taken a while for them to get active on towards their T side, but now with back-to-back rounds like that, it does feel that we could be seeing them potentially even the beginning of the end. Norway, economy it's a little broken. It looks like they might hear a rifle here for Tapeware, but that's more or less all they'll bring. Easy enough. I don't know. But a 10-7, probably 11 as well for Latvia. They could have done just enough of that round specifically.
Well, smoke is going to go up towards middle. Tapeware, do you want to double down on this aggression and push forward, or is it time to back out? He survives the AWP shot, but the counter flashes, I think, were way too good there. And unfortunately, that was the 1 rifle that they kind of had here. So Latvia looking to make it a really quick 11th round for themselves. Yeah. I don't mind that they try and push that towards top mid. It just didn't work out this time, but I'd prefer that to having the 1 rifle kind of hidden somewhere at the back of a bomb site. But yeah, it backfired this time, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, the remaining 2, we're not expecting a lot. We weren't expecting a lot in general for Norway in this one. Constellation kills, which still, they actually will get 1. Like I said, Predator very much could have saved his teammate there. He doesn't. And the last man is Truth. From this angle, a good potential of getting a Constellation kill. Will it affect the round? Probably not. The decent damage that's been dealt, in all fairness, towards Latvia. I don't think he's going to make too much of a difference. He has also been spotted as well. Does get one. That'll be all he gets. Couple of consolations. Latvia only need a couple of rounds to close out the series, though. 11-7, 4 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. And Norway back into the bye, and what potentially could be their final bye here in the map, in the series, as, again, they've been playing catch-up. They've been struggling. They've just been unable to really make this one work for them.
Yeah, it's taken a lot out of them. I mean, having to play 2 overtimes on the second map, now into this, and just the lack of fun that you're having when you don't have the money, you're losing the rounds. Now 4-round gap here in Latvia. Slowly but surely walking away with it. Shady and Paladin doing very well. Speaking of which, it'll be Shady to pick up the kill in the middle. Fly just caught off guard there. The grenades, though, coming in return are actually really good. Gonna make it a 4-on-4. Bomb is still at top mid, but there is a chance for Rud to sneak in with Yorp and get a kill. If you're not careful here, falling back into the A-bomb site, he could just snipe you away, and that would open up everything.
Rud, he's holding for a big flank, and if he holds long enough, he might actually get it. Tapeware's making a move. He's actually just going to park up, though, Tapewaer. He's not going to keep overextending, which is good. 55 seconds. Latvia in a 4v4 trying to pick a site, and they do need to make a decision. You've got one lurking out towards Palace, who's actually being held for as well. The other 3, they might actually come join him towards A. Paladin isn't making a move. He's just waiting for the fights to be gifted towards him. But 35 seconds, there's no real room for error anymore. It looks like they're going to leave a fake over towards B to keep attention drawn there. But 3 are going to make a pop towards A. It's still going to be a pretty hard-fought site.
Yeah, I think so. And you're right. 0 room for error here. Their clock is down so low. It starts with Pedalin going down. It's not exactly ideal. 15 seconds here. Good grenade, but again, they don't have time for these long fights. They need to get in there and get the bomb planted right now. And that's what they're trying to do. Oh, Keen, he stops that. Otherwise, that would have been a kill on, I believe, Fripp trying to plant the bomb. And that would have been the end of the round here. Fripp ready for it. Looks for the headshot. He's going to get it as well, saving his teammate. Oh, this round is so close. And Rud takes the last one. Latvia, look at the health left on Keen and Fripp. I mean, 1 more second, and I think Fripp doesn't get the bomb plant, and then he's lose the round.
That's it. And losing the round, not only that, might even be losing the map as well. 12 now for Latvia, map and series, but the most important, the damning thing is what we see out in terms of a buy coming through for Norway. You've got double MP9, an M4 in the hands of Sly, a FAMAS, and then just a Deagle for Shine. This really could be the beginning of the end here. Tapewaer makes the jump up towards short. No top mid smoke just yet, in all fairness. It looks like they want to fight here, Latvia, and I don't blame them. They've got the firepower, so why not? It's not worked in their favor, but Rud, a quick flick will deliver.
Yeah, brings it back. At least it's the 3 versus 3. They're up against an MP9 at FAMAS Deagle on the CT side. Norway, they've come really far in this match, but it's possible that the double overtime situation on Anubis just took a little bit more strength out of them than they had. I do like this flank here from Truth, but Tapewaer has to stay alive over on the other side. He's going to throw down a smoke, I think, to intentionally to slow them down for Truth to get a bit closer. It's all good stuff, but now they're ready. It had maybe the opposite effect of actually pushing them back into Truth, so the flank was no longer a flank, and now Fripp's going to get the kill on the Tapewaer. Shine alone. 1 versus 3 to try and hold on to the whole series here against Latvia. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen. 3 people around the corner. He's got a Deagle. Would be one of the sickest sequences of the qualifier so far. He's able to do this. Oh, and it starts off not that great. He's going to miss a couple of shots there, and it will be Latvia to pick it up. It took all 3 maps, and it took overtime on the second. 2 overtimes, in fact. But Latvia picking up the win against Norway.
Yeah, and Mirage was pretty simple. There really wasn't too much of discussion in that one. It was quite a smooth start in towards it. Maybe a little bit of a competition at the end of that first half, but it didn't amount to anything. It wasn't a catalyst to further rounds coming through. And I just think Latvia showed just how good they are. So a big, big win for them to be taken, right? I think in doing so, it's put them in a strong position now where they move forward into the next round of the lower bracket. They're getting ever closer to a spot as well. I think if I'm right saying they win their next lower bracket round, they get a spot. So it's close, right? They are getting towards a discussion point of saying, are we going to see this side make it towards the LAN? And with where they are right now, they are starting to open those doors. On the other side of the series, I think it's still going, from my understanding, where Hungary and Slovakia are currently playing out. And just checking it now, it's 1-1 in the first 2 maps. And yeah, they're actually only just heading in towards map number 3, which is Anubis. That's the other side of this lower bracket too. We expected that one to be a 3-mapper. This one had the potential being 2, but I just think Latvia, they had a chance into map number 1, and then they let it slip away from them. It was a little bit dicey. But all in all, a very good series. They do win. We have to say goodbye to Norway, unfortunately, but there's a couple of pitfalls in their game plan which fell through. So that is that. We are done here for game number 1. We're going to take a little break, and when we are back, we've got another best of 3 to bring you. If we're still looking for participants to the World Esports Championship. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back, gamers. We had a little bit of an extended break for those who have been with us the whole time. Reason being, we had to wait for Hungary to finish their third map of Anubis, and it looked like they were going to close it out. They were like 12-6 up, and then there was a little bit of a comeback at the tail end, but they were able to see it off in the end. So they closed out that map number 3. Hungary again requiring a 3-map series to win it out, but all that matters, Anders, is that they've beaten Slovakia in that one. That was 13-8 in that map number 3. They won map number 1, 13-11 as well. All the, the first 2 maps, 13-11, just flipped both ways in that Hungary-Slovakia game, and then 13-8 at the end for Hungary. So they stay alive. And yeah, the losing team, I think now, so Slovakia in that sense, they've actually gone to that 7th place decider matchup. So they'll be waiting in the wings. So other way around. The winner has gone to 7th place decider, which is our game here. Norway, Hungary is our 7th place decider matchup, and the rest. Slovakia, as they made it past that one in a 30-8 fashion, it's good. So this is actually for all the marbles. Win, you go to WEC. Lose, and unfortunately, you just have to say goodbye.
Yeah, so everything on the line. You want to be playing in Riyadh. You want to be down there to compete for the trophy at the end and represent your country. There's a lot on the line here. I'm quite curious about this one. Bit of an interesting day for the Norwegian squad, but I bet they would have loved to have done better earlier on. But they get a chance still to see if they can make it through. Who do you got for this one? Who do you think is going to be the better team?
Do you know what? It's tough to call. I think I might lean in favor of Hungary, but we'll take a look at the lineups and then I'll justify as to why I'm going in that fashion. We'll start with Norway. Of course, if those of you who've been with us the whole day, you should recognize these guys from the earlier game. Tapeware, Sly, Truth, Bruce, and Shine. There was a pretty decent game, in all fairness, earlier. They at least got to showcase, I think, how good this side can be. For Norway, for me, they have these positives about them, but they just weren't able to close out against Latvia. They're just that little bit stronger, that Latvian side. So Norway, we've seen the positives of them, but there was a couple of pitfalls. The T side did let me down a little bit. Over on the other side, though, their opponents, Hungary, we got to catch them the other day in 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. And similar thing where, the groups are flawless. Hungary looks so good on paper. We were thinking, surely the side should come into a matchup like this and make it look so easy. The core of Pera, who have played Pro League recently, all of the rest. But it's not been the plainest of sailors. They've required 3 maps in every series they've had so far this playoffs. But this is the Hungary side. Coolio, Aaron, Xavi, Corey, and Fleeve. With Corey, Xavi, and Aaron all currently playing under Pera.
Yeah, and this team, last time I caught up with them, I got to say, they did look pretty impressive. I don't think they're necessarily going to be easy to beat. Some of them, Aaron, we saw last time in Yash, but I think between the rest of them, they were almost taking turns. I think Coolio's maybe the only one that I haven't seen too much out of yet. But Xavi, Corey, Fleeve, they all had their moments where they looked really interesting. So, yeah, potentially quite a strong team. I, just off of vibes alone, might lean Hungary on this one.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I feel like for me, Hungary have the name value about them. They have the individuals that should be able to bring them a win in this matchup. And they have what I would say is kind of that star factor about them. This is a side who, a few of these guys have been playing Tier 1 recently. You've got Coolio, for example, who's the coach currently, though, over towards Narvi Jr., but his mind for the game is pretty good. Xavi's this youngster, played a little bit in the UK scene, has got something about him which I think can potentially bring a lot towards the game. So I like this team. I think Aaron and Corey in particular are very solid. Aaron was at Pro League recently. Corey was actually coaching the team at that point at Pro League because it didn't have a coach currently. Now he's joined the team as a player. He's only standing in basically as a coach in that one. Norway on this side, a lot of these guys are primarily kind of tier 3, kind of maybe upper echelons of tier 3, kind of low to mid, kind of tier 2, where they play some online tournaments but not consistently making deep runs, kind of win teams in and around that sort of top 100, but maybe not pushing kind of top 50, for example. Okay. And Shine playing a bit of UK. Counter-Strike is somebody that I've seen a little bit of in person. Very, very talented guy. One thing that will tell a bit of a story is the vetoes. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, we do love to find out where we're going to be playing at. It will be on Ancient, Mirage, and then the final map on Vertigo. That's a surprise. I was not, again, I think it's the second time we've seen it played once or twice now. And then it's been in like, this is the third time I think it's been actually potentially played. We don't know if we'll get there yet, but that's kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't mind the Vertigo coming in, really. I really don't mind it at all. I think that's a map in which could be pretty cool if we do get it. It's the kind of more the case of if. I look at that Mirage as the potential slight risk in this one. It's a map in which the Paracore, they would know pretty well. Aaron knows how to call that one, play that one individually for him. Mirage is also a map as well, which currently so far, this Norwegian lineup have struggled with, I think, or at least, you know, we saw them against Latvia. It was a little rough. I don't think we saw probably enough out of them, which was a positive thing in my book. So I look at that and think, are they going to be able to come in towards this matchup and be able to take a fight to them? I'm not actually 100% too sure. It seems like maybe potentially a positive for Hungary in this lineup where they can bring it to them. They saw them. The one time we've only seen them play it is I guess maybe the reason behind it is they played against Czech Republic and they kind of got battered when we were able to cast that one. They didn't really scrape the surface at all. So I think probably in a weird way, it's kind of a weak map for both of these two sides, and that could be a little bit of a coin flip in itself. Ancients, however, while I do like the pick coming through for Norway, I think it's a little bit risky in the sense that there was times where it looked a little rough. So it's weird. This Vita, I think, it has got both pitfalls to it, but also quite strengths to it as well. I think in general, it's quite a tough one to call.
Yeah, I think so too. Are you right about Ancient? Like, they definitely had their moments there when it started, looked like they were sort of fading a little bit away. So hopefully they can prove that, you know, that was just a one-time thing, that they're able to overcome a little bit here. Yeah, so quite the game that we've got on our hands again with everything on the line. Like, you know, at the beginning, there are so many games to play in a qualifier like this one, so you're going to be, you know, like, it might not feel as real to you, but now it's just this one, right? You know you have to perform. So I'm curious if they're going to be standing up under that pressure or if they're going to be crumbling under it. So, you know, that's a real skill and experience kind of combination you have to put together there to have your players really come alive now that it really matters and not kind of fold under the pressure, because I think it feels a lot more real when you're just one game away.
Yes. Well, we are live. So we've had our speculation. We've put this one as, for at least us, the favorites being that of Hungary, but we're happy to be proven wrong if Norway can come to the table and showcase what they've got. There's two different mindsets about this as well. You've got Hungary who are coming straight off the back of a map or a series themselves. That was a bit of a long one. So are they potentially going to be a little bit fatigued, or are they going to be warm, right? Coming in towards this, where Norway, they've had a fair decent break, maybe even a bit of time to watch that map number 3 as well and see how Hungary like to play. On the CT side, Hungary starts and a couple of taps coming through towards Donut, but they're actually trying to bait them into the Donut fight because they haven't seen the second guy.
They're getting pretty deep in here now towards that CT spawn position. Oh, what a shot at range there, but might not be quite enough to actually open it up. So still a 4 versus 4 here. The bomb is making its way now to the B bomb side. They've managed to backtrack it in there. I thought there was a player closer by, but there isn't. Aaron goes down to Sly, who now can fall away. You shouldn't be fighting this. Let the bomb go down and play around that instead. It's not worth it to take these early fights once you have the bomb planted. Truth will take down Shabby, and it is going to be a 2 versus 4. And look at that spot in the middle. It's actually Grus who's going to be taking the kill. Ultimately, Coolio, they know where he's coming from. Don't think there's anything he could have ever done in this round. So that's a very nicely constructed round out of the Norwegian side.
That's true. That's very true. I've got to say as well, for Hungary, I like the setup they've got. So they had one player backside A actually playing through Temple. And I don't know if part of that for me, it's quite a hefty A presence that Hungary went early in towards the round. Part of me thinks that they've seen something, right? I feel like that it's so unorthodox to do something like that. To have basically 3 players over towards A and 2 of them playing through Donut. That makes me think that they've seen a pistol round from Norway and they think that's maybe a default for them. Either way, it didn't work out. Grus a bit of a tag. A Molotov will come down as well. And the Mac 10 can now start to clean up a couple of kills. That could be money in the pocket. Sly, actually not even opting to reload. Going to go straight back in with the Glock. And a consolation kill. Nothing more than that, though. 2-0 starts for Norway. Pretty simple, honestly, these couple of rounds. But we come right back in towards the buy for Hungary, which is what I'm about. No real force buy in the CT second round. Buy properly in towards your third.
Yeah, that is definitely the way to go. Still keeping in Mac 10 alive there. There is no head armor on anybody on the Hungarian side. So, to be honest, that Mac 10 could be a real troublesome SMG to be up against. You just never know. But it does kind of make it a little bit winch. Oh, Corey burns a little bit alive, and you can tell how uncomfortable it was. Fleaves also taking some damage, and they're both going to go down to Grus in the middle. A 2-for-1 trade. The ball making its way now towards Donut. Now, Xavi's out here towards the hallway. He could shoot them in the back if they just get a little bit of a distraction going their way. Oh, it doesn't matter. Truthful, find him. No distraction offered at all. And I think this round might be done for.
I think you're right. On the edge of the smoke, Aaron's done, and you've just got to save it. I mean, Coolio has no other options. Keep hold of the rifle, because that's basically all they're going to have to work with in this next round. This is a tough spot. A really, really tough spot. 3-0 up. Norway, these T-side rounds are coming very easily as well. They're not having to even fight too much. Individually, Truth does really well until that round. Swinging out from main, finds a double. Groose was incredible in our previous series. He was the top fragger across the majority of the maps. He looked like the main point of firepower coming through, which is good, because he's also the most experienced head on that side as well. So really kind of leading by example. And once again, more of the same. 2 kills in that round from him. 3 rounds overall from Norway. And nothing being saved means nothing really brought in towards the next round. It's basically a bit of a throwaway, isn't it? So it should be a 4-0 start. This is solid for Ancient.
Yeah, super duper solid at the moment here. Fun to see. And Hungary. A couple of upgraded armors here. A little bit of a pistol. A bit. Oh, you're hoping for the best. Maybe something like that will do it. What a shot coming out from Corey. All right, that might help them out. Some deep nades landing on top of them, but still, this is not half bad. Groose waiting. And they double swing it. Aaron with the spray down. That is magnificent. Can't believe he actually made that work. And off the back of it, still a 1 versus 2 here. Shine is far away now. The big benefit for him is that he's got 1 minute and 10 seconds. So he can still do a lot with this round. But my God, does he have to trek through the whole map to pick up the bomb, and without ever getting shot in the back or anything like that. Coolio and Xavi, they don't have a rifle picked up at the moment either, so I don't know. I think, obviously looking at it, you would say Shine has a good chance to do something. Oh, but he gets dinked already. He's down to 38. That's a bit rough, but a nice headshot. He has no idea where Xavi is at the moment. Down towards the donut here. Oh, and the information is all with Xavi. He's got everything going his way. Sneaking up behind with a 5-7, shooting him in the back, and it's Hungary stealing away around that they should have had no business winning.
No way. Aaron's double is actually so important. Yeah. It's such a difficult spray transfer sort of thing that he does. I mean, they're basically lined up, but it's more the fact that he's aiming down the stairs, and they're on slightly different levels. And he's holding the spray. Pretty well done for there. The deagle shot as well to kickstart things is also crisp as all hell as well. So Hungary, you couldn't have put it any better. They had no business winning that. The fact that they have, though, does give them a chance to sparrow positively. Find this round here. You force Norway back into a reinvestment. If they're able to find a second here, they break the econ. Norway then can't buy next, and that's Hungary's path to tying this game up. Mid aggression's good. Aaron takes a lot of damage to the nades, and Shine will find the first. Oh, and the second comes for tableware. That's a beautiful execute.
Damn, yeah, that was impressive. They just completely run them over here. Norway playing like the team that is a little bit more warmed up. Like we said, in spite of that, Hungary just sort of came out of one game into this one. Norway, sometimes when you have that adrenaline dump where you have to wait like an hour for the next game to get started, that can be a little bit rough to get it back up a line, but they're doing fine at the moment. It's going to be Truth to get a kill. Wonder how he got that wall bang. Kind of love to see that. But either way, Xavi is too far away. Can't really do much. A little bit more of an expensive round than maybe it needed to be for Norway, but I don't think they worry too much about it. They have a tiny bit of money in the bank. It's not that much, but they win the round, and it's going to be a 4-1. Worse still, for the Hungarian side is the complete lack of, not complete lack, but mostly lack of funds here on the CT side. Not looking too great. Oh, he'd love that, but he can't get it. Do they force up around the M4? I guess Fleeve could buy something. They could maybe go for it. It might be worth it.
I don't think it's actually the most outlandish decision to force up around it, because Xavi can actually drop something over too. But there's the other side of, do you want to reset your economy and then have people on different levels? I don't think that's worth it. So I think what they've gone for here, where it's a half buy, but you still keep in and around 2K, it feels like probably the better decision for me here. If you force buy, the big issue is that Xavi comes in towards the next round as the only one with money. And then does he then buy or does he half buy? And it's these weird sort of questions where it just throws a little bit of a spanner in the loop. So I don't think this is the worst decision in the world. The big thing they have to do, however, if you're going to go for a buy like this, is you have to get Xavi active and you have to give him preferential fights. We're talking basically the pistols being sort of like decoys, like these human flashbangs to give him fights. You know, while the AK is already spraying, that means he can get a pretty easy freebie of a trade, maybe even two. That sort of a vibe. MP9 can't do anything. 5-7 going to stick up close and met with a grenade, which won't help.
Gotta have the AK out for that fight. Oh, that's very awkward. The idea of throwing the grenade was fine, but he just didn't have the grenade out or the AK out in time for the battle to really come his way. That's again way more expensive than you would assume. The bomb is gonna get planted, but if Shine misses a shot, he definitely will not. That was probably the easiest top shot he could have ever had. We'll get the leg onto Savvy as well, and it's gonna be one more for Shine. Nice setup in general. And Norway again. A very expensive round for considering what they actually had going into it, but it's still a round that they win, and they have enough money, so probably going to be absolutely fine with it. Well played.
Yeah, this is so far well played as well for Norway. I mean, we've got a 4-round buffer. They're putting so much pressure on Hungary, and the worrying thing is that Hungary aren't doing really anything at the moment that feels like something's going to change. It's not like they're losing rounds closely, but it's mainly because of their economy, or it's not like they're losing rounds because the ideas maybe not quite work. Yeah, the individuals are. The individuals aren't really hitting their shots for the most part. The ideas falling quite flat, and it is problematic. What a swing from Sly to trade there. As Fleeve on the AWP gets deleted.
I love this. And this is a change of pace from what the Norway that we saw in the earlier match. Like, it's a lot more aggressive. You know there's an AWP holding the site, and he's already got one kill. He could reposition and do the same to the next player that comes around the corner, but you don't care. You push forward. Sly, nearly with the triple. Corey's going to be traded immediately as Truth will continue on. And again, Hungary, probably a non-starter for this round. Aaron and Coolio are left. And I think Coolio is in a bit of trouble towards CT spawn as Tapeware sneaking out of the tunnel. Nothing you could do any longer, Aaron, even if you could escape. I mean, that would be the best case here, but that might not be easy. Yeah, dropping smokes now to try and make his way out. All right, but the round will go to Norway, and just great calling. I love the idea of pushing down that AWP, saying unless you are having a very, very good game here, Fleeve, we're gonna run you over.
Yeah, I mean, just the audacious swing from Sly to even go for that. He knows there's an AWP posted temple holding main, and he swings and one-taps him. I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous. But why not, right? If you're Norway at the moment, you've got econ built up. Everything feels like it's going the way it should be going. And the confidence is very obviously showing in terms of some of these fights. So another simple round put up on the board by Norway. 6 probably going to be made 7. I say that. We do see a little bit of a force. So a double hero rifle. Yeah, Kuda gonna sell. That did feel like a bit of a weird decision. Because Aaron's got a rifle, yes. But then if they double hero rifle, it means that Coolio's economy is broken for the next round. That's a weird decision for me. This one is fine. Aaron saved the rifle. They have a small upgrade around it. Nothing really too much of a kind of an over-investment. So it's fine. I think that's one of those where I think all in all, you can be pretty happy with it.
Think of what a disaster is for Hungary, right? The one round that they have is the one where Aaron gets a double spray down from the stolen AK. I mean, that's a cool round as an isolated event, but you need more than that. Into the middle, flashbangs are so deadly there. Truth, he wanted to punish Aaron for being that far up. Maybe could have done so, but the counter flashes coming out from the CT side were really good. So huge plays from Aaron. Once again, it's a round where they have nearly nothing, and it's Aaron to step it up and open up the round for his team. 5 versus 3. Hungary. Don't think this is like necessarily done already, but it's the kind of round that you really need to win. And this might do it here. Fleeve, it's a good job.
Ooh, Xavi, getting pretty close. But honestly, if this is to be converted, another round in which we can say that Hungary have they should never be winning this. The first round they took, they should never have won that. And this is looking like another one of those. It's not a good thing in a way that they're the only rounds they're getting, but you take them all the same. Aaron nearly gets a double on. He will spamming away. No casualties too is kind of crazy. The AWP doesn't get picked up at the end there, but honestly, that's a second round that Hungary have absolutely no business winning, and they do take it. It's keeping them afloat, but this one actually has a bit more of a knock-on effect. Gruz can't buy, so that's where things do become a little bit more uncomfortable. So Hungary have a chance here to at least work with something, spiral in somewhat of a positive way. It's only a Tech 9 for Gruz, but then Shine has the AWP as well, and he's looked pretty good with it so far.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's so fortunate. Sly just knows the lineup. Fleeve didn't even do anything wrong.
Another classic, isn't it? Attempted wallbang return here, Aaron. Hasn't reloaded yet. I think he is baiting out somebody to peek, assuming that he was reloading. A lot of different ways to do that, obviously. You empty sort of half the magazine, and maybe somebody comes running at you because they think you're going to be reloading that gun. Pushing right through the incendiary grenade. It will be Corey on the other side to pick it up. So even if Xavi goes down there, it's still pretty good. Oh, Truth not ready for somebody to walk around that pillar, and it's now Sly and Shine. Might be a quick 2 versus 2 here. They're going to get the kill. If they had a smoke, they could block off CT spawn and almost certainly get the bomb planted, but it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. Oh, range Shine, he's still ready. That's a very good shot. That might have been hard to hit there. Going to go for the bomb plant, but Aaron right on top. He gets traded. I've got to say, Aaron is putting in an enormous amount of work to try and win these rounds for his team, but it will be Norway to pick it up.
Yeah, honestly, I'll give him always credit. I mean, Aaron is such a solid player. I've been casting this guy for a couple of years, and always has been. I mean, we just saw him at LAN last night, like you mentioned, at Yash, and he was super solid there with a very different team back then as well. But sadly, it does feel like a bit of a one-man show. Corey's had his moments, but a lot of his kills have actually been, unfortunately, not too impactful. They've, maybe been him surviving or exits or something of the sort. 7-2. Norway have already guaranteed a lead, and the way they are playing at the moment, I don't see things changing. Norway look super comfortable in terms of their Counter-Strike at the moment.
They do. They've come in with a completely different energy from that other game. We'll see if they can keep a lead on it. Obviously, that's going to be the next big question is, can they follow it all the way through? Or are we going to see more strange comeback against the Norwegians? Hopefully not, for their sake. But, I won't rule it out. 3 MAC-10s in play in itself is interesting. Could give them some speed in the round. Oh, they're picking up so many kills. Oh my god. The round ended in like 5 seconds. There's 5 people dead all over the map.
And that's just what Norway are doing. Every round feels so comfy from Norway, bar the 2 they've lost, which were actually towards low buys, which so far is actually where Hungary seems scarier. When they're on guns, Hungary are playing so nervy, so tentative. But when you see them, I mean, in some of the ways in which they've been on these gun rounds, they are all over the place, Hungary, where at least on the low buy to pistol, they seem confident that they can just find a couple of shots with the Deagles and the rest. This is tough. This is seriously tough. 8-2, arguably 8 rounds on T side already might be enough. This is a map which still is meant to be seen as CT-sided, and it is still, at least statistically, CT-sided. So I think the Norway are doing more than fine on their map pick. And if this is the level that they're playing, honestly, Mirage could be quite interesting as well, because Hungary just do not look like themselves. Remember as well, just ladies and gents, the winner of this will be going to the World Esports Championships. Loser is eliminated. Simple as that.
Norway looking to see if they can get there. At least it's a brilliant start. Obviously, Sweden, the defending champions. Denmark, their likely neighbor that would have tried to challenge them, but the Danish squad just malfunctioned in the qualifier. So Norway, I mean, if they can qualify and Denmark don't, that in itself will be a bit of an interesting talking point going forward. Nicely done from Tapeware, but the trade is in for Corey. Sammy, almost always good for at least a 1. Oh, he's pushing forward. He wants more than that. Very well done. Looking to get a 3rd round finally here. This surely is a round that the CTs can win.
One thing that made it super awkward there for Norway, they wanted to trade after the 2nd kill comes through. The teammate's flash that was being held in his hand drops and pops the team. And I think this one might be done. AK picked up. Nade'll come through with a 1v3. Maybe asking a little bit too much for Gruz. He does get 1, but he will only get the 1. So Hungary finally found another round. Great individual work from Xavi for the second. And that second guy he did kill, drops the flash, which then flashes their own team. It's the small things that work out. But all in all, final round of the half. Norway are already up to an 8th. They potentially could even get a 9th as well as they fire right back in and Shine's got his AWP. Far from out of the woods, Hungary. They need a very strong start in towards their T side if they want a chance.
Let's see. 4th round. Might be back on. Might be a chance for a late comeback. Very late. Double push towards that outside of B lane, and they'll get the 1 kill. Probably good. Probably pull the plug on it by now. Actually doing a fair bit more damage. Truth, you could see him dropping low, and it looks like Norway want to push right onto the bomb site. Timing could not have been better to take down the first player, but Aaron is still here. And every time they run an Aaron, they have to play with a couple of people just to make it through him. He's been doing very well. 11 kills on him so far. Double kill in this round once again. And it will be a 3 versus 4. Oh, but look at the spray down from Tapeware. We'll be dropping 2 players, and suddenly it is a 2 versus 2 with Aaron getting the 3rd kill. So let's see how much he can get done in the round. He's done a bit of a heater here for the first half of the map at the very least. Oh, the gun barrel showing. Sly knows, but it doesn't matter. Aaron, he can't be stopped. That is so sickening now. Fleeve has got him locked in the corner. Gets the 1. Aaron trying to be the hero. He's out of bullets. And he gets no scoped at the end. He needed 2 more bullets to win the round, but he couldn't get it.
I cannot believe Shine's got away with a second. How has he got away with a second? That just does not make any sense. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He ran out of ammo and he tried to pull out the pistol. He couldn't do it in time. And then he gets no scope just to rub salt in the wound. I mean, what a way for Norway to find a 9th. And what a half by Norway in general. What a lead they've now got to work with. It makes you basically think that if they get a pistol here, I cannot see a world in which Hungary can recover from this. This is already feeling quite damning, but 10/11-3 feels out of the realms of possibility. They're going to go quick, and it doesn't start off well for them. They lose the first, but they trade back.
At least in a position to, I think, get the bomb planted. Shine, Truth. Oh, wait a minute. I say that too quick, even though it's complete chaos here, as there's some panic jumping going on for Tapeware. They will still win the round. Man, Hungary, they were on the bomb site. There was like a half a second where it looked like, okay, it's the chaos has gone away. They can plant the bomb, play the after plant. And then Norway just said, nah, we're just going to push forward anyway. So I think that probably secures the map here. I doubt that it's going to be a Hungary comeback, but they can't obviously buy in this round. So probably 11-3. Yeah, it's surely this is enough.
I think you're right. No bomb plant, I think, is also the most damning thing there for Hungary, where they just can't truly buy into this one. So they sort of have to give up the 11th. 1-for-1 trade isn't bad against the Glocks. Truth at range, he shouldn't have any issues. And he won't as he lines them up. Brilliant.
Easily picked off. Single casualty on the Norwegian side is absolutely fine. Nobody's worried about that. Wow, this has been so quick. I can't believe it. We're speeding, flying through this game at the moment. 11-3. And we'll see if we can do a bit better for Hungary. At least get them warmed up now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got nothing to lose anymore. I think it's probably the best way that we're going to put this. You're 11-3 down. This is your opponent's map pick, and you've not even scratched the surface. Just try something a little bit audacious. Try and see if you can rely upon the individuals a little bit or something of the sort, because there is quite literally no point in not. Opening fight is actually quite positive towards Hungary. A 2-for-1 trade for the T side. Make that 3 as Fleeve doubles down through the smoke. They'll take that every day of the week and has left Norway on their bonus for only 2 rifles.
Corey spotted in the corner there, but doesn't seem to make a difference. Surely Sly at least will get this one. Yeah. All the work ahead of him. And you even have to have a conversation, I think, just, you know, the AK, I think it's probably worth more than trying to do some damage or anything else like that. I guess in theory he could, if you felt like you get like 3 exits here, and then that's probably really fun. Something that people, I don't know if they don't do it enough, but because the bomb blast radius on this particular map is so huge, you could argue that there is more space to try to ninja defuse some of these rounds because the T's have to evacuate a little bit earlier. He has a smoke and a kit, so like we can tell that wouldn't have worked anyway because they're actually exiting this way. But in a world where they don't and they try and run out the other way, maybe it's doable. There's the first, second. Ow! Oh my god! What an absolute sicko!
Oh, Sly. I mean, Sly has hit some incredible clips. So some of the shots, I mean, I'm still in awe of the one he hit earlier when the Orb's posted in tempo and he swings out and one-taps him. But that was probably arguably as sumptuous, if not better, because it's 3 kills in quick succession. And it does, again, put a bit of a damper on the mood over towards Hungary because it means that they have to fully invest back in off that round. And look what we've got now. I mean, a double back 10, a Galil coming through in a double AK, so they fully have to reinvest in, and it's not even a clean investment. If those 3 are survived, they have a beautiful buy coming towards the next one. They might even have an AWP, but they don't. So that does hurt. However, Fleet for the first. They got to line up with a smoke. Damage, but only 1 kill, and Aaron finds one of his own.
Oh, attempted wallbang there, but not quite able to stop the bomb. Would have been really fun if he could have found that angle. 3 versus 4, but a couple of those players there on the Hungarian side are practically dead here. Sly, he's got the right idea, knows that Coolio is right in the corner, and he's going to find him right away, and that's a problem. Coolio was the only one with any real health left. Aaron gets wallbanged down finally, and now it's Xavi alone versus 3. Smokes are everywhere. They're going to find the headshot. Sly just is a demon on this map. He has got 20 kills, and it'll take Norway to round number 12.
Ridiculous round again where Norway, they back themselves in the fight and they are just so confident. It's as simple as that. 12-4 in Norway. They're 1 more round away from being 1 more map away from Riyadh for the World Esports Championships. And they would actually be the last team locked in. We have all the other teams actually locked in towards their spots now. I think about Sydney, but I'm not 100% sure. I have a feeling those Sydney matches don't actually even get played. So they are just kind of matches for matches' sakes, and they're just there. But we'll touch on that a little bit later. Sly, first of all, Fleet will catch him. That's mid, and actually they're now barreling towards A, which they're late on the rotate here, Norway.
Well, Corey, it's a bit of a start. Shine trying to bring it back, but it's probably too far gone anyway. Classic A-rush scenario with Gruus. What do you save the M4 here? I don't think there's not much point in doing anything else. You've got the money to lose it if you want to, but why go that distance? All right. Yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all.
They're still alive for now. Gruus will get one on the exit. Any more would be nice. We just seen Slide a nice little 1v3 at the end of the exit. Maybe Gruus can put a 4 on this one. They're not going to feed him this time, though. I think they've learned their lesson from Sly in that last round. Flash comes round. That'll be that. He actually goes down to the bomb. I don't think he realized how big that radius was. So he will fall to the bomb. I think you have to go in that far left corner, the back left corner to survive. And even then, I think you still take like 45 points of damage. But he was a little bit too close. And the bomb was planted close side as well to make it even worse. Either way, I don't think they're really too stressed. Norway, they actually are going to choose the force buy here. Triple MP9, Deagle, 1 M4. Lose this, you're forced into weaken next round. And it does give Hungary a bit of space to work with to build T-side rounds. Do we believe? Probably not. And that's not a good start either. Shan will find 1, and he's just going to tuck himself in towards that corner. I like this.
Yeah, Cleve trying to make good, but they're just getting picked apart once again. Very similar to so many of the rounds of the first half where the Hungarian players just dropping all over the map. They can't even really coordinate anything. It's just a series of 1 fights here for Norway again. Aaron, he's been, a rock for this Hungarian squad. It's sick what Aaron's been able to do, especially because everyone else has been blown up. So it's really been on his shoulders, but still, it's too much to ask for. They're going to be finding the bomb back there onto Xavi, and that means Aaron is alone versus 4. With a minute left, the bomb miles away. There is almost no way to do this. Starts with a good headshot, though. You need about 3 more kills. That's one of the problems. The other problem is the time that's left, right? To get down there and get the bomb planted, you have to sort of eventually have to run, and that gives up any advantage you might have. So Aaron, skill-wise, I think could do this, but in terms of time and everything else, it's just such a big ask.
Yeah, 35 seconds to do it. 59 points of HP and a dead man walking. Norway will see it off. They'll take map number 1 with ease as well. What a showing out from Norway from start to finish there. I mean, honestly, there was never even a doubt, was there? That's just how good Norway were. And the individuals looked crisp. The game plan was there. And everything Hungary tried fell flat. And now this puts Norway 1 map away from potentially going towards the World Esports Championships. They are so, so close. The other 6 teams are locked in place. They are the last one. We have to find out whether that is going to be the case. It's a crazy time. The one positive that we have to work with is that the next map is Hungary's map pick. So we'll have to see whether they can turn it back on its head. Coming up next is Mirage. We'll see if Hungary can turn around. But so far, not so good. See you after the break.
We are back once again. That was a very, very quick first map that we had there on Ancient, with Norway showing up with just a completely different energy, running basically right through all of Hungary, except for Aaron, who's like the only person who could really stand up to them. But, you know, one player can't defeat five. It's a game of Counter-Strike. It's a team game after all. So that's the opening map now. Like you said, at least this is the second map here picked up by Hungary. So hopefully, you know, like they can win it. They did pick it in the veto. But yeah, this was a very, very forceful display for the Norwegian side.
This feels like a good map, I think, is the one thing I have to work with Hungary, where they have the individuals that can play this properly. I think the worrying thing is that map wasn't lost off the back of Norway specifically playing it super well, or Norway having this ultimate game plan which just broke down Hungary. They were just better. The individual hitting shots, they really had a couple of highlight players who were at times kind of unstoppable. I mean, Sly looked incredible all the way through. Shine, when he picked up the orb, was super solid. Groose had a lot of impact in those early rounds that gave Norway so much to work with. And we just didn't see that. I mean, you had two players over towards Hungary who finished on single-digit kills, who were, you know, uber negative, basically. Everybody on the team, bar Aaron, like you mentioned, did go negative. And it's just one of those things that's not enough. Mirage is a puggy map. It's a similar sort of a similar vibe, in my opinion, to Mirage in the way it's played. That Mirage and Ancients, they're both quite open maps. They have a lot of space to work with, long rotates at times as well. They're wide but not long in a sense, and they're also very puggy. And I think that's just one of those things where I look at these, where like Anubis is a little bit different. I always think of Anubis as being quite thin as a map and very difficult to save on. We'll see though. My thought process off the back of that is that Norway have a lot to kind of have confidence with coming in towards that. That was a super solid performance. They looked very clean. They looked comfortable in terms of every aim duel they were taking. And a simple thing, but it's something that's been quite overrated, or quite underrated, may I say, throughout this tournament so far, is they just play together. They back each other, which is been a bit of a rarity at times. Let's see. Pop an A.
Sly is back at it again. He was really the star player. Oh, he keeps it going. He's so blind, so hard for him to get that third kill, but you could still see the accuracy on some of the early ones there. 4 versus 3, although Tapeware, I don't think he needed to rotate out of that. I think that's one of those moments where like panic kind of takes over. Just stay in the corner, let it be a 4 versus 3, and wait for your teammates to show up. But that might be a little bit of an experience for him. Truth, trying to play. This is very smart. You're trying to fall back, get out of the range of the Glocks. He will be able to get the 1 kill there, but his teammates showing up. It's a 1 versus 1, and Aaron goes down. Shine will pick up the last 2 shots there. It's well played for Norway with the pistol once again.
Yeah, I guess in this instance, we can take the small thing and say a bomb plant is actually, it's not bad for Hungary, but all in all, the most important thing that Hungary care about is that they get themselves that round. They start off well. They start the way they finished in towards that map number 1 of Ancient with confidence. The individuals look pretty good as well. Sly's opening double was pretty clean. Shine's closing double was pretty clean. And they were the 2 main men in the server in Ancient. So it's good to see them still active, still alive. A bomb plant, though, of course, means a buy coming right back in for Norway. Hungary will expect this, which is the main thing. I look at this on the other side, though, and say, if Hungary don't find this, they could be in trouble. We could see... you know, we could see things actually spiral quite negatively, where it could be like 3, potentially even 4-0 down, and that sort of tough start can once again put itself into place. How has he got away with that first? I don't know. He gets traded, though. Shine, I'll answer back.
Bomb is on the A ramp still, so nearly catching 2 off guard there, but Shine was quick to get the rifle out. You got to be careful when you're rotating into that corner. The T's can get there, and sometimes that's enough to lose a round. Yeah, that should be an easy kill for Sly. Coolio out of them, crouched down to try and save himself. Corey really out of position here a little bit, but he's going to get the 1 smoked off. Another smoke on top of the bomb. They're going to tap it once. They know he has to play like that it's already been defused. He has to pretend like it already is. It's a 10-second defuse, so maybe. Look at the damage he's doing, just throwing out bullets their way. They finally get him, but he did so much. I think they'll have enough time for the defuse anyway, but that is so unbelievably close. Oh, yeah, there we go. Just barely with the defuse. That's close, but by God, he almost had it.
Yeah, it is very, very close indeed, but I think it's one of those where it's a sigh of relief. And, of course, for Hungary, bomb plant, you can buy again. We see teams who actually, when they make rounds like that close, they just buy right back in, because it's their thought process in these instances is, okay, we've had a little bit of a lesser buy there, and we've got a bomb plant and nearly won it. Why don't we force again? Because surely we can try and find a gap here ourselves and find another round. But it still puts it in the same argument on the other side of, if they lose a round without the bomb plant, they will then have an economy broken, which then gives Norway basically a 2-for-1 special. Bit of attack pause and a bit of a conversation before getting underway into it. But a 2-0 start is the main thing. Norway need to, for my books, get at least 7 rounds. And, you know, on the other side, I always say for Hungary, if you're on that T side, at least 5 rounds is workable. The difference is if things go the other way. So if we see Norway go past 7 or Hungary past 5, then they start to put up what is, in my opinion, a pretty stellar first half.
Oh, yeah. Gruus going down at the beginning. Corey took a fair bit of damage for it, but that's absolutely fine. Sneaking on the other side of the smoke with nobody to catch him. Bit dangerous for Corey to be. I've got to say, this is a position that does get grenaded quite a bit, so you want to be careful, but they don't seem to even consider it. Flashing their way out. Did they realize he was there? I don't think so. They just fell back. I think he must have been flashed too, because nobody even fired a bullet. What a weird encounter. But now they bring the bomb back towards the A-bomb site. And Corey, if he sneaks up here, he could be the absolute linchpin for this bomb site. 1 kill from him in this position should be enough. And look at Norway. They think it's going to be a B hit. They haven't seen anyone in the middle because they didn't check the corner. And Corey, he's just won the round.
Yeah, that's it. Surely. And the fact that Taper gets flashed as well, or basically just rub it in. Just save. I honestly think there's no point if you're Norway here. If you can, that is. And it's not a good start. Oh, he gets 2, Coolio. Fair play. That's already more than enough. Hungary might even get a couple of rounds with this. The big issue is because that previous round was pretty expensive too, Norway don't have long-term funds. And now they've fallen. I think if you're Norway here, I know you could be tempted to force buy. I know Truth's on 1.6. I would honestly say don't. I'd say just save. I think Truth can then still in towards his next round pick up a gun regardless. Even with 1.9k, he can go in towards like some SMG half buy. They are going to force though. I think there's percentage speaking more of a risk forcing here than there is buying next. So you're forcing with at the most like what 2.9k, where in the Eastern to the next round you could actually potentially even have an AWP half armor. It's a big call. We'll see.
Well, starts off well enough. Corey, like I said, essentially winning the last round on his own. Starts off this one with 2 big kills in the middle. No issues there. They're kind of just trading away very efficiently through this round. And this is very good. Again, you lose the pistol, but they don't seem to be suffering from it mentally all that much. They're kind of just bouncing right back into this. So I think it's a encouraging sign so far. The way that they lost that first map was pretty brutal. You could have taken some emotional damage from that and maybe come into the second one feeling a bit down, but the mental reset is pretty strong right now with Hungary. It's good job.
Yeah, super kind of solid rounds that are being put up right now. I'm still sticking with, you know, and I guess with hindsight it helps, but I don't like the idea of forcing there. I understand why, and normally you would always match a force with a force. The difference being is that Norway had enough money where, bar one player, the rest of the team weren't in double eco, and they could have bought in towards this next round. So it's a big one to opt for the force decision. It doesn't work out, and in hindsight now, of course, Hungary found a second, and not only that, they'll probably get the third as well, too, with not really too much of an investment going to come through in towards the next one. They have one fan master that Tate we're sticking around to try and find a fight with. He will not be gifted one. And Hungary. Okay, T-side maybe up to something now. 2, and probably the third to come through. It's already getting to the point of being not too shabby, and especially considering it started maybe potentially a little rough, where it was a little bit concerning. This is better.
Yes, most certainly. They're fighting for a third map, and remember, they're fighting also to sort of stay in this whole thing, because if you let go now, then that's it. You're no longer qualified, and it will be the other team instead. It's a final stop along the way here to decide who gets to move on and play in Riyadh for the WEC. So some grenades raining down in the middle from the T side. 3 of them, in fact. They smoke connector, window, and top mid. So try to deny as much info as they possibly can to the CT side, but still, Tapeware is at least trying to move close up there. Corey That's essentially a free kill on Truth. And I think this round is going to be disappearing pretty quickly for the Norwegian side.
I think you're right. The FAMAS is down. The chances are probably down in the ground as well for Norway in this one. The buy next is the main thing, but this is always never really going to be any sort of a starter of a round. Nager's back default, nobody there. It's not going to make a difference. Still one player moving up mid, one player moving up underpass towards B. And the fact that neither of them have spotted anything, they now absolutely know that's going towards A. But even with the information they've got, it's not going to make a difference.
No, I don't think so. The flank here for Shine, I mean, it's fun to try and throw some of those rounds in there, but when you're flanking with the USP and the rest of your team is kind of practically dead already, we don't expect too much to come out of it. Again, if he was here with an M4, there's a way that you could do it. Sly will get one, and again, the USP is just with an M4, he might actually kill both those players, and that then it'd be a 1 versus 1 and an interesting round all of a sudden. Unfortunate, but not for Hungary. It's 3-2 in their favor. Corey's playing well. Like, this is a very, very decent start for them.
Yes, yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Hungary, they're doing in the early part at least enough where we can start to feel a little bit of confidence about what they're doing thus far. We need to see, though, and keep this up consistently. If they can get 5, I'm pretty happy. Any more is very decent. Norway, back into the gun. Sly gets caught on the cross. Nice little boost there, and Fleaves up, rattles off for the first.
He jumped as well, Sly, and he still got caught. It's pretty grim. Shine will get 1 kill on Aaron. Corey's still playing over on that side here. Oh, Truth, if you go down, that could be a real big issue. Shine's on his own, and he can't escape. Fleave. Good little peek on that one. 3 versus 2. Gruus and Tapeware. If they lose this round, they're back to saving again on the TT side, and I think, honestly, at that point, Hungary are just... They're going to be on such a roll. It'd be very, very hard to stop them at that point. Right over the smoke. Doesn't quite get the shot off there, but... Still, Tabeware's coming up from the middle. It'll be a very, very difficult retake to make work. Not impossible, but they're just not finding the kills early on in this scenario.
Julio, he'll hold. He will actually fall, though. There's a tag. Did Tabeware hear that? He did. All right, not bad. Okay. The nade is perfectly placed as well onto Fleave, and he baits out the shot. He doesn't even mean to. And somehow he's got another baited out shot. He's sticking on the bomb. He's reloading the orb. And a 10-second defuse in the open with no util will go the way of Norway. They are so fortunate. So lucky.
Yeah, I thought for sure Flea was going to hit one of those shots at the end. It just looked like it was, even any one of them. And he has to stop the defuse. And then they lose the round. Or he doesn't have to, but he probably would have. Oh, no. That's pretty heartbreaking. 2 versus 3. Great work, obviously, coming out from the Norwegian side. And it might even have been sort of a must-win kind of scenario for them. If they'd lost that one, it's hard to imagine that they could have made a great first half of it. There's still a chance now. They get to steal 2 AKs. They buy M4s on the rest. Money is still pretty decent for Hungary. So they buy into this round. No problem.
Yeah. 3-all. Pretty close game. It feels competitive in comparison to, what we got in map number 1. There really wasn't too much of a contest. This feels like it has some sort of idea behind it. Both sides are playing the way that they should be. Hungary are competing, at least in a sense where there's a chance about that third map. We're not going to count it out. On a map like Mirage, anything can happen.
Oh, yeah.
3-all. Like you said, plenty of money for Hungary to buy back in, and actually plenty of money to buy back in towards the next, even if this one was to go awry. Tapeware, this is a pretty ballsy call. It does cross safely. Will they expect him? Maybe not. They definitely won't. First, second, not quite. 1.5 kills. The nade can't quite see him off either.
Yeah, no real easy way to escape that one, but my God, inside of the bomb side, things are working out very well for them at the moment. Ooh. It will be a couple of kills going their way. Corey, the last one left, he's going to get dropped as well, so only Tapeware going down. And again, he was kind of the forward defense, so, getting a kill and a half for him is, I think, fairly respectable.
And that wasn't bad. Gruus, 3 massively important kills there. Finds the first, fair enough. He drops back as he looks to IESF fight back pillar, and he gets it, and then he jumps up on towards the van for the third as the apartments players drop a util to get the players out onto the side. Really well played. Really well played from him individually. He had a fantastic map, number 1. So,
yeah,
Norway take back a lead. It's a weird buy, but it's a great start. Fleet, that is lightning fast. Sly didn't even know what hit him by the time he is 6 feet under.
Yeah, he's been hitting some of those shots. Very, very important. Aaron, did he spot it? I don't think he did. Truth has managed to just sneak his way out past, but yeah, they're going to get the kill anyway. Tapeware gets 1 in return, but with him very low on health, how much more can they do here? It's going to be finally a kill coming in there for Shine. 3 versus 3. The bomb is going to make its way to the site. The question is, can Shine do more than he's already done?
This goes quiet. Coolio creeping up with the bomb. 3v3. They're not being heard. Bomb will be planted open. This is the default plant spot, in all fairness, for Hungary. It seems like they're going there more or less every time. There's 2 via CT and a freebie given to Groot on the rotate. That's pretty huge. Caught on the cross. Tapeware goes down, and Flea finds Groot as well. Now Shan, he should know where both are, but crossing is the big task. The smoke will give him that luxury. AK picked up as well. Any fight that comes through, Shine will win the first. Get on towards the bomb. He has a kit. Why not? Tap looks for the fight. He's got time, but he just loses the head-to-head duel to Coolio. Maybe sticking him out of in the play.
Yeah, but you got to respect the effort. That's pretty cool. He's playing it right to the limit. Yeah, nicely done. Don't know what else he realistically could have done there, but that was a fun round once again. 4-4. And again, when they trade rounds back and forth like this, eventually it is going to end up favoring the T side, right? They're just going to have more money to play around with. Norway, they're holding on. They're not getting decimated in this first half, but they're not doing as well as they would have liked. Again, just setting up this boost, which they got the kill with earlier. Not going to be able to do that now. Sly is up close to the ramp with the MP9, but he's also the only defender there. And top of mid push coming out. Fairly aggressive here for Norway. They really want to put the pressure on.
So many here. Shanov on the first. Truth. Yeah, smart decision to get out of there. He doesn't realize it, but that's probably kept him alive. So many bodies towards top mid. They're just grouping up Hungary. All playing off each other. As long as nobody peeks from Norway for free, I mean, they should be fine.
Yeah.
I believe. He's looking for a fight from backside. They're going to creep up towards B, and there's 2 players towards his B side as well.
Okay, a little bit of a spot out. Hard in the corner there. Nothing you could do really behind the backbench, and somehow this bomb set's just falling apart. Tapeware eventually will have to come in and try and help out, but how much can he really do from this position? He's going to go down, and that's the round here. What a weird scenario. It's a 4 versus 5, but Norway kind of end up looking like they are almost scared to fight at the end.
Yeah, weird. A weird decision. They find the opener, and then they're so passive in their approach. I'm not sure if this is them kind of misreading something, but 50-50 duels go very easy over towards Hungary, and they're going to find that elusive 5th that I was asking for. And now, by my books at the very least, this is seen as a solid T side, regardless of how the rest of these rounds go.
Yeah.
I think this is pretty good. 5 of Hungary. Honestly, they probably should get a 6th as well, because money's going to be shot here for Norway. So it's not a terrible spot that we're in at the moment for Hungary. And I think it's good to see them respond off the back of what was a pretty terrible map generally towards map number 1. This is good. We have to look at this though, and for Norway, how do you save face a little bit? I think, let's say for example, we're probably expecting not to do a lot in towards this map. Then I think if they get any less than 6, you could actually be in a bit of a troublesome spot. It requires a very solid T side to be able to kind of turn it on its head. A pistol round would basically be an absolute necessity.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Sly does make me happy that he's got the 1 M4 here in play. He's just secured them an AK, but they've lost the bomb site, So it might be one of those situations where Hungary just say, yeah, fine, whatever. We'll, we might give that up, but we're going to be fine otherwise. And as much as you'd love to try and go for this retake, what are the chances really that you get anything done? You don't have the kit, you don't have any grenades or anything. Just if you can play to win the last 2 rounds and make it a 6-6 half, then I think that's probably the stronger choice. And I think they've realized the same thing. So that's fine. But yeah, another AK to play around with.
It's a small thing, a positive. I mean, again, I feel like if you're Norway, you have to be getting 6 rounds. Any less, you're in a really weird spot. Flash going to come to try and bait in a fight. They might get another, but it doesn't work out. And it actually will be Tape getting traded out too. An AK save is a good thing. But the rest doesn't really matter. And Hungary don't care about losing any fights at the end as well. They have so much money to buy in for the last 2 rounds. Penultimate round here. And at a 6-4 scoreline, Hungary are already doing considerably better than what we saw in towards map number 1. They've already beaten the rounds that they got in towards map number 1, which is fine. Norway, they're not out of this just yet, but they're not giving themselves a hell of a lot of space to work with when they go into what is generally seen as the statistically harder T side of Mirage. We're just looking at the numbers here, and that's the thing that is borderline a little concerning.
Yeah. No, it definitely is. Well, yeah, 6 rounds. I think it's doable if you can get there. But not a comfortable position for Norway to be in at the moment at all. Corey stepping up and playing a very, very tight game with 15 kills right now. Nobody really matching him on the Norwegian side yet. Shine has got 10, so kind of trying to get there. But it looks like this is going to be just a question of timing. They smoked out the window in the middle. And they're just waiting for the right time to unleash the rest. The question is, can they actually hold what's coming out of the palace? It's going to be, I think, on Shine, who's playing down there in the shadow position. It will not be easy at all.
Oh, Corey gets gifted that one. Shine will fall. The M4 can't get both. Only going 1.5's not enough. And that's the A site open. Groose, all that's left. 2 is not bad, in all fairness. A couple of quick kills in concession. But yeah, it's still Hungary getting a 7th. And there might even be an 8th to follow it as well, because Norway don't really have the best of funds to work with. Nothing saved, nothing gained. And we're probably talking about Hungary getting up towards an 8th here. Fair enough. And to be honest, deserved. Hungary have looked so clean on this T side. Taking fights. The individuals look really, really crisp as well. I mean, Corey's 17-8. Nearly 20 kills.
Yeah, it's been
in the first half. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, funnily enough, Truth has got 1 kill and Chavi's got 2. So weirdly, again, a couple of players that are missing out on some of the action. But yeah, Corey has been leading the charge for them here. Round number 12 coming up. Smoke up towards the top of connector, but they respond with another smoke of their own, which allows Slide to sort of play around inside of that connector, a little pocket in there between the 2 smokes. Corey waiting for anything that happened here, but still early days for Hungary in the round. They don't necessarily have to commit to anything. I do like this from Sly. Look at it. He's actually gone all the way out for the connector. Now he's at top mid. Very, very deep position. Oh, this could be round winning. Remember last time we saw this kind of a flank? It was with the USP. Now it's with the FAMAS. Maybe still not the absolute best weapon for it, but it'll get the job done. If he can find the right timing, which is definitely right. Oh, he sees the grenade thrown, so he knows. He can call out to his teammates saying they are executing. It's already happening. Get ready. Scout will find the headshot. Oh, it's a great cleanup here. They absolutely wrecked this incoming attack. Oh, Truth. Oh, the grenade bounced right into his skull. But 7-5 at the end. Norway, at least they claimed this last round.
Yeah, funny little grenade. But a 7-5, it's not impossible. It's not the worst. It's still very positive, though, over towards Hungary. And a 7-5 scoreline basically means, for me, that Norway have to get this pistol. I feel like if you don't, you got Hungary who can basically, especially if Norway don't get a bomb plant too, Hungary can more or less go up towards, 9 rounds? 9-5 at that point. You know, they're 4 rounds ahead of you. They're 4 rounds away. It's just leaving too much up towards those gun rounds. And something that haven't actually been all too clean for Norway is their gun rounds. They've looked a little scrappy. So that's why, for me, I feel like this pistol is something that just has to be taken. 2 towards A, 3 towards B. but they're going to go in via under. So they're wrapping through under to go back towards mid, setting up for an A split. It's quite a detailed pistol. Sometimes simplicity is the way forward.
A little bit of a flash in. Xavi finding his 3rd kill, and you're right, that is the bomb. Awkwardly lost in a really weird position. Let's see what Xavi's going to be able to do here. He's fallen quite far back, and I can appreciate that. You don't want to die. Corey sneaks the kill away. The Glock's doing quite a bit of work here, but Fleeve, look at him isolating the fight so that he doesn't just get, bursted down by the Glock, but instead can use the finesse of that USP to take the kill. So 1 versus 3 now. In truth, man, he's so far away. I can't see him getting this round back.
Surely no way. 1v3 has to then recover the bomb with 40 seconds. And there becomes a point where they're going to figure out where he is. He's spotted one. He's looking for the second. He spots him, but he just gets double tapped down. Hungary find the pistol. And that, for me, feels like we're now talking about already, maybe even slowly, but talking about that 3rd map. I mean, Norway, they've given themselves so few opportunities now to build upon momentum. They've got potentially even kind of 2 true gun rounds, 3 true gun rounds if things continue at this sort of fashion where Hungary are rolling through them, depending on how many forces and stuff they want to go for. They're not going to force here, gun round in towards the next, lose that. That's another 2-for-1 special where Hungary can get up towards the likes of 11 rounds. At that point, you've maybe got 1 more after that. So 3 if you're lucky if things continue at this fashion. That's just how clean Hungary are playing right now.
They are looking for a 3rd map. I can't see a world in which they don't get it. Just solid Counter-Strike coming out from the moment here. Obviously against the pistols, it is a hell of a lot easier. The bomb trying to make its way out of the panels there. That was kind of the point of that top mid push there. But there just wasn't enough of a distraction. So at the end of the day, it will be yet another round. 9-5. They keep it going. Their economy is not out of control yet on the CT side, but it's pretty good. And we'll see. We've lost Sly at the start of the round. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Sure, we can get him back, but yeah, I mean, we haven't seen anything yet that kind of suggests that Hungary are going to slow down this game for themselves. They're doing well.
Yeah, it's true. 9-5, a super deserved lead that we've got. I'm assuming this round won't begin. Yeah, it won't. So we're waiting for Sly to get back in. But yeah, I mean, all in all, this is probably setting itself off for that vertigo, which we kind of cool to see the vertigo just because we don't see it as often. But it really hasn't looked clean from Norway. They've never really gotten all too much to work with. It's been very one-sided gun rounds. Even the kind of half buys have looked quite unfortunate for them as well. I mean, this is a super, super nice showing coming out for Hungary. You absolutely deserve to be in this lead. A buy to come through here for Norway, and it's another one like similar to the pistol, where it's a must-win kind of gun round. If they don't win this one here, Hungary can get up towards 11. At that point, it feels like potentially it's already done. It's as simple as that. This gun round has so much behind it for Norway, and if they lose it, they're in trouble.
Yeah, it's kind of playing on the back foot right now with all the work still ahead. In terms of individuals, I mean, apart from Truth, who's having a little bit of a tough game for whatever reason, but I mean, we know he's really good. He was playing great on the first map, so I'm sure that can even be changed around, but they don't have someone that's like Sly on that first map was out of control, and having somebody that can open up rounds like that is huge, and they're kind of missing that at the moment. So it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, we need those individuals, and they just don't have them. They've had a couple of moments, but I mean, you Truth is really struggling. 2-13. Tapeware still in single digits himself. It's not a great showing. I mean, even Sly being negative, especially off the back of how clean he was map one. It's such a disparity. Shine's the only one who is actually even positive over towards Norway. That itself is a pretty damning statement. Tech pause finally concluded though. Sly is back in the server. Maybe with a little refresh, we can see map one Sly back in. Who knows? Hopefully, because they really need him. Norway, they're 4 rounds behind. Their opponents are 4 rounds away from seeing off this map and pushing us towards a vertigo.
Yeah, you would love to see Sly return to that same form. It was very enjoyable, but he's going to have to prove it. It's going to be a kill in the middle. Fleeve goes down afterwards. Gruus and Corey. Actually, nice mid-air tracking with the FAMAS. Not necessarily that easy to do. It'll work out this time for him. Trades continue. 2 versus 3. Aaron, got to be careful here. You don't go down and maybe give the round back. Xavi's pushed up in the hallways, and he might be able to catch the bomb in a couple of seconds. Oh, a little of a ranged fight. Sly, it's not great, and he dies at the end. Oh, no. Disastrous look here.
It is. Bit by bit, it's getting worse and worse. This is looking like potentially we should already start focusing our attention towards Vertigo. This is going to be a 10th and the 11th probably off the back of it. No bomb plan again. I mean, Norway, that's a small but simple thing. They cannot even get a bomb plan. I mean, that is just the big thing absolutely eluding them.
Yeah.
He's getting flanked as well. He's probably dead in a second.
Yeah, we do get this bomb plants. Again, you're lacking a little bit of money. You're just not quite connecting the dots. A painful situation to be in. 27 seconds. Aaron should be almost a free kill. And it will be. Shine goes down. Aaron with the double. And Hungary go to 10. Doesn't feel like they're facing a lot of opposition at the moment here. So, yeah, that third map is starting to feel more and more locked in. I don't know what it's going to take here to stop them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I really just don't understand what needs to change. But for Norway, it's not. I don't think it's happening. This Mirage is not being clean. It's a map in which I even said, you know, for the core of Para, it's a map in which they play. It looked good on it, and you can see it right now. Few upgraded pistols for Norway. Not expecting fireworks in this one. So, probably should be made on 11th. And by that point, we're talking about this nearly being game over. Can they convert a low by round, though? It's not a good start. A double coming through for Coolio. Aaron tries, but he will fall. But Coolio is still alive briefly before he falls. Numbers are good, though, for Hungary, and the firepower, too. And they should be fine. Oh, that's a little labored. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this is surprisingly a more expensive round than you would have assumed, but the truth is Shine is still incredibly low on health here, so is there really a realistic chance that he's going to be able to pick this one up? The bomb right next to him. Yeah, but he actually needs somebody to peek him. Deagle versus Orb, and unsurprisingly, it'll be the Orb coming out on top, so good job for Fleeve. Again, a more expensive round than it probably would have liked, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really matters that much. It's still fine. Like, they're getting to the finish line here. 11-5, and Norway. If they wanted to answer back, it's time to start winning rounds. Like, if they win 2 in a row, I think that's the money gone for Hungary. Then they're at like 11-7. Still quite far away at that point, but at least it's a start.
Yeah, it's pretty spot on. 2 more rounds for Hungary, and last gun round probably for Norway. If things continue at this rate. Great reactionary shot there from Fleeve as he finds Truth just on the edge of that smoke. It continues to be a tough map out for Truth at 4 and 16. And now down to just 4. The nade actually could even do a little bit more as well. If he'd actually banked that off the wall, it probably catches Gruus. Doesn't matter. He gets his head ripped off by the... Oh my God, Fleeve cannot be stopped.
What an absolute badass. He just swings wide, just steps out, knowing that he actually can't take the shot while he's swinging, because he's still getting another cartridge in there, but it worked out. It will be a 12-5 as we just move on. Hungary, they are ready and primed to do this. They need one more round. Norway muted and not really being heard from here on the map. Very interesting.
Yeah, very true. 12-5. We can see back-to-back 13-5s at this rate. Norway in towards mid is a scrappy fight, but Flea peeks him in the AWP to get one of his own, and Gru's now known and stuck in towards Delpan. He's dropping in towards under. Nothing can possibly go wrong for Hungary right now. Absolutely every fight is working.
Yeah, it's such a luxury when you're having this kind of game. It's just makes it a lot easier. Sly here gets a spray on one. My God, the follow-up is beautiful as well. Good headshot. Takes down Coolio. That's the kind of stuff that we needed to see all throughout the map and not just right at the end. But the worst part is the bomb is actually lost at top mid. The CTs have it. So sure, you win the fight, you get the bomb plant, or you get the bomb site, but you forgot the one crucial element. A little bit of a spray at range. Fleave's going to take it, and they know exactly where Sly is. So let's see. Fleave should probably wait for his teammate so that they can engage at the same time here, but with 50 seconds, yeah, there's the bomb. Sly, what are you doing? What can you do?
Yeah, this is an awkward one, isn't it? 40 seconds to try and do something. Looking for the flanks. Sly is taking a sweet time in this one as well, but Hungary are playing it perfectly. They're just sticking together.
Yeah. That's what you should be doing. Ooh, and there's the kill at the end. Ah, Hungary. Never a doubt in their minds for this map. Very well played. I don't know if there's anything that they could have done here. Norway. It just looked like it was almost a foregone conclusion from the start here. So really sick stuff. It means we see a third map. And again, I appreciate that because this is the last game that we have. It's qualification or bust.
Yeah.
It should go to a third map.
Exactly. And you know what as well? Deserved. Hungary looked clean. Corey and Fleave both looked incredible all the way through. Corey, especially in that first half. Fleave really stepped up in that second half as well. Both of them had fantastic showings where nobody, you know, you hate to say it, but nobody looked good over towards Norway. You know, Sly, Shine, and Gru's heading in towards that final round with 11 kills apiece. Truth had a really tough one as well. It was basically a no-show. Back-to-back 13-5s. But we are heading in towards now map number 3. Verzgo's coming up next to decide who is going to the World Esports Championships. You don't want to miss it. Sit tight. We'll see you soon. Final map here in this best of 3, and the final map, which is basically a best of 1 to see who is going to the World Esports Championships. We are heading towards Vertigo as we've got to find a victor. Norway, Hungary, one of these two teams we're going to have to say welcome to Riyadh, and the other we have to say, sadly, goodbye to. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, no other way around it. Played a couple of maps already. Now we've got the final one coming up, and it's by an interesting accident that we've ended up on Vertigo as well. So very curious way to decide this whole thing, but I'm for it. I think it'd be interesting to see. I mean, it's hard to say who's going to be showing up for this one. It seems like the map just wasn't feeling good for Norway really at any point. Yeah. So if they're a little bit more sharp on Vertigo, I mean, we've seen the kind of damage they could do at the start of the game, where they looked obviously insanely good. So could be just a complete coin flip here for the decider. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, honestly, credit to Hungary for stepping it back up again and kind of coming back into this game, because it was a tough loss on the first map.
It was really difficult. I think we just didn't see them play the way that they should. I mean, for Hungary, that's positive. I think now that Hungary have something to build upon. The foundations of map number 2, very, very solid, where they can come in towards this and say, right, we've just come in towards a puggy map like Mirage. We've taken the fight to them. We've looked clean. Vertigo isn't a puggy map sort of inherently, but there is signs of life where I think for Hungary, they have those individuals. The worrying thing is that Norway didn't. Norway had nobody step up to play. Nobody looked comfortable in the way that was approached. And that's, I think, the more concerning thing for us is, in towards that Mirage, I'm looking at the scoreboard now. Sly was top of the scoreboard, 13 and 15. It's not the greatest stat. And then it drops off considerably, 11, 11, 10, 5. It's not the numbers you want at all for a Norwegian side. They have to be a different side coming in towards this. They have to take a bit of precedence early doors and really showcase just how good they are if they want any chance.
Yeah, I think that's true. This is going to be there's going to be a brand new map, and hopefully you can put the rest behind them. That mental reset, we saw Hungary do it. Norway can't do the same. I mean, they should be able to do that. Knife round, I think, is on the way, and I guess it could be interesting to see who wins this one. With Vertigo, I mean, starting on the CT side might be fun. There are some real challenges to overcome on the T side of Vertigo. Maybe especially if you're like a little bit of a mixed team. It could be hard to make it all work. So it looks like Hungary are going to be starting on the CT side, from what I can tell. Yeah, curious how this will play. Do you want to make a prediction for the final one here?
I'm actually going to go Hungary. I went Hungary from the start, and I'm going to stick with them. I just feel like name value-wise, they've got a little bit more about them. They were here last year in Yash. They looked so good in towards that map number 2. So I really feel like, for me, Hungary have the chance to make something of this. They really have an opportunity to work with this. So I'm going to go Hungary. They're starting on that CT side. It could be a blessing, could be a curse, though. Sometimes the T side... sometimes the T side maybe are the ones that you look at and say they're the ones just at the tempo. That's what teams in this slightly more mixy, puggy nature can be a little scarier, but yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Setting up top of the ramp here, where so much of the battle is going to be happening. It'll be Aaron to take the first headshot on Vertigo. The rest are trying to push up. They've got quite a few grenades on the Norwegian side, so they can definitely set up a bit of an execute here. We'll see if they can land the smoke down right. You can get it waterfalled down. Aaron, though, is pushing in front, and it's going to be Xavi to get a kill as well. Oh, no. Norway, they've already thrown in their grenades, and they're getting really no entry onto anything behind it here. So all the grenades kind of landed behind the CTs, and obviously that's a bit of an issue. They're pushing in front, though. I think for Hungary, there's a big mistake. I have no idea why they're doing this. They pretty much had the round locked down. Now it's right up for grabs again. Aaron and Fleeve practically dead, and you gain nothing for doing this. Not even necessary.
Overfighting. I don't know why. Because now they've given Norway a chance. Still is a 3v2, so still have numbers, but look how low they are. I mean, Aaron 2 points of HP, Fleeve 8. If they can't hit crispy headshots, they could be in trouble here. Aaron will get 1. Thankfully, Fleeve will get his. Nearly a worrying position. Nearly a little bit damning. In the end, it wasn't, and it is still 3 stay alive, as Hungary will find the first. Indiscipline nearly cost them a little bit there. I think they could have potentially given up the bomb plant if things had gone south. It wasn't the case at the end of it, so I guess we can sit here and say not the end of the world, but there was a moment where we did get a little worried, especially when those two guys fight top ramp. You're kind of questioning, why are we doing this? Either way, not the end of the world. first on the board for Hungary, which is good. Norway will have just a Glocks out and a run boost for the Deagle. That gets immediately deleted. So all for now.
Yeah, over and done with. Nicely done, Fleeve. Just clean it up. It's a very, very quick round here. And Sly is going to be the last to fall. No surprises. A second round for the Hungarian squad. And the third round, I think, will be the really interesting one. Yeah, my God, imagine if they would have lost the pistol round just a little bit too much excitement happening in the middle of it. That would have been disastrous. But yeah, they managed to recover it, and now they can take a moment to breathe here. AKs have been picked up on the Norwegian side. Some grenades to follow as well. But yeah, the real test will be this first one. If Hungary win it, they can really relax. They can really start to build the cash up. But otherwise, Norway, they're going to want to take this first round right away.
Let's see. Fleeve. UMP. Not often you see that these days. Nade and a molly combo to clear out that corner. Norway's first buy. It has to be somewhat successful. And by that, I mean they have to win the round. If they don't, to this sort of a bonus buy that Hungary have got, that'll be pretty damning. WMP, double MP9. The UMP are going to get the first. Flee's still stuck here. And he won't get his head ripped off his shoulders. So it's a good start for Norway.
Nicely done, Truth. All right. Corey just deleted from the round. 4 versus 2. Just 2 MP9s left. It's a bit of a bonus round, really. So for Hungary, I don't think they're going to be panicked yet if this doesn't work out. But it'll cost them quite a bit here. Truth looking to line up. He'll only be good for the one there. Unfortunately, might have been good if he just stuck in the corner. But the AK has been picked up by Coolio, and I think it's just probably better to save it, right? Some of them have money to buy, but you might as well just carry that over into the next round. So Norway going to be on the board a little bit early on with a 2-1 scoreline. Okay, nicely done.
They needed that, Norway. No two ways about it. It's not the worst thing in the world for Coolio to have an AK saved over, as long as he does save it. He seems interested in a fight. I don't think he should. Let's prioritize staying alive, shall we?
I'm gonna say, yeah, don't get too close.
Yeah, let's pull back, shall we? I think. All right, Coolio, he'll be fine here. They don't push it towards spawn. He doesn't push past it. He keeps on his AK. Norway take the round. That's the agreement. That's all that matters. Now, with a first on the board for Norway, we need to chain a couple in succession. With how rough everything was over towards map number 2 for Norway, if they can find a couple of rounds in succession, we can talk about where this Norwegian side is just a bad map for them rather than overall being a bad series. And that map not really breaking the mental or anything of the sort. This is what we're looking at. I think while Mirage was quite worrying, we can maybe look at it and say that potentially might just be the map itself, not the team. But not a good start towards this round as Flea finds the first with a crisp shot.
That'll open something up. Slido. He's there for the return. Oh, Truth shooting Savvy right at the feet and does actually manage to get the kill on him as well. 3 versus 2. Bruce and Truth. They have health enough, so they can still definitely win this round. Smoke up on the one side of the generator here. And Molotov on the other side. A moment in time here where they could try and go straight for the bomb plant, hopefully without getting interrupted at all. Can he escape as well? Flashbang to set it up. It's well played so far. Gru still has 1 flashbang left. So yeah, look at him communicating with Truth at the moment. They're not worried about any flanks, which is maybe a little bit of an oversight, but no one's coming that way. There's the flash to set it up. Wide swing coming out. It's a big trade. And now Gru's going into the same position. He's trying to see if he can be very hard to find here. Oh, 2 seconds left. Almost getting it. Knife is out, but the bomb is defused. And inside of the smoke, he's just trying to stay alive now. Comes out for the kill and can't quite get the last one. But my God, that's so close. I think a bullet more would have done it.
Yeah, I don't think they'll realize. And that's one of those where they'll look back in the demo and just be like, damn, man, we're so close but so far, right? If we had found that, how does that change the round? If we got the guy for defuse, again, similar thing. Solo on HP, but a round is a round. That's all that Hungary will care about. A 2-round buffer. Their first kind of full buy coming through with relative ease. I mean, it does require a bit of a ninja defuse, but all in all, it's a ninja defuser player staying alive, which is the main thing. For Norway, they buy back in. Does require one Galil, but it's not the worst in the world. These are pretty even rounds that are being played out so far. Quite back and forth. Gru's trying to sneak up in towards yellow, and he gets tagged so much. Aaron doesn't realize how much damage he's dealt.
Maybe not.
Oh.
Well, now he knows. Bruce going down, just finding the right one. If Aaron, don't expect him to stick around and fight. Again, once you get those openings, why would you do it? Why not just walk away with a little bit of a victory? So 4-on-5 here, but Sly, he was a superstar on the opening map. It was actually a sick performance from him. They probably need that energy back on this one, I expect. So 4-on-4, 45 seconds. They are starting to get closer to the bomb site. The bomb is making its way there. Tapeworm, can you actually get the bomb planted here? You can tell he's feeling a little bit unsure about that prospect. He's finally going to go for the bomb plant, and no one there to interrupt him. AK and an HE. So Sly's just getting more kills. 4 in the round before he finally goes down. And now it's a 2 versus 2, but the help is definitely with Norway here.
Oh, pop shot doesn't connect. In the post plant's pretty strong, but with how low Javi is, how is he individually going to play this? It's a good start. And Shine just dancing around the sandbag. All he has to do is buy time. No scope doesn't connect, and he might be in trouble, but run out of ammo again. Another round in which Hungary lose 2 Shines all. That happened in the first map. And that time it's Corey. First time it was Aaron. That time it's Corey. Shine wins another 1v2 with an AWP. And it's because their opponent runs out of ammo in their main gun. You hate to see it. Really well done. And Norway keep it a 1-round game.
Okay, well, it's getting a little bit interesting here. The money for Hungary making it a problem for them to continue the battle in a reasonable fashion. So, Truth, what's going on, buddy? I don't think any of those grenades went to go that way, so perhaps a bit confusing, but they'll be Shabby to take a kill, taking down Sly. Shine will get one in return, and all right, they're holding on here. It's very important for Norway, obviously, to win this round. They've built a great bit of momentum to get here. If they give it up now, that would obviously be completely disastrous. Truth is going to be going down next, so 3 versus 3, and a stolen AK on Corey. Oh no, Norway. All the work they've put in the early rounds here, it could be washed away if they lose this one, and they're gonna really regret it. Again, we're talking about qualification here to play on LAN in Riyadh for the WEC. Nice Molotov, and it's gonna burn Corey in the corner. All right, that's still way too close of a round, to be honest, but they win it.
And that is all they care about. 3-all. We're tied square, and we go again. Hungary for them, by not going to be pretty. They're not going to have enough to force as well. Norway in not too bad of a spot. Tactball is going to be called here as well. So a conversation that both of these two teams need to have. But I think for me, I look at the main thing and say, Norway already a little bit more competitive than what we saw in towards Mirage. They look like a little bit more of a competent side. They're feeling fine. For Hungary, it's still decent. I look at Vertigo as a little bit more of a CT-sided map. Generally, I think that's just how most people see it. I think especially now with the changes that have come through with the openings towards kind of mid to the A site, the connector areas, obviously so open now, so it means you can hold even all the way from CT. Those small things make it much more difficult, I think. So, yeah, I think what I look at is that this map is generally a little bit more CT-sided. If Norway can get up towards 5, that's good. 6 is very, very solid. And a bit of a handshake between the two sides. Especially how even it is right now, who knows?
It's a little bit too early to tell here. Savvy with the pistol kill, taking down Gruus. Again, they kind of give over an AK. I don't think it's really necessary. I think for Norway, just stay grouped up, find a bomb plant. All they had were USPs. AK here is going to get another kill, taking down Tapeware. For Norway, it is unforgivable. They need to just find the bomb site, get the bomb planted here. This is should be one of the most straightforward rounds, really. Good shot for Truth. 3 versus 3. Bomb is being brought over to the A side. Aaron is here with a potentially nasty surprise if they're not careful, but they're going to be able to find him. So good job on that one.
Well, that's it. That is it. Sly, bomb going down. Do you actually want to give this a go if you're Hungary? I mean, maybe if they found a kill in as the bomb goes down, they could be tempted behind it. But you're looking at it, and yes, you can have a buy-in towards the next round, but I think you'd rather just have a bit of stability in the econ. Talk about an AK being brought over. The Galil's maybe not as much of a priority. It's better than nothing, though, in all fairness. And the Galil in CS2 is pretty sick. Now, Norway take a little lead, and one in which they can build upon, but they have to be kind of wary of this Hungary buy back in. And the fact that they've got an AK2 is a big positive for them. The AWP stays alive, though. That's the main thing. 2 rifles, too. It's only a little bit of a couple of constellation kills and nothing really positive gained for Hungary in that round. 4-3. Back and forth. Still a super difficult spot that both of these sides find themselves in when neither of them have got momentum. It has been back and forth. We've seen this kind of lack of consistency come through. The main thing, I guess, is that Norway have now put 3 up in a row. Where the big positive is that Norway are actually getting gun rounds. Hungary started well. They got the pistol, they got the force, lost on their bonus buy, then won back on their first full buy, and then Norway have started to run through. So even though the game feels close, I think Norway have a little bit of wind in their sails right now in general, but it's still just so close. It's so hard to call.
Yeah, the margins are still kind of thin here. 1 round lead. 2 AKs for Hungary. Again, always nice on the CT side. A little bit of an added bonus. Coolio nearly got himself killed, and they wanted it. Sly, he saw the opportunity, but it had already basically come and gone by the time he turned the corner. So it's going to be a 3 versus 5 now. The bomb lost out there. That's one of those experience questions probably for Sly, where he certainly has the skill to go for that kind of a fight, but in the real world, might have been better to just fall back and wait for the teammates, trust in the plan to get the bomb planted. I think it's all done. The bomb is actually lost so far outside on the edge of the map here, so doubt it's going to work out.
What do you do? Shine of Truth. Hey, I saw a bad shot. 2 of them are low. If Truth and this AK can get active, there was a chance, but he needed the AWP to stay alive too, and it's not going to happen. Truth are going to try and work. Even this first fight is good in all fairness. He doesn't even take a point. Oh, he does take damage. Just took a while to update for a second. I was going to say, if he had found out, that would have been ridiculous. But 4-all, right back into it. And that's a much more convincing round coming through for Hungary. 3 stay alive. They take a fair, decent amount of damage, but all that matters, they've got the numbers, they've got the stability, they buy right back in, and they do at least hurt the econ towards Norway, but they're going to opt to force it. Now, this is something I'm not a humongous fan of. Double AK, 1 Galil, then double upgraded pistol, where you could just half buy this, full buy next. It puts so much pressure in towards round number 9 that if Norway lose this, they won't just lose it and kind of give over the lead to Hungary, but they'll allow them to guarantee at the bare minimum a tied game, which already for the seed side I think is okay. I'd have rather them taken a little bit of a half buy here and then full bought next with an AWP, but against, it's a big call. It puts a lot of pressure on towards this round, more pressure than the previous ones.
I agree with that. 4 versus 4 here. Shot right in the leg, I think. Yeah, Shine takes a second, but he drops down. And that means one of those 2 rifles is going to be a little bit lower. They'll drop it over to somebody else, and quick trade at the start of it. Corey for Truth. Might be worth it. Corey's been playing pretty well. Groose trying to make his way up to the center of the map. If he could find an opening, he's got a lot of teammates. In fact, they're all going to show up here. Unusual to see the entire T4s group up at the center, but it could work. If you take the middle here, That's only one person left on the B-bomb side. It's Fleeve, and I bet that's where they're going to go if they can find the opening, and they can. So now they need to go. Smoke up. Fleeve knows he's in a bit of trouble. He's got a smoke and an HE, so he could do something with it, but he's alone.
Where do we go? Shine. He's trying to wrap in. A Molotov is going to come down. It's actually a team Molotov, so it stops him fully wrapping through, but it actually potentially maybe sells a ruse. I mean, Aaron and Coolio, now that a bomb goes down, are they even really going to give this a go? Is Shine just here as an insurance policy? And I think he is. By the looks of Hungary, they are going to be calling this. And Norway, it's an audacious call to force, but it's paid off. So you really can't blame them. And now Hungary might have to do one of their own. It's a great angle, this one, in all fairness. Gets one, but it does get traded straight away by Tapeware. And the trade's been a little bit more coming over towards Hungary. They don't have anything in reserves. They needed actually both guns to stay alive. If they had both of those rifles stay alive, they can buy next round. Now it's only one. They actually can't, or not properly. Julio will get an AWP. That's okay, in all fairness. But yeah, the big thing is, if they had both guns stay alive, both of them can drop over to Aaron and Corey, and then they're okay. Oh, he runs out of ammo on the AK, and the AWP wall bangs him through the pillar. That is ridiculous.
Okay, well, very interesting. 4 versus 5. AKs all across the board here. I don't know. I think Norway slowly but surely they're putting together a pretty decent half right now. The margin for error for Hungary is really low. If they mess up even once here, they could be in a lot of trouble. And they start up with a good kill, taking down Sly. Don't hate to see that. But is it enough to actually make a difference? Shots ringing through the smoke, not connecting with anything. And over at the B side of the map, Groose, this is very far forward. That actually could be kind of dangerous to the defense. Aaron's going to go down, and there's Groose. That's why that position is so scary. Xavi just missing the timing by a little bit, and it cost them a lot.
Corey, he's holding on the pixel angle. He doesn't spot anything. Not yet. There's one back white. He's got an inkling. And Groose, who's pushed forward, he's waiting for the rotation to come through. Groose actually playing this well. He's not over fighting just yet. Flash comes over. Does catch Corey. He's the orbs here. Looks for a second. Not giving it. They drop on towards the site. That might actually be it. Bomb goes down. I don't know if you want to give this a go, Coolio. Keep hold of what you've got.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to agree. That's Norway up to 6. It's starting to get really problematic because, again, Hungary don't have the money. So it's not just a round loss. It's the potential to set up for the next round again where things just might get even rougher. That could be all the way up to 7 here for Norway at the first half. That's pretty great. Steal an AK away. I mean, we don't hate that, but it's not what really counts. It's the cash that's left on the rest of the Hungarian side. Oh, they'd love a miracle round here. If they can get that, an odd round where this AK just goes ballistic, that would be huge, obviously.
Yeah. Honestly, this is pretty good. Norway, 6 rounds on C side. This is a map which generally teams do prefer the CT side, just primarily actually because it's a little bit easier for the AWPs to get activated. The biggest thing is that this is the hardest map to AWP on, that most pros talk about it. It's just so difficult because of the weird elevation, the way these sites are kind of laid out, but it's particularly harder on that C side. So the fact that if you can take a lead on towards heading in towards that CT, it would allow for individuals like Shan, he's been a little bit quiet, right? He hasn't had too many opportunities. He's not doing bad, but we know he has a little bit of a level higher than him. That map number 1 was fantastic, for example, because it's better for AWPing. If they can take a lead heading in towards that CT side, where then Shine can start to get active with the AWP, playing over towards ramp, playing towards mid, if he looks towards stairs as well on certain rounds, this is a pretty decent spot where I think Hungary are in a bit of trouble. I said Hungary felt like my favorites coming into this, but they're not playing like them right now. They're playing like the underdogs who are a little bit tentative, and it's becoming quite costly.
Yeah, truly is. Sly, about to get paced by a lot of people, but he's standing tall, at least for the first couple. doesn't get the next one. Oh dear. Submachine gun running it down. Aaron, how's he got away with it? Has the bomb as well. Aaron just pushing forward with very unlikely weapon to get all those kills with. And again, I think a little bit more experience for a team like Norway, and they could probably deal with that kind of a push. It's Coolio as Aaron get the last one there. Nice triple for him, double for Coolio. And it will be Hungary to steal that round away. We said they needed the miracle round, and here it is.
Okay. 7-5 is a bit of a handshake. 6-all is still decent. This is a kind of a weird spot where I think for Hungary, they kind of maybe even need the 6th in a way. Norway still feel like a slightly better side from what we've seen right now. And unfortunately, they don't really have the buy to facilitate maybe the confidence in this one. Shine, only a Tech 9, Truth, a Mac 10. It's good to see Truth individually playing a little bit better. Obviously, he had, 5 kills at the end of map number 2. It was a tough individual performance of him where he could just never get going. At least he's got over that hump a little bit. The nade is juicy. Tapeware gets spammed down, but a Mac 10 and a Galil kill will give them a bit of space towards top ramp, and a nice trade.
Bruce camped back here. Ready and waiting for anyone to show up. Hungary. Hate to say it, but they put so much work in the last round. And again, if they give it up now, it's just going to be incredibly heartbreaking. At least tie up the game. At least get that 6-6 position. Trade again leaves Fleeve on his own, and he's so smoked out. Where do you go with this? The bomb not actually being planted at the moment. Sly is pushing in to try and look for Fleeve. It might be kind of the last thing he expects, but he is really far away. Sly, you've got the bomb. You need to probably go back. Oh, he's just looking at this. Honestly, this might be so crazy that Fleeve might just never expect it. Like, you're never going to check this position. I can't believe this works out. Oh, dear. All right. 7-5 at the end of it for Norway is a very, very good lead.
Actually, yeah. There's just no way that Fleeve is expecting a guy to come through his own spawn to rotate off an MTA site towards B. It actually doesn't make sense. It's one of those where, in hindsight, because it worked, it's fine and it's good. If he had lost that round, if Fleeve had just turned around for whatever reason, just, the Spidey senses tingling or something, and he dies, and the bomb spills forward or whatever, genuinely, we could talk about that being one of the worst misplays we've maybe seen all tournament, right? It's as simple as that. Thankfully, even if he had lost it, it's not egregious. It would have been at the worst case 6-all. But Norway have a lead. If you get a pistol round as well, 7 could turn to 8 or 9 very rapidly too, and that's where things become problematic towards Hungary. Norway are getting close. Tapeware trying to get flashed in. He actually gets a little bit team flashed, but he'll get the first kill. Traded by Coolio, and it's all the bodies spotted towards top ramp. They know they're here.
Clock's not hitting the headshots there. Finally, one. He's got a couple of bullets left, Aaron. Not going to be enough. He will go down. And this is looking great right now. Coolio last alive and only for a second as Grush will take 2. Double kill for Shine as well. And Norway with a massive pistol round to be winning here. They are going to be excited about this one.
Okay. Norway, that might potentially even be the way in which we can find ourselves in towards Norway maybe seed on the map. I mean, the 8th turns towards the 9th here. You just can't force if you're hungry. You don't have the bomb plant to suffice the funds to go for it. So you actually have to eco this. I don't see them winning it on primarily Glocks. So let's just expect that Norway take it. You're 4 rounds ahead. You're 4 rounds away. You're so close to the finish line at that point where Hungary could potentially even only have like 2 full gun rounds, maybe 1 force on top of that as well. There's not many more opportunities. MP9 swings for 2, looks for 3, will actually get it for Sly. So good individual work for him. He could smell the ecos and he was like, feeling pretty hungry, and he gets them.
Yeah, ready to go, ready to capitalize. That's all very fine. Coolio, I think best case scenario there, you get a couple of kills and make a little bit of extra cash, but probably doesn't really go beyond that. Not this time. 9-5. Still spiraling out of control. Hungary just slowly but surely losing grip of this map. Top fragger is Aaron. Again, very experienced. He's proved it all evening. He's been playing very solid Counter-Strike. They just need some more momentum. First order of the day right now, if you're on the Hungarian side, apart from winning a round or 2, is really to get the money away here from Norway. They have too much of it already. You've got to slow that down. Otherwise, you're not getting back into this game.
Truth. Good angle. Bit unorthodox. We'll get both. It's that on top of each other kind of double position where it's so elevated. Just to even expect any rifler to be able to transfer like that is never going to happen. And through the smoke, all the fortune is going the way of Norway. The first true gun round for Hungary, and they're about to lose it at this rate unless Coolio can dig them out from the trenches of a 1v3. And he might not even get the one, in all fairness. Spotted, swing, and a miss. Okay, Grush gets tagged too. But he is so low, and he will fall. Hungary's first, and maybe one of their few last chances at finding a round, and they can't. An immediate attack pause. And this could be, honestly, the beginning of the end. No bomb plot again means no buy once further, even with the max loss bonus that Hungary have got here. So Norway should get up to 11th. I mean, at that point, Anders, we're talking about basically one gun round left.
Yeah, there's no brakes on this right now. Twice as many rounds as Hungary has. The money, again, even on the T side, they're having such a hard time putting it together. How do you bring this back? Got some deals picked up here. I guess that's always fun to mess around with, but this is really almost impossible to imagine. Gruus, probably one of the superstars for Norway. It seems like he's been playing very well. I think Truth was the one that had a bad start to the second map, but you know, he's right back in the saddle here, and it all counts.
What do we got? Now or never, really. Oh, we've been there. It's okay, Gruus. Of all the rounds to mess with Onada against the Deagles is probably not the worst. One of these is what the cool kids these days call a deco, Anders.
That is
eco.
in fact true.
Hungary, they'd love a deco to work in their favor. I don't know if it will, but they haven't got many more chances. If Norway find the 11th, we're talking about them 2 rounds away from a spot at the World Esports Championships.
Under a minute, just. Holding it, ready. Hungary, who are looking for some clever boosts in the middle, but there's just as clever a setup on the other side, tape, where it's so hard to spot that angle coming in from the T side. And maybe especially with a Deagle. So that doesn't really work out. They're going to have to walk away from that. Shine. Take down Aaron to begin with. Everything going according to plan here. Tape where kind of good map for him right now. 8 kills. Definitely seems like he's the one with a little bit less experience, I'd say.
Yeah.
Overall in some of the decisions we've seen out of him so far. But still, they're looking good. They're not that far away from Riyadh at the moment. This is great.
2 rounds. 2 rounds away. Oh, yeah, Hungary have completely fallen apart. We've had back-to-back 13-5s. It would actually be quite funny if we just had 3 13-5s in a row for just no apparent reason. And the fact that they flip as well, it goes one way, the other way, and then back the original way as well. And this is probably the last hurrah for Hungary to try and deny a 13-5 in all fairness. Look at the confidence of Truth. And I do not blame him because he's got the kill. That is so audacious to go for that sort of a fight. And I can't believe he's gotten away with it. And that is so labored from Aaron. They needed him. And they cannot seem to find even a kill. It's just Corey left. Everything is going wrong for Hungary. They've panicked, they've flustered, they've lost their discipline, and Norway have punished them. And that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back in this series. That could be game, set, and match. Sly makes it a flawless round. Norway are 1 round away from Riyadh.
Yeah, very easily could be unbelievable scenes. 5 rounds, all they've had so far. They just weren't ready to play this map. We did say it at the start, we haven't been seeing a lot of vertigo, so you just never know what's going to happen when you pick it or it gets let through as the deciding map. And what we have is a bit of a disaster for Hungary at the moment. It will be a sick comeback if they can make it work, but there's no energy in the room for them right now. There's nothing to sort of suggest that that kind of comeback is right around the corner. So they're going to have to try and prove it here. Gru's taking the first kill. He does burn alive. Actually, it's Truth burning alive in the corner there. Sly ready to set up a grenade, but thinks better of it. Decides, you know what? I've got the AK out. Let me try and do that instead. And might have been... Oh, no. Come on, Coolio. That is a shot.
Maybe we're not done just yet. Maybe we might be, though. Tapeware. 1v2. Full HP and a kit. All right. Let's not count them out just yet. Let's not count our eggs before they hatch, because Tapeware's made it a 1v1. Surely not a 1v3. Turn 1v1 clutch for Norway to qualify. That would be ridiculous. He's looking back towards A. He now rotates back towards B. The bomb gets planted. Coolio, how do you play this? Tapeware, what have you got for us? He spots him. Now back Gen. Got a chance. He notices him towards double stack as well as Tapeware's trying to play around the site. Surely not. Swing and a miss, and Coolio keeps Hungary alive. Nearly one of the most ridiculous ways to close out this series.
That is that's a very, very close 1v1 there. But it goes the way of Hungary, so we'll keep it going for a little while longer. What is the next step for them? That was 1 out of the 7 rounds that they need. They need another 6 still. So all of the work is still ahead of them.
I don't know. I'm still not sold, but Hungary, that's better than nothing. Winning out a clutch of that is something that has eluded them for a while. Bit of pressure shown towards bottom ramp, and then they all kind of bail from that idea and fall back. Oh, I was going to say, I wonder why they bailed back. That makes sense, because it's a tech pause and then resetting. We have lost 1. Shine is out of the server. So that does make sense. I was thinking, why are they completely bailed with no ramp smoke? They completely bail from that aggression. It did feel a little weird, but that makes a lot more sense.
That's like every commentator's nightmare, because sometimes you end up analyzing rounds that aren't even there. You're like, ooh, I see that going over in this direction. And that's, you know, now they got their knives out. That's kind of fun, you know. And like, suddenly you realize, wait a minute, the round is no longer actually even being played. So, yeah, we'll get the last Norwegian back on. Screws reconnecting in, so that was pretty quick. Probably just a minor hiccup there. Maybe one of those rare game crashes that they seem to be improving, which I guess is good news.
Yeah. Seems to, yeah. Apparently with the new update, when Vertigo actually got updated, they seem to have improved how many there is, or even if there is any in general. I think now, if anything, the crashes, I think that some of them, from what I heard, come down to the anti-cheat is one of the reasons why.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's perfect. But yeah, this was it's been a very, very uphill battle for Hungary the whole way. I don't know if the little timeout here, maybe they can recenter themselves mentally, get themselves back into it. Because right now, I mean, like, we're talking six more rounds in a row at this stage. It's doable. Definitely not easy.
It seems like everybody's here, just waiting for Gruus to buy, and then maybe we can get this one on the road and potentially what could be maybe even the beginning of the end. Gruus has invested 12-6. Such a long road to recovery for Hungary. It is the definition of now and never. And there's no room for mistakes as well. You know, you've got your backs up against the wall. You've had a slow map, at times a super slow series, bar, of course, that Mirage. And it has shown to a degree as well when it comes towards the puggy maps. Obviously, Hungary can kind of back themselves, play off the individuals, all the rest. When you actually go to a little bit more of the strategically heavier maps, like your Ancients, like your Verticos, that's actually where they are struggling and being pulled a little bit apart.
Yeah.
And it's showcasing right now. 12-6. Investment back in for the CT side. Hungary, can you keep a flawless run for 6 more rounds to get towards OT? That feels like a big ask.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to do it. But, Shine. Especially not now. Good couple of kills here, and Sly will take down Corey. Suddenly, it's Coolio and Xavi left. What did they do? 2 versus 4. One more round. 2 kills left to make it to Riyadh. And Tapeware smoking off that bomb. Just trying to make life really, really hard on them. See if they actually... Oh, okay, they're going to go pick it up. Maybe the smoke worked against them in that case, but regardless, they still have a very, very good shot at taking this one home. Xavi just waiting on the other side of the smoke bomb is going to get planted down here. They're all reaching in from the same side. So once again, nobody's flanking from back where the T's are coming from that stairwell. They're all going to be flanking through this side or attacking through this side. The retake is on and doing a lot of damage already. Coolio, he does get the kill, but he drops very low. And now he's alone versus 3, and it will not be enough. Norway to eliminate Hungary and qualify themselves to play the WEC.
Last year's playoffs team Hungary not making it this time around. Credit to Norway. I really honestly at one point didn't think they had it in them. Off the back of that Mirage, I thought they might have been done off the mental state. They looked some troubling rounds in Mirage where maybe it could have spilled over in towards Vertigo, but not to be. Credit to them. They will be going out to Riyadh, and that means that we now have all 7 teams going to the World Esports Championships from this qualifier. So to run through those as well, we have Czech Republic, Germany, Portugal, Kosovo, Slovakia, Latvia, and now Norway. They are our teams. And, you know, teams like, for example, Hungary expected to be there and won't be. France, 3D Max expected to be there and won't be as well.
Crazy.
I'm just going to see maybe a couple others. I mean, Austria looked pretty solid at one point as well. They won't be present. Denmark as well, on paper, look like a great team. And that won't be the case. So a few that we will not be seeing there. But, I mean, what a cohort we've got, in all fairness. This is, honestly, last year was good, but I think from so far what we've seen with just these 7 teams, the East qualifier is also happening simultaneously, but I don't think it's qualification games just yet. But it's already looking stacked for my liking. We're already getting some really solid teams. And actually, just looking at it, Turkey have actually booked their spots in towards the next stage. Turkey have booked in. They beat Croatia 2-0. That was today, but a very quick game. 36-39 over Croatia. Romania and Ukraine are in map number 3 currently to see who will be going towards that one. So, yeah, pretty sick. They actually, I tell a lie, it's actually just finished. Ukraine have won 13-11 in that decider. So Ukraine will be going as well to WEC, which is sick. There's still 3 more teams, in all fairness. So it's not the end of the road for Romania. They will be taking on Serbia. Croatia take on Poland, and then of course there's a 5th place decider match 2. So still potential we could see some of those, but yeah, Turkey and Ukraine also now locked in. We've got some really good teams already locked in, and we've also got to find out who's going to make it from the Asian Championships in Chengdu, who's going to make it from the African Championships in Casablanca. Plenty of Counter-Strike action over the next few months.
No question about it. What a qualifier it's been already. Yeah, Turkey definitely, I think, my favorite team so far to watch. So, you know, more power to them. But yeah, what a day it's been as well, Neil. I can't believe we ended up with that much Counter-Strike in spite of, you know, 2 best of 3s. Went on for quite a long time, but it was enjoyable. Good job at the end here to Norway. We don't have anything else, so stay tuned, and there will be more Counter-Strike coming up. So remember to follow the channel, and we'll see you next time.